to be known as Prism Labs, and now it's Entropy, and she's the Director of Business Development. So Sarah, welcome.
Hi, Lance. Thanks for having me.
Glad to have you here. We talk about indoor air quality in almost all of our classes. Everything we do is really solution-based based on indoor air quality. And one of the main components of that has to do with VOCs. And that's where we look to you people for help. I know in the past I've done some VOC testing where from other labs and other resources, I've gotten reports back that I keep looking for my chemistry degree and I can't seem to find it.
Some of them.
To understand some of these labs where I've actually had to tell people, especially in large commercial facilities, here's your report. Please take it to the people that work for you and you figure out if it belongs here. It's just too complicated. So one of the reasons that we talk about you guys is just the ease of how your laboratory produces the material that we're able to read and understand, and the customer understands it too. So we're going to get to all of that, but I want to know right now the name change, because everybody that calls me still talks about, can I have the number for Prism Labs and stuff? I know you've changed it. What's the story?
Sure, certainly. So yeah, a few years back in 2017, we actually were acquired by a company called Montrose Environmental Group. Underneath the Montrose Environmental Group parent company, they have a vertical, which is considered the Enthalpy Lab network. And so from that, again, back in 2017, we had that ownership change, actually just starting in 2022, the beginning of 2022, they made us do that name change. So Enthalpy Analytical is what we're now called. If you call us Prism, we're not offended.
Well, that's a good thing because it just kind of seems what everybody's been doing for years. I know I've been working with you guys for a very long time, and name changes are always difficult. So, matter of fact, if you didn't know, we changed our name too. NORMI was the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. We've kept NORMI, but the new name is actually the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors.
Gotcha.
Much wider umbrella, which is really why indoor air quality and the VOC component go together so well. So if we're looking at VOCs and avoiding all the other types of sampling that our members do and the public, kind of expects, what type of VOCs are really what you guys can handle for us?
Sure. So VOCs is a very, very wide range of chemical compounds. And typically what that indicates is that it's actually at a gaseous state at normal operating temperatures. There are some that are considered very volatile. There are some that are considered semi-volatile. And so sometimes those can get confused. Our ranges are typically in the volatile organic compounds. So again, that normal operating temperature of an indoor space, and they're going to be at a gaseous state. Those include a number of different kinds of products. Cleaning supplies, the chemical compounds that are associated with fuel, gasoline, heating, cooling, refrigerants are on the very volatile end, but there are a number of them we can see as well.
Well, I know that when we do our testing, we often look for, on the clearance side or the post-remediation verification, VOCs that are associated with the chemistries that are used during the process. We really try to avoid, a remediation process that causes more problems for the occupants than the actual mold or microbial issues that were there. So that's where your stuff comes in. But there's also a component of what you test for MVOCs, which is different than VOCs, right?
In a way, yes, they are slightly different. So VOCs, or mold VOCs, are considered a volatile organic. The mold portion of it is strictly an indication as to its relationship with mold. Now, we have about 21 target VOCs that we use for our mold VOC total. Those chemicals have been found in literature pieces and publications in the past. They're ones that we can see with our equipment, and they're ones that could be indicative of an odor that might be present. The mold VOCs are slightly different, of course, than the spores and some of the other things you might test for with mold, but they're only emitted as mold is actively growing. And so those are what we look for. Again, those 21 markers. There is some crossover with other products in the home that might have some mold VOC chemicals, because again, they're standard VOCs. It's just which one are those active growing molds actually producing. So there is some crossover, say, with paint. So if there was a lot of recent painting, we might have an elevation, and what we would show is an elevated mold VOC, but then we start going through that series of questions. That is the difficulties. We're not looking at the actual particulate itself, but we're assuming based on the chemistry, what we're seeing, what is actually present.
Because I've done some assessments myself where I've been in environments that are immaculate, how clean they are. But when you're dealing with the occupants, you can see that they're suffering from something. And I've been surprised a few times where the MVOCs are almost off the scale, almost 4,000, which is extremely high on your scale rating for MVOCs, especially when I'm not finding anything, spore wise, the spore traps are coming back clean. There's very little growth, if anything, but the VOC levels are really elevated.
Yeah, so our scale for the mold VOC, I think you got it a little bit crisscross there with the TVOCs, but typically starting at 8 nanogram per liter is what would be an outdoor average for mold VOCs. Anything up and above that 8 is where we would start to look to see any active mold presence in that space. Now that could be super small, like just an excess of overwatered plants, or it could be something a bit bigger where we do have something that's hidden behind the wall. Now, spores are much larger in terms of size, so those don't make it through the wall necessarily as quickly as what those volatile organics would. But then too, again, we have to take that with a grain of salt in looking at the chemistry, because if the compounds are associated primarily with paint, or we do know that there was some recent construction that had happened there, it may be that it is related to something different than a specific mold growth. So they aren't a catch-all, and they're definitely not the one-stop shop in terms of mold detection. So they're a complement.
So if I said that I was just testing you to see if you were paying attention with reversing those scales, you probably wouldn't believe me. Actually, what happened was I was looking at some reports from earlier today, and I had one that the regular VOCs, the number was gigantic. And, that's what's sticking out in my head. And you are absolutely correct. It is a different scale. But again, still elevated mold VOCs when I'm still not picking up particulates or any other signs of mold, either because of the cleaning they did or just it's a different problem.
Could be. Mm-hmm.
So from your perspective, the indoor air quality arena, or space as we call it, how do you see the VOCs really fitting in from your side of it, not from ours? We understand our side.
Sure. So the way I like to think about the indoor air environment is we know that there are a number of different things that are associated with that. We have the particulates, we have molds, we have the VOC, we have some things as simple as temperature and humidity. But a large majority, when you look at the chemical makeup of the indoor air with the particulate in a general type scan, not just specifically for mold, but just particulates in general and what's present, in terms of a dust characterization, I liken that between the VOCs and the dust, you're looking at 80% of what would be present in an indoor air space that could be of concern, causing symptoms. And so it is a major component, certainly, for the indoor air environment. There are some things that we can kind of test out. I know we've talked a little bit about some of the instant read meters or monitors that can be used, but in terms of VOCs, TVOC is on a lot of those monitors for a reason.
It's interesting the way that you bring that up, because we get a lot of questions because we have a monitoring program under Norman Pro Monitoring where we monitor in real time, and VOCs is part of that. However, that is a screening system. We are screening the environment. We're watching what's happening. We're looking for anomalies. We're not identifying what the problem or the VOC is. That's what you guys do.
That is right. There are some limitations, certainly, in some of those instant or real-time read instrumentations that are out there and available. They're certainly helpful for what I call habit identification. So when we see on Wednesday nights, the building always gets cleaned, we see those VOCs go up. That's going to be that habit or that repeating event essentially, and that can happen in indoor environments in terms of homes as well. There's a number of research studies out there that TVOC monitors are increased in terms of the totals, say when you're cooking, when you get home at the end of the night, when you're taking your shower in the morning. So you start to see some habits and forming that gives you some indication of quite possibly correlation on what's happening in the space that might be causing that. But then two, sometimes you don't know, and maybe you just have a total overall high VOC level. That may happen in cases where you have a brand new home, or a significant remodel where you just have a total high VOC and you can't pinpoint specifically to any one activity or even series of activities. That's where the testing through the laboratory is going to be much more helpful. Knowing that you have a high total VOC, and then starting to work through and identify what those sources are within it, or what the chemicals are within that are making up that total.
That's exactly how we put this out there in our trainings to our membership, that a lot of the testing is done is really on the screening side. And once you've screened and identified an anomaly or problem, something that's outside the norm, then there's more detailed investigative work that can be done, and you use more sophisticated tools. And that really is their understanding in this industry of how we go about approaching it. So yeah, I'm glad that you did bring that up, and it's important to understand the difference between the screening and testing, which is the language that we use. We've screened, now we need to test. Oh, very good. Specialty type of reports, I think, is something else that you guys are pretty good with. If somebody needs something very specific, you can help them.
Certainly. So our laboratory here in Mount Pleasant, Michigan, we specialize in VOC detection. And so because of that, we've really honed in on a number of different reports and types of reports that we can issue in comparison to some of the other laboratories where you were kind of indicating you get chemical by chemical, difficult reports to read. We've specialized some of ours. So with the total VOC, we do have a summary or survey style report where you get that total VOC, and then it breaks it down into types of products that are used, and then some individual compounds. But outside of our standard just VOC check, I'm wondering about it, we've also developed a number of other tests that are helpful that test for VOCs applicable to maybe tobacco smoke use. We have some for fire, or a partial fire, like a structure fire, smoke damage. So if you had something that started in the kitchen maybe, and you've got smells that are happening up in the master bedroom, doing this test would help to identify and justify essentially that we have those chemical compounds present that were from that fire event across the house. Additionally, we have testing available now for spray polyurethane foam. A lot of the requests we've been receiving over the last couple of years, as we all become more energy efficient, closing up those homes, is that we're tightening things up and people are actually becoming ill afterwards. So we do have a test that's associated with all VOCs that are present that we can test, and then also actually a bulk piece of the foam. And so we make a comparison to say, is the foam still off-gassing in comparison to the air? Or is it simply you closed up all those ventilation pathways with that new spray polyurethane foam, and now you just have a lot of your own VOCs, or your own VOC soup?
Do you do anything as far as some of the new hazards that are out there, like meth labs, or any of the other chemistries that are being used on the illegal side?
That is difficult because, again, it is a chemistry process. So methamphetamine across the nation is rampant because they're easily obtainable compounds, chemicals, right, and products to make that. There are a number of VOCs that we can see that are part of a ingredient list, you might say, for illicit drug manufacturing. In terms of the actual drug itself, when it's finished, specifically methamphetamine, it's too heavy to see in the air. So it would be what would be more a semi-volatile or in a particulate, essentially. And so because we do the chemicals in the air versus like a surface dust or a tape lift and things like that to identify illicit drugs, that wouldn't be something we would cover.
Yeah, I guess fentanyl would come under that, because that's another one of the hot topics right now.
Yes, yep. And those specifically, there are a number of labs that are out there that are specialized in those for a lot of the cleanup and the remediators that you've got.
How about on the investigative side? We're going a little off topic here, but as far as like fire service for arson investigation, stuff like that, to get more into some of accelerant detection.
It's not something that we've actually been approached for. No, we have attended in the past, and actually this year I will also attend the Restoration Industry Association's annual conference. In the past, we actually attended a public adjuster conference, and they too had a number of peoples there that were doing the forensic part of it. We touched base a little bit, but nothing that's ever come to fruition.
Okay. Well, the other thing I wanted to touch on is you are located up in Michigan, correct?
I am.
And I think you had said that you also have, I guess you call them sister labs, or other types of testing.
Mhm.
Can you touch on some of the other types that are available to you?
Sure. So we are kind of an oddball with our lab group. The majority of the labs within the Enthalpy network are actually soil and water testers. They're going to do large scale remediation, brownfield type stuff, phase one, phase two for new buildings. That's a large part of what they test, but soil and water also for, say, PFAS compounds. Those are some hot topics that are coming around in terms of the residences. Wildfires, I know that a couple of the labs in California have done wildfire studies in terms of the soil remediation that happens as large fires come through and what has to be kind of dug up. We also have testing available with like SUMA canisters, or what traditionally would be a TO15, if that's something that the job requires or specifies, pardon. And then the laboratory down in Houston, Texas does a lot with the oil and gas industry. So they do a lot of actual stack emission type testing. So we're pretty much the only one that does real indoor air within the laboratory network. But there's a lot of other things that are available to us at this point.
And that's what I was curious about. Two different things you mentioned: the lab down in Texas for oil,
Mhm.
refabbing or rehabbing gas stations, stuff like that. They're always testing soil for that,
Yeah.
and lead contamination also.
Mhm.
You know, especially on the older gas stations where they were using leaded gas. I mean, there's a lot of different issues that people are being affected by. So just curious about knowing the different extent of what you guys can test for. I guess our members should just reach out if they have a question about, hey, can you guys test for this?
I like to be a resource. That's one thing as PRISM we've always prided ourselves on, is being a consultative laboratory. We're not afraid to answer those questions, even if it doesn't mean that a dollar comes into our work. I mean, don't take advantage of that. But at the same time, I'm absolutely always happy to help try to locate the right resource for some of those tests. I've got a list of essential referral labs, that I can send people to.
So do the right thing because it's the right thing to do is kind of like what you guys do as an anomaly to everybody else.
I try really hard.
Well, that's appreciated. It really is. Just trying to think if there was anything else specific to your lab that you feel that our people should really know about that we haven't talked about.
Well, I again am in the middle of Michigan. So just a little heads up, last week and again today, we got dumped another 5 inches or so. Just be mindful. I guess that's one thing that I've told pretty much all of our clients, is that we are in the north. We are winter. Please know and please be patient with any delivery drivers and prep your clients that some of our fast turnaround times of 2 or 5 days sometimes do get extended a little bit when the delivery drivers can't make it to us.
I know that a few years ago, because you're talking about the weather, it got so cold in Michigan that you had to switch away from glass tubes to plastic tubes because they were actually getting so brittle they break.
The return sample encasement, essentially, yeah, we did switch away from our glass ones. We did some case study testing within the laboratory itself between the glass transport vials and our plastic transport vials that we found. And yes, our breakage has drastically reduced.
All right. Well, I have an oddball question for you now. We are spreading our wings, and we will be dealing with several countries outside the U.S. with other testing and processes and trainings. And is there any issue with shipping these types of samples from overseas to your lab?
The benefit of our thermal desorption tubes is that there is not any required chilled shipping. They're stable for about 30 days after collection. With that, I've got clients all over the world. I've got clients in Australia, UK. I've had testing coming from Singapore before. It just depends on where the location is. Most of the time, obviously, the carriers are going to be about a week out. But again, we still have about a 30-day hold time after that sample is collected. So international is not a worry. And actually, for international shipments, we have now also developed or have available our stainless steel tubes. So glass, again, transit is difficult. So because some of those international shipments can take longer, and it would be detrimental for them to have to sample again, we have our stainless steel tubes so that the tube itself does not become destroyed in transit.
Okay, I did not know about that. That's a new one on me. The next piece to that would be expiration dates on some of this stuff, because I know it's happened to me in the past. I've had numerous tubes, you'll have one or two that'll go beyond the expiration date. What do you do with those?
Well, one of the biggest things we want to let people know is that the sorbent material inside is very expensive. So typically, if you're working with some of the other labs that are out there and available, and you have to purchase a thermal desorption tube similar to what we actually produce, they're going to be upwards of $60 each. The sorbent material inside is the bulk of the cost. And so with that sorbent material inside can actually be reused approximately 10 times before it starts to go bad, or starts to not regenerate as effectively, I should say. So as the chemicals get onto the little sorbent materials and get cracked or stuck in the little cracks and crevices, we heat that tube up and push those gases back off, or those chemicals back off. Again, it can go through about 10 different cycles before we have to switch out that sorbent. But if you have sample tubes that have expired, please send them back. They are reusable. They're green in that way that we want to have them back. We'll double check and make sure that our sorbent is still good. We can clean them again and then resend them to you. Maybe not specifically those ones, but any expired tubes that you have, we can send you fresh tubes for just the cost of shipping.
But it's nothing that our members could do themselves.
For
cleaning the tubes or refreshing the tubes. I don't want anybody trying that if it's
no, goodness,
no.
No. These are I do apologize. That was misleading, wasn't it? In the laboratory, we have a very specific room that has a number of what we consider tube bakers. And so they have a high ramp time with a constant flow of nitrogen gas through them to push and drive all the chemicals off. And then it goes through a check or a quality control process within the laboratory to make sure that that batch is clean.
Any new surprises coming?
We're working and trying to get some information around PFAS compounds in air. It's a hot topic in the soil and water realm.
Could you just go into a little more detail what that is exactly?
PFAS, yeah, if you're not familiar with it. So per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, these are the compounds that are associated with stain resistance, water repellency, Teflon pans. They're also in a number of fast food materials packaging, that has almost plastic-like surface so that it doesn't become drenched or oil stained, essentially. And what they have found is that these chemical compounds are in mass quantities pretty much everywhere. At this point, they are actually in the air and in the rainwater as well. But that they do bioaccumulate. That's the largest part of the risk, essentially, is that even little bits of exposures that we get throughout our lives as we drink the water. Again, Michigan was terrible about that. We had the Flint water crisis. Now we have PFAS everywhere with a number of locations. But those chemical compounds will build up in your body and can develop adverse side effects. They do anticipate that it's carcinogenic. The number of compounds are carcinogenic. And then it's also known at this point that there are a number of birth defects that can happen through those exposures and having excess levels within your body.
Well, that's not done as VOC testing. That would be actual collection of soil and then sent to the lab or one of your sister labs.
Right now we're doing it in soil and water, but it is something that the EPA has developed a method for large stacks or people manufacturing PFAS compounds, similar to vapor intrusion. So as you get those gas tanks, right? They leak into the ground, and we have the water table that leaks up the vapor into the soil that comes into the inside of our houses. Similarly, vapor intrusion testing for PFAS is coming down the pike. And so that's kind of what we're developing and working on right now.
Yeah, I know a lot of our members, they also do water testing, drinking water, things like that. So I don't know if that would fall into this category of what your labs would be able to test for.
Yep, we actually have 2 labs that specialize. They have a high performance liquid chromatography, HPLC, that performs PFAS compounds, one of which is DoD certified. The other one is almost DoD certified, so Department of Defense. And then we're certified in a number of states for water and soil. So yeah, if you've got questions on it, or if that's something that you need in your area, I can connect you with the right people.
Very good. Very appreciative. Well, I appreciate you spending some time here with us. I know it's cold up there, and it's like, come on, spring. We really want to get outside and deal with some other issues. I know that you guys have had a lot of snow, and you did mention before about transportation and shipping is impacted, and we see that all over the country. We have people today traveling that weren't able to because their flights were canceled. So yeah, it's unfortunate. So if you are watching this, please take that into account. Don't overpromise and underdeliver. Don't fall into that category.
If that's anything, COVID taught us, with lack of employees for the carriers too, right? That's something we've all been battling, regardless of weather across the country. It just so happens that this last week we've had another whirlwind of winter.
It's funny. We're doing a lot of work right now with people under the term essential employees.
Mhm.
And depending on who you are and where your perspective is coming from, what is an essential employee? Well, in the hospitals, the doctors, the nurses, they're essential employees. But nobody thinks about like the cleaning staff. Well, the hospital stops when the cleaning staff stops. So, it's having to revisit all of these different occupations now, and the importance is not so much by the skill of what they do, but of what happens when they don't do what they do.
All true.
So yeah, just something else that affects, again, shipping, transportation, stuff like that.
Mhm.
Sarah, it's been a pleasure. We're gonna have to do this again, and get into a little bit more detail on a few of the other things, but I appreciate you spending the time here today.
I look forward to some more education opportunities. We'll get some topics together.
We're gonna have to have you in on a few more sessions. I'm sure after this we'll have a lot of questions, and maybe visiting again.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Lance. Have a great day.
You too. It's my privilege to be able to introduce Michael Pinto, who's the CEO of Wonder Makers. He's a very valued partner with us at Normie, and actually he's fun to work with. So I'm going to bring Michael in. And I also have Doug Hoffman here, who is also a good friend of Michael's, and this is going to make for a very interesting conversation tonight. That's the easiest way to do it. So Michael, you want to come in and say a quick hello to everybody?
Well, thank you, Lance. I appreciate it very much. And yes, I was smiling because too much fun. When we deal with Normie, I know we get a lot of work done and everything, but it's just good people to work with, and certainly count you in that, as well as Doug. And just very pleased to be here talking about the NCMP.
Thank you, Michael. Doug, I don't know, you consider him a team player with us?
Actually, more than that. Michael not only is one of our senior trainers, but he also participates on our President's Council. I have a tremendous amount of respect for him and for his experience, and I think he brings something to us that we wouldn't have otherwise. So I'm grateful that he's become a good partner and a very good friend. So I'm glad to be here tonight, and I think this is going to be fun.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys. One of the things that I've seen Michael bring to the group is we've elevated the level of training that's available to our members. We have the basic training and the stuff that's very popular, but we now have these more advanced courses that really gets to or above the professional level, if you want to consider it that way. Now, knowing Normie, and all of our initials that we use for our classes. I do want to talk to Michael about the NCMP, which is the Normie Certified Microbial Professional. So, Michael, I'm going to ask you, what is that? What is that all about?
Well, quite honestly, this is a continuation of a certification that was originally offered by the Restoration Industry Association. And early on in the mold remediation industry and the arena, and I'm going all the way back to like 1999, 2000, 2001, thereabouts. It was our assessment at Wonder Makers that there had to be more for some people in the industry than just a technician level and a supervisor level, and not that those are bad places to go for training or anything like that. But we just felt that if the industry was really going to not just survive but prosper, there had to be a cadre of individuals that people could look at and say, you know what, those people are really professionals in their industry. Very similar to, a master carpenter or, an engineer or somebody who's got some real experience. And that's what we tried to do at Wonder Makers when we developed the certified, originally it was certified mold professional, but now with Normie, it's the certified microbial professional course. And that's a good move too, because it broadens up what the students learn about, and it really helps to give us that bigger picture in terms of the students coming through the class. So the basic answer to the question is that the NCMP is, as you said, the Normie Certified Microbial Professional. And what we're trying to do is elevate the knowledge of the individuals who come through that class so that they're more well-rounded and they're able to be the sort of person that if I have a question that just is really a tough one in the industry, that's the sort of people that you go to, the NCMPs.
I've heard it described as upper level type of training. Would that be a fair evaluation to classify this as?
Absolutely. And the reason that we would consider it to be upper level is that there's actually some prerequisites. And I know that can be dangerous, if you will, because it potentially limits the people that can come for that training. But to even qualify for the training, a person has to go through either the Normie Certified Mold Remediator course or an equivalent. And depending on where that equivalency is, if it's from ACAC or IICRC, it may be that combination course, which is more of a technician and a supervisor course. It could be, somebody who gets into the CMA, CMR, where they're learning a little bit about the assessor side as well as the remediator. But like I said, there's going to have to be some level of training and generally experience in the mold field or in the microbial field before somebody qualifies for this course. Now, since it's the NCMP, they also, which isn't a tough criteria, but they do have to go through the Normie Professional Practices course, and that's just so that they understand what they're dealing with. Again, if they're professional and we have professional practices, it's pretty bad if professionals don't know the professional practices they're supposed to be following. So that's a prerequisite too, and that's built into the emphasis of those professional practices is built into the NCMP course. So it is good that they know that before they get there.
Doug, you and I have talked over the years about, people coming to even our remediator or assessment course that needing a basic knowledge of the industry. I mean, if you don't know how to take an air sample, how do you go through a course about remediation or assessment? I mean, to slow the class down to teach that makes it difficult. And that's what it sounds like here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. We're old enough to know that there's some things that you just don't learn except by experience. and there are some things that are going to build on the foundation, the truths that you understand, the techniques that you understand. You've got to continually build on that if you're going to get better, and I think be a better asset for the public. Oftentimes, an entry-level course might get you into the business, might get you into the industry, it might get you a license. But one of the things that has always frustrated us, and I know Michael completely agrees with this, is there are some guys right now in Florida that are taking a one-day quote unquote refresher course to get licensed in the state of Florida. It's how in the world can you do that? We do a 3-day class, and in some ways I wish it was 5. So having an opportunity to really encourage our members to think in terms of developing their techniques and their processes and helping them better understand the industry is only going to provide better services, and I think more truthful services, frankly, to the public. And so, as we always say in our classes, if our members look good, we look good. And part of that is just making sure they're trained properly.
Absolutely. I think I'm going to add to that, too. I'm going to jump in and add a little bit to that. You know, the other thing that we've seen since I've become a Normie member a few years ago and really got involved with you guys is there is a desire that the people who are in Normie who really want to be the best in the industry, they want to go up a step. And you see it in the folks that show up on the Tuesday night for the continuing education credit. You see it in the folks that are jumping around to the different tracks to pick up, information that's related information so that they can just be more well-rounded and everything. And I believe we see it in terms of the people that want this, as you put it, Lance, upper level training so that they can better understand how everything ties together and, be a real resource for both clients and their company. A lot of them come in just because we're seeing more and more transitions in these companies. There's, Doug, you said the we for older guys. Thank you very much. But we are seeing a lot of that transition. You've got a lot of people that are moving into retirement and leaving these positions of responsibility in some of these remediation organizations, and we have a lot of people that are trying to step up to those. And like you said a minute ago, how do they do that without decades of experience? And I'm not suggesting that this course, a 3-day course, is going to, substitute for 10 years of experience, but for somebody who's got, half a dozen years of experience in the industry and wants to move into one of those management positions and position themselves for when the owners retire to maybe even take over the business, being an NCMP is going to be very helpful to them, because one of the main things it does is teach them how to see the microbial contamination picture from a bigger perspective.
Right. We've talked a lot about, as I use the term, upper level type of training, and we've talked a bit about what's involved, but what makes this class really special? Is there like something you could really zoom in on to point that out?
Oh, I think the thing from my perspective, and having been the primary instructor for this for 20 years, the thing that the students all talk about afterwards are two things. One, it's a combination of learning and learning together. So there's a big emphasis on case study, and we get the students in the class, whether they're even participating online or live in the classroom. We get people working through these different case study scenarios, and honestly, at the end of the class, we hear every class where people say, and quite bluntly, what we learned from you, Michael, and the slides and everything was interesting, but what really made a difference in terms of this class resonating and us feeling more confident to go out and deal with some of these projects was working it through the case studies, because they're not simple. If the people don't know how to set up a containment and where they're supposed to put their negative air machines and stuff by the time they get into this class, they probably shouldn't be in this class. But we're talking about how do they integrate this into much more complex projects. And like I said, they really enjoy the case study. The other thing that makes the class special or unique or different is that it doesn't just end with a class. And I know this can be scary for people to hear that there's a post-class requirement, but that is, if you're going to be considered a professional in the industry, you have to demonstrate that somehow. And so we do have a post-class requirement. We call it a capstone, but there's a lot of different projects that people can take on as part of that class afterwards to show that they're actually the upper level in the industry.
Okay, you can't get away that easy with just saying post-class requirements. You got to give us a little bit more about that. What's really involved with this, and how does it enhance what was taught in the class?
Well, again, if you're going to be a professional in the industry, then you need to have a profile in the industry, right? You need to be recognized as somebody who's got this expertise. And there's certainly a situation where you can point to the certificate on the wall and say, see, that makes me a professional. But what we find out is that the people who are looked at by their peers as professionals have taken another step. They've taken the information that they know about the industry and they've translated it into something that's tangible. So we're very open in terms of what these capstone projects can be. We've had people come through the class and understand, we're way behind internally on some of the safety and health programs or our respirator protection program, or we don't have good marketing materials now that we understand this in a little bit better way for our customers, or we don't even know we haven't been doing a good job putting ourselves out in the industry. So all of those things, we've had capstones in the past from some of the professionals where they do their own, marketing brochures or safety and health programs. We've had people actually do experiments. They come into class and they've kind of had what I call a burning question. And this one gentleman just was totally fixated on the whole idea of the 10 square foot rule, which came from the New York City guidelines. And he was very much reflecting my attitude, saying, well, if it's 9.5 feet, does that make it less dangerous than if it's 10.5 feet? What if it's 1 inch, right? And so he actually did an experiment. He set up a containment area and did removal of less than 10 square feet. It actually turned out to be about 6 square feet of mold contaminated material under controlled conditions, and then did a lot of sampling while he was doing that to show what the impact was. And if you don't use your standard remediation techniques like negative pressure and HEPA vacuums, and the New York City guidelines say that you can just take a piece of drywall and cut it out, right? And he pretty much proved that to be false. Now that was I don't want to say way more, but that was on the kind of the top end of what somebody might do for a capstone project. A lot of them will actually just take their information and dig into one subset of the microbial industry, and then even write it up for an article for some of the technical journals or for the trade journals and stuff. And regardless of what they decide to do, two things are important in terms of the post-class requirement. One is that we work really hard in the class so that by the time everybody leaves, they know what they're doing. And then if they already know what they're doing, we can also help them in class provide the resources and the guidance and the encouragement they need to finish that up after class, so that they do class, they do their test, but more importantly, this capstone project is what starts to set them apart. If it is an experiment or it is a document that gets translated into a journal article or something like that, it also raises their profile and helps them to be recognized as a professional, not just by Normie and those of us that are kind of in the know, if you will, but all of a sudden it starts to bring them some recognition from their peers in the rest of the industry. So,
what I'm hearing from you talk about this, it sounds like, well, let's look at the government as an example. A lot of the government entities, they have to put a magical line, of what level is good, what level is bad. It's not a floating thing like radon, 4 picocuries per liter, 3.99999 is okay, but 4 is bad. Same thing with the 10 square foot rule. To me, it sounds more like this class is a collaborative environment from all the people with all their experience being there.
Well, it's a collaborative class run by a dictator, but
yes.
I mean, it is, there's structure to it. You have to be careful with that. And again, I think that's one of the reasons that you see individuals like myself and Doug being the primary instructors on that class is because, we have to have the experience in the industry, but also as instructors to know how far to let that run and then when to rein that back in. So, yeah, I would say it is a very collaborative experience, but it's under guidance of the instructors.
So let me speak to that for a second, if I could, Lance, because I think this is really fascinating. And maybe this is kind of down into the weeds. Hopefully it won't be. But one of the things that we know about training, and this is why I love so much being able to work with Michael, because there are not a lot of trainers that understand this. There's a very big difference between teaching high school students and teaching adults. And part of the difference is that high school students don't know anything. Sorry, high school students, but they just don't know anything. And so they're sitting there listening to someone lecture to them, and they're hopefully listening and learning something that they don't know anything about. With adult learners, what you've got guys that are in that classroom who need to contribute and want to contribute and should contribute to the discussion because of the experiences that they've had that the trainer maybe hasn't had. So having someone at the head of the class like a Michael who knows the industry inside out, has got a tremendous amount of experience, but is still delicate enough to respect and honor the input that those students are going to have, makes the class, and as a term you said, kind of collaborative, but as he said, with a dictator. But that's how that happens. There are not a lot of teachers that can do that.
Well, and I want to follow up on that, Doug, and I say this in all humility. When I'm teaching that class, I learned so much, and one of the first admissions that I make to the students is that I am not a remediator. All right, I don't go out and tear buildings apart on a daily basis, and quite honestly, other than being out there, for the post remediation or doing sampling or sometimes getting out over the course of, multiple decades and actually getting my hands dirty just for the practice of it. I'm not a remediator. And so, right. And I never have been. I haven't been a contractor. I'm a consultant. I'm a trainer. I'm, a recognized professional. I'm an educator in the industry. But I have to tip my hat to the people who go out and do this every day. And by the time they get into this class, we generally, as you say, Doug, we have individuals that have a lot of experience and with the right coaching are willing to share what they know, so it does become collaborative. And sometimes it takes a half a day for people to warm up and understand that, we've got, I'm sorry, this is going to sound woke and horrible. It's a safe space for them to, open up and share their ideas and stuff. But I was using that term well before it was fashionable.
Well, it sounds like it's a extremely packed 3 days, and I guess that's one of the reasons that you have the post-class type of work. But it doesn't though sound to me like it's drinking from a fire hose. A lot of these classes where they pack so much information in. So Doug, I know you've talked about that kind of stuff in a long time, and you've seen Michael teach his class several times. The flow rate, I guess, would be the best way to describe that. Comfortable?
Yeah, I think that's that delicate balance that I was talking about, as somebody who really knows what they're doing from a training standpoint, being able to give that information out in a way that it can be absorbed, but then start to see when the eyes are glazing over and take a break, And sometimes that just takes experience, just teaching experience and understanding how the classroom works. It is a lot of information. One of the things that we've really tried to do is to make sure that they have in their hands all the slides that we've discussed. They can take copious notes, obviously for an exam that would follow, the certified proctored exam that would follow. But I think the idea is that being able to gauge the climate of the class, that's just something that, as I said, not a lot of people are able to do. But that's why one of the reasons I'm so happy that we've got Michael on board, because I think we have several trainers like that, and they're not easy to find.
Well, thank you for the compliment. What I will say is that it's real work to teach that class too. I mean, to be an active listener, it takes as much energy as to be an active speaker. And each class is different, more so than the mold technician class or even the sensitized individual classes that I teach. The NCMP class is different because I have, as a lead instructor, I have a little bit more tendency to let some of that collaborative discussion run, and then have figured out how to bring it back, or how to, if I have to trim a little bit from some of the, subject matter that we're going to talk about. Like you said, they have all the slides there so that they're not necessarily losing any of the critical information, but we may, speed up going through some of that in class in order to give more time for the discussion, depending on where the discussion's going. Or sometimes, depending on who's in the class and the whole dynamics of it, or just toward the end of the class, a lot of times they're just tired. And so, a lot of times it reverts back toward the last afternoon of the class where I do a little bit more of the lecture style presentation than throughout the rest of it, just because if they've really been at it kind of hammer and tongs for 2.5 days, it can be wearing on the students as well.
Doug, as executive director of Normie, how do you see the NPMC course really, or CMP, affecting the Normie structure? What does it actually bring to us?
Well, I think this is a good time for me to talk about the Normie Pro designation, which I think is so significant. And that Normie Pro designation, which, oh, by the way, no one has yet, which not even Lance nor Doug nor Michael has this designation yet, was actually born. The Normie Pro designation was really born out of a need, as many good ideas are, to provide to the public a professional who could handle virtually any kind of issue, any kind of problem that they might face. And it was born out of this need when you and I, Lance, got a call from BP Oil, and they said, we need somebody to go offshore and do an assessment on one of our deep water oil rigs. And we both looked at each other and went, do we really have a Normie member who's qualified to do this? Somebody who has the safety training, someone who has the security clearances, there's somebody who has the experience in the background. Because when you get out on an oil rig, deep water oil rig, there's only one way out and one way back, and it's a helicopter. And there's not a lot of discussion or being able to, run to Lowe's and get something. So we decided, well, this is something that we should do. And so we did that. But out of that was born this idea of how do we get our guys to a master level? I think everybody's very familiar with what that terminology is. ICRC talks about that, and others. How do we get our guys to the level where they can handle even those kinds of jobs. And so our dream was, and our goal was, which is now coming to fruition, was to have enough advanced training where we could have the designation Normie Pro, and we could give that to individual in the Normie membership who had the training of sensitized individuals, regular CMA, CMR, understood how to deal with formaldehyde, understood building sciences enough to be able to deal with air infiltration issues, knows what a blower door test is, knows how to spell a manual J, has had the advanced microbial professional classes. How do we put all of that together and say, this guy, this lady, we're going to give this designation to Normie Pro. And then when we get those kinds of calls, that's the person that we can send on that kind of project. So the Normie Pro designation, which again, I say nobody has, we're still working on that. We're hoping that by the end of the year, with the help of the President's Council, we'll have some very specific criteria so that folks can get there and get that designation. And we have some now that I think we could get pretty close, may already be there, to be able to have that designation. That's where Normie is headed. We're going to set the standard for the highest level of professional training that's in the market today. And I frankly just don't believe anybody else has been doing that like we intend to. And with Michael's help, with the President's Council help, I think we're going to create something that this industry has needed for a long time.
And again, I just love jumping in on what Doug lays out as the foundation here. Truly, this NCMP class, one of the main ideas behind it is to help people see microbial contamination from a much broader perspective. And that was some of the stuff that you were talking about, Doug. There's great pieces of equipment and there's good things that we can steal, if you will, from the radon industry, like Lance had referred to earlier. And there's things on the asbestos side, there's things in the safety arena, there's things from all these different industries, general indoor air quality. And the more we can get people to think about it in terms of concepts and how these similar concepts can be applied to a project, but when we're faced with a potential problem, we don't have to be restricted to trying to find a mold piece of equipment or something, right? We can see it from a bigger perspective and reach out and realize that, hey, there's things from the indoor air quality arena that we may want to put in here. A great example, just if I can be a little bit, suck up just a little bit, is the ionizer for the tail of the negative air machine that's available, the PRVK, right? That's not really a mold remediation piece of equipment, or that's not an idea that really came from the mold remediation arena, but it's an idea that fits the mold remediation arena really well, as well as asbestos abatement and lead and just air cleansing, air washing when you're doing whole house cleaning. It's a technology that we're bringing over from somewhere else, and people need to understand a little bit about how that interacts and can be used in so many different arenas.
So I'll give you one, if I can, Lance, I'll give you one insight into some of the things that are going to be different in this particular class and some of the other classes that we're doing. In fact, at the new CMA CMR class that we're going to teach next week, we're going to introduce the concept of air washing, low pressure air washing, which is something we've never done in our training before, but it's brand new, 2023 for us. It's not new to Michael. Michael knew what it was. In fact, he helped me understand how we could fit it into our training program. But I think the point that I'm making is that our classes hopefully will stay up with the industry, and in some cases maybe stay ahead of the industry. And that's why they're constantly changing. You come to a CMA CMR class that we do today, it's not the same class that we did before COVID. It's just not.
And the NCMP class that we're going to do next is going to be different than the one that we did before.
Yeah.
And the other thing I would share there, Doug, and building on that, is that the only way we stay at and above where the industry is to rely on the people that are working in it every day.
That's right. That's right.
And tease out of them I'll be blunt with you. I'm thinking about it now over the course of the last 2 decades. Basically, every concept that's in this NCMP course, I have taken from, with their permission and with their discussion in class. But basically, I've taken from experts in the industry that are doing it every day.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is the best knowledge to share. Is not, and again, I have gone through lots of levels of academic training, but there's a difference between information that's coming at you from an academic standpoint and information that's coming at you from things that have worked and really made a difference in the real world. So,
Michael, that's so important on so many levels. I mean, we teach in our classes about, for people that are becoming supervisors, to ask the people doing the work that have the working knowledge, how to improve their conditions, improve the technologies, give them what they need. And that's exactly what it sounds like you're talking about.
Well, the other thing I would add to that, Lance, is that it's important for the professionals to look and listen and learn. As I said, the more advanced I get and the more little buttons and designations and all the stuff I have, quite honestly, the humbler I'm getting, because I just am figuring out how much I don't know in all these different areas that I probably should know to pull together. And I'm honored, quite honestly, it truly is. I think about it, I'm honored to be an instructor in this class, because I'm sharing ideas. And, you may have heard the term, I'm sure a lot of people have heard this term, standing on the shoulders of giants. And the crazy thing about that is that a lot of the giants whose shoulders we're standing on for this class are peoples whose names are not necessarily household names or even really well known in the industry, quite honestly. They're just individuals who go to work every day, do a really good job, and are creative as how they do it, and we're kind enough to share some of that in that collaborative portion of the class that then we can, build on and use for the next one.
I knew the word collaborative was going to come back in there someplace.
Well, I had to for your benefit, Lance.
Thank you. Anything else about the class either of you would want to say?
Well, yes, I'll just say that I think this class, whenever it happens, we're looking at dates coming up in the next couple of months. But whenever this class actually happens, I'm really highly encouraged by the guys that have been taking our CMA CMR class. It's not too soon to get into this class, even whether you have a little bit of experience or a lot of experience. I think if you've been trained by Normie and you have that basic foundation CMA CMR class, this would be a very, very good class for you to take.
I want to add something completely different, and that is that our experience in this class is that it's challenging. It's a fair amount of work and everything. That shouldn't necessarily scare people who want to be professionals. But probably the biggest thing is it's fun, and the people that come through this class talk to me even years and decades later about the relationships that they built in that class and their team when they were on their, because we divide them up and then put them in different teams at different points in time for the case study and stuff, and how they got to know some of the other people in their class. And a lot of those, believe it or not, in 3 days become friendships and professional relationships that they hang on to for years and decades. And just, it's one of those things where if you're a professional in the industry and you start to see yourself as a professional in the industry, you want to hang around other professionals in the industry. You have that desire to want to learn from them and share with them. And so we see this, and we see it happen in a very fun way in the class. So the fun factor is actually quite high, as compared to some of the other ones like the CMA, and not that that's not a fun class, but there's so much basic information that's getting across in some of these other classes that you don't quite have the same ability to allow the students in class to express themselves. And the collaborative nature and the case study nature of portions of this class allows some of those personalities to come out. And basically it just usually turns it into a pretty fun class.
I think listening to the two of you, and we've talked for probably close to 40 minutes already, the way I would just sum up what I've heard is 2 words: upper level.
Yep.
I think that does it. That says it all. Gentlemen, anything else? I think we've covered quite a bit of information here tonight.
Well, I'm just really appreciative of having the opportunity to chat with you and with Doug all at the same time and everything. And I would encourage anybody who's even, remotely curious to dig into it. And they can certainly call Normie and talk to Doug about it. They can, get the referral. They can chat with me about it. I'll be happy to spend more time explaining it. But it's a great class. I'm looking forward to having the next crop of people come through it.
And I'll just tell you that I'm excited to say that we've updated our website at training.normie.org to incorporate information about this class, the NCMP. Now, one of the things that's kind of unique about what we're doing these days is that this is going to be a trademarked designation, which means it's based on Normie training, and the NCMP cannot be used by anybody unless they've been trained by us. And so I think that's an additional level of credibility that you're going to get in the marketplace if you're in the industry that you'll not get anywhere else. And I'm just grateful in a very big way to Michael and what he's been able to bring to the team. And I think he's filled a void, and I'm excited about where we're headed with this whole advanced training program. So thank you, Michael, and thank you for being here, especially for this interview today.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, both of you guys, and have a blessed afternoon, evening.
Michael Pinto, CEO of Wondermakers, and Douglas Hoffman, the Chief Executive Officer from Normie. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hi, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all here to an interview that we're going to be doing tonight. And my guest speaker is somebody that most of you all know. It's Mo Zuluaga. He's one of our senior trainers, good friend of mine, and we have him here in the room. I will let him do a little bit of an intro of his own background because it's too diverse for me to try to explain. So Mo, a little bit about yourself before we get started.
Well, first of all, thank you. Well, for those of you that don't know me, I've been in the restoration industry now for a good bit over 20 years. And before that, I was an engineer for General Electric, for that in the military. And keep going back, I guess, been all over the country and spent some time outside of the country as well, working in Central America, lived in the Caribbean. And as you can tell by my name, my parents are from South America, from Colombia. So I've had a chance to be kind of all over the place and work all over the place. And now I'm happy to be here in Florida and call myself a Florida boy. And I plan on staying here. And I don't think anybody can get me out. So, and happy to be here with Normie as well. So life has brought me here, and I'm in a happy place.
Well, since you're so happy, let's talk about some serious stuff. Because we get a lot of questions during and after our CMA CMR class, which is one of the ones that where you specialize in teaching, and actually you do it in English and in Spanish, depending on the class that we're running. But I know that we're always getting these questions about technology and what does somebody need to start and what kind of equipment should I buy, and is there differences in moisture meters and air pumps and on and on and on. I think the moisture meter side of it is something that we get the most questions about for people in both the remediation and the assessor side because of the type of work that they do. So I'm going to put you on the spot and see if you want to talk a little bit about moisture meters and some of the differences between them and what you do with them.
Sure. Actually, that's a great question, Lance. One of the interesting things about the class is we talk about in several sections of the class, we talk about one of the most important decisions that we need to make as remediators is we need to make a decision as to what equipment we're going to purchase, what we're going to use. And, you know, I always push hard on the concept that you need to make the decisions based on the application and exactly what the specifications of the equipment are, because for an equipment to, or technology to function properly, the most important thing is that the operator must know how it works. It must understand its capabilities and most importantly, its limitations. And a lot of the times we are, you know, we kind of just go right into using the equipment and because somebody shows us how to use it, and we might use a small bit of the capabilities, but one of the things that it rarely taught from person to person is really what the limitations are. So I tend to talk about quite a bit about that in class. When we get into the whole moisture mapping section of the class, and I do explain a little bit about how moisture meters work and how they don't work and the things that you need to know. And that's one of the questions that I get repeatedly thrown at me time after time after class, where somebody will call me, listen, I know that you spoke about this in class, and it is it's a little complicated for me to just grasp in the 5 minutes that you were able to talk about it. Could you give me a little bit more? As a matter of fact, I've pulled I do have a file here that I can pull up with some pictures of moisture meters, and I'm going to open up here while I talk to you over the next minute, which has some pictures that I've done just to have this sort of conversation with some of the students. So as I pull this up, one of the things I am going to say is that when we go through the process of selecting equipment, it is incredibly important to know what exactly is it that we're trying to accomplish. What is the end goal of what we're going to do with that equipment? So in moisture meters, that is, we're going to measure moisture somehow, or at least that's the concept. And one of the things that the first question we need to ask is, where are we going to measure it? You know, what kind of material are we going to measure? How accurate do we need to be? How thick is that material? Those are all things that we need to take into consideration because not all meters are made the same.
And with that, there was a discussion that I was involved with recently where somebody was talking about moisture meters and they all have different scales. And that was confusing to say, well, it's this percentage. Well, that's a different way of grading on this device compared to another device. So I don't know if you're, prepared to talk about that, but if you get a chance as you go through them, you might want to toss some of that in.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Will do. All right. So I have this little file open as a Word document that I have with the images. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and share it if that's okay.
Sure.
So I can show some of these pictures and try to get the concepts across a little bit better. So let me go ahead and do that. All right, toss this over to the center screen. All right, so can you see the moisture meters right now, Lance?
Absolutely, you're good.
All right, wonderful. So here's some. I'm going to start here with non-penetrating meters, which actually goes right into questions you just asked, Lance, which is scales. So not all non-penetrating meters are made the same. Not all meters are made the same. And when it comes to these sort of meters, the first thing you do need to understand is that scale. What are those scales telling you? So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on this particular meter right here. This is a Tramex ME5. I use this meter quite often during assessments. It is one of my favorite non-penetrating meters. I mean, I have numerous ones, as you'll see and understand why by the end of this. But one of the things that you can see right here on this meter is right up at the very top, you'll see it says wood percentage moisture content. And then at the bottom, it says comparative. And wood moisture content is a scale that's right up here at the top, and it goes from 5 all the way to 30, while the comparative goes all the way to 100. So let's talk just in this meter alone. There are two completely different scales. So the top scale where we have the wood, it'll actually tell you the percentage moisture content of the wood, And there are, if you look at the manual, depending on the wood, you'd actually have to use some variances if it's a hardwood versus a softwood, and they'll actually go by names. Like if it's a fir or it's an oak or something like that, there'll be some percentages that you would need to adjust that reading. But in general terms, this is a wood moisture content scale. Down here, it's a complete relative term. So what does that mean? What does relative mean? It means that for it to have any meaning whatsoever, it needs to be attached to some other value. And so what we learned in class is that before we can go take any readings where we believe the area to be wet, we need to go to a dry section of the home and take up a reading of the same material. So if it's wood, it's going to be of the same type of wood. If it's drywall, it'll be drywall, flooring, etc. So we can get what's called a baseline or a dry standard, and then that's what we're going to use to compare. That's the relative number we're going to use. So on those different scales that you were mentioning, for example, this meter right here, as you guys can see, goes up to 100. If I was using, for example, a Delmhorst Navigator, the new one, it has a scale up to 300. So as you can see, 300 is not a percentage. 300 is just a number, and that's because the sensitivity of that particular scale, you need a wider range to be able to get the numbers that you want. It's a different system that it uses. And so the most important thing is that you understand as a user which is the best, which is the form that the way that your meter works, right? What are the scales in your meter? What do they mean, and what do they represent, and how do you properly read them? How do you work with your meter during different materials? As you can see in this particular meter, you have different materials, wood and timber. Do you have one that's a shallow depth? And that's because sometimes you have layered materials and you want to just grab the top layer, or you want to stay away from a metallic background, because that's one of the things we'll be talking about, some of the limitations of these meters. And a metallic background might cause a limitation. Drywall, plaster, masonry. So this particular meter definitely has different scales. The important thing to understand is, except for the wood meter, those are all relative scales. Okay, those are all something you have to compare to. As you can see, this meter will tell you over here just how deep it goes, and you'll see in the wood that it does show percentage moisture content. And that's what I would say. This is a great example of saying we need to grab the most simple tools that we have, which are wonderful technology, because a lot of the times we don't see these simple tools as technology because they've been around for a while, and we need to understand those.
You know, one of the things that you just mentioned real quick was the manual. And so many people that I talk to don't even know there is a manual. Sometimes you have to go online to get it or download it. And that's one of the most important things you could have for these types of tools. You really need to understand it. I've gotten calls from numerous people that were either en route to a job or on a job site that have called me and said, how do I do this? How do I use this machine to do this? You got to know this stuff before you go out. I mean, use it in your own home, learn it, use the manual.
Absolutely. Habits that we now have in the industry or the people that have gotten used to understanding these concepts is the having these manuals right on your phone, right? So we have them on cloud storage. So anytime, and I actually reference manuals all the time when I'm in the field, and there's a particular function of the meter that I might not have used in a long time, and I might know, but I might want to refresh her just to make sure that I don't miss anything, because as you'll see, there are definitely different types of meters, but having those manuals available to you at a moment's notice is incredibly important, and it's a good practice that everybody should actually take on in their business and their daily use. So I want to show you. So this is meter number one. Let me show you something else. So here's some of the things that I discuss with students when they call me with these questions. And one is that comparative range, as you mentioned. And that comparative range can change from meter to meters. So we need to understand it. Understanding how far those ranges go, right? So as you can see, the wood moisture content go up to 40%, and this particular meter up here went up to 30. You need to understand those because questions can come up. If you think about it, if somebody's analyzing a project that you're doing, and they're used to seeing one particular type of meter where their scale is considerably higher. So for example, on a non-penetrating meter, you can have wet be pretty high, pretty 68, 98. Other meters might be lower. So if they're used to seeing their meter and they think that your number is too low and that does not mean that it's wet, then you need to be able to explain that and say, well, my meter works in this form, and here's the scale that it works, and here's what the numbers mean. And if you don't do that, if you don't understand that, it might be a difficult conversation to have with somebody else that also doesn't understand your meter because they've never used it before. As you can see, the same company can have another completely different meter. This is also by Tramix. This one is really designed for concrete. And this one will have concrete moisture content, okay, and also for drywall. So this is a very specific meter, and these meters are excellent meters to use for very specific times and different projects. So if you really want to know what's going on with certain type of materials, you might need a very specific meter to do that. Just so, like I said, having a set of meters to be able to tackle different problems that come on is very important. Just like you can see for concrete as well, I might actually want to know the actual concrete slab, how much the relative humidity is in it, how much moisture content is in it. I might need to tap into it and use a different type of meter with a different type of plug that allows me to be able to determine this. Because, for example, once we remove floors in some of these projects, before we can reinstall the floors, we need to make sure that we've actually correctly dried that concrete slab, because if we don't, then we're going to have issues with the new flooring when it's installed. So once again, understanding our meters, our limitations, our capabilities is important. And I think limitations is one of those things that we definitely need to focus with each one of our meters.
Hey Mo, you mentioned a bunch of different types of meters, and I know over the years I've used combo meters. What I mean by that is a meter that will also do relative humidity, temperature, moisture on surface as a pinned or pinless. How do you feel about those? I've gotten mixed, opinions from people over the years.
Well, I have a picture of one of those here. I'll jump a couple of pictures just to show you. Whoop, here we go. So this one is by Protimeter. Everybody pronounces that a little bit different. That's how I pronounce it. So if I pronounce it differently, forgive me. So Protimeter is a multi-use meter. So it does have a thermal hygrometer. It has a pin moisture meter. It has a non-penetrating moisture meter included as well. And it's a really good meter. It really is. There are some drawbacks. There are some drawbacks to having a multi-use meter. One of them is obviously your meter is done and you've now lost all your meters. That's one. In the past, some of these meters that had all the functions did not have, each function wasn't top notch. You'd have two of the functions that were top notch and the third one was okay. And I'm a big believer in having really good meters for certain type of projects for each one of those functions, whether it be a hygrometer. So you need to understand what application you're doing. But obviously times change, technology improves. Some of these meters are really good. This particular meter is really good. The kit comes with all kinds of accessories to measure different things, to be able to tap into wood, to be able to go past these little pins over here to go past the drywall and be able to measure and see if insulation is wet. You have multiple meters that do this, like that Delmhorst Navigator that I mentioned also is a good combo meter. My biggest drawback with combo meters personally is that, a lot of the times they have a lot more functions that I need on my projects. Number one, and number two is if I lose that meter, I've now lost all my meters, and it's not something that I really want to face on a project.
Well, that was one of the things that I had seen over the years that you had just mentioned about the sensitivity of the meters, that you give up some sensitivity when you have all these different devices combined together. It's really good with one or two things, but a few of the other ones aren't as good. And of course, the other thing is if something happens, you drop the meter, you break it, you've lost everything, Absolutely.
And the other one is they are pricey. They are pricey to have a combo meter. They're less pricey than buying really good meters of each one, mind you, but nonetheless, as to have one meter that can go bad or get dropped or now you're talking anywhere between $1,200 to $1,500 for top end meters, in the hands of a technician, can be a problem. It's if it's your personal hands and you're very good with your equipment, you take care of it like I do. They'll probably last you for a lifetime. But we know that as it goes from hand to hand, that level of care might change. So that also comes into play. How rugged are your meters? And that's one of the things that I look for. I like rugged equipment. I like equipment that I can take on a construction job, and it's going to make it to the end of the day. So that's important to me. Absolutely.
One of the questions that comes up a lot is, what should I buy, a pinned or a pinless? And I always talk to them about, well, the pinless doesn't do any damage. You got to go to a different level of dealing with the consumer that you're working with about having pinholes all over the place. And depending on what you're doing, if you're testing carpeting, you're not going to see, like you're testing sheetrock, all these little pinholes all over the place. So you got to be prepared to build back. But you have a favorite either way, pinned or pinless?
Well, my particular answer to that is always I have both. And because it also depends on application, right? You do a lot of assessments. You've done a lot of assessments in your time, and during an assessment, in an assessment, a lot of the times you're not really looking to poke holes into a drywall, because like you're saying, you're creating damage to the drywall. On another type of project, for example, a drying project, that becomes a little bit less important. You're in an emergency situation and you need documentation that's going to be easy to explain down the road, either to maybe it's an insurance claim to an adjuster, maybe you go to court, something like that. And in that case, a pin moisture meter is definitely going to be a lot easier to explain, because it's showing you some moisture content versus a relative reading. And relative readings can be one of those things that's difficult to explain or people to grasp in a short amount of time. On the other hand, both are great. So one of the things that I tend to do is I start with non-penetrating, and then I'll document the edges, the far corners. So once I get to the far corners, I'll document them with a pin moisture meter. I've gotten really good at taking those pin moisture meters in areas where you're not going to be able to see those little holes. There's ways to do that. And then I'll take one in the center, so I have some serious documentation with my pin moisture meter, and then I have a little bit more documentation with my non-penetrating. But both are incredibly important. Some of the stuff that you are going to be measuring, you're not going to be able to poke holes in either. Stuff like tile, really nice wood. You're not going to start poking holes all over the place for really nice wood. So they both have a place in it, and sometimes I use them both because, as I mentioned in class, I never trust any piece of equipment or any measurement by itself. I want to be able to compare it to other things and be able to say that makes sense. What I'm seeing makes sense, because, like I said, they both have limitations. And one of the limitations of the non-penetrating meter is that it's not really measuring moisture. It's using RF signals. Most of these are using RF signals, and depending on what's behind that drywall or in front of the drywall, you can have readings that are incorrect. For example, if you have a pipe, if you have wood, if you have actually some wallpapers actually have metal in them, and you'll detect it higher. Pin moisture meters give you a little bit more of I guess an accurate reading in those type of situations, but they can also have issues where they don't go as deep, because the pins on those moisture meters tend to be really, really short. As a matter of fact, one of the tips that we talk about in class is if you have like a thick piece of wood, like a 4x4, the proper way to measure that is to drill 2 stainless steel screws right into the middle of the wood, 2 inches, and then you measure with your moisture meter to those screws. So now you have an accurate measurement into that wood, because the pins are too small. So like I said, all this equipment has limitations and it has capabilities, and we just need to understand each one in each application that we use.
It's funny, one of the classes I was watching as we were doing in our water class, they talked about drilling screws into a wood floor from underneath and taking samples like that with the big caution, don't drill through the floor.
Yes.
Come up on the other side. A
Absolutely.
little too far there.
Yeah, and by the way, we've all done that where we got a little too far. So it's just be very, very careful.
So I would say, from what you've described here and the types of technology that's used, I guess the next level to go to would be moisture mapping. you know, and how that's done and how this equipment plays into moisture mapping an area, you know, and different ways of doing it.
Right, and there are different ways of doing it, and that's where, you know, once again, selection of equipment depends on what you're doing. You know, depends on the level of equipment that you need. One of the meters that we see here is a very economical meter. You know, this is one of the things that we'll find at Home Depot for $30, $40, $60. You know, and we're putting it next to another meter that's $500, $600. For certain things like moisture mapping, they could be excellent tools. That, you know, your meter does not have to cost, you know, $1,200 for it to be functional for your operation. One thing is very different when you're doing an assessment and when you're actually doing a drying job. They both require a moisture map, but the level of accuracy in that reading is not the same for each project. It's not the same. During an assessment, we're really looking that it's hitting that threshold, that it is wet. In drawing, we're going to want to measure every day the actual progress, and we want to be very exact with those numbers. And we want to have equipment that can read really fast readings in between each reading, so it can adjust quickly to its environment. So that's one of the things that is probably different from economic meters to others. Expensive meters tend to have electronics in there that react a lot quicker. So in moisture mapping, let me I guess I could use the same page here to talk a little bit about moisture map. I'll scroll down to the bottom, and then I'll get back to some of these little other tools that we get a chance to that we use in moisture mapping. So I'm going to explain the way that I like to do moisture mapping. This is the most common way that I'll do moisture mapping. And what I'll do is I'll use a little bit of drawing. So forgive me, I'm not an artist, and I'll just try to explain to you graphically exactly the way that I would do it. So if I had, for example, this. So if I had a wall that kind of looked like this, and we'll call this wall right here wall A, wall B, and wall C, and I would actually label them. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll do this really quick so it won't take too much time. I'll do a top bottom view, so you can actually see it from the top, and you can see the three walls. And then for each one of these walls, what I'll end up doing is I'll draw a separate wall. So this would be wall A. Wall B. Move the filter base. Okay. Let's make it look like this.
For those of you watching, I think he is having fun doing this.
I am having fun doing this. I love doing this kind of stuff. So this would be the areas that, for example, we would, in wall A, I'm a wall B, and if this continued all the way to wall C, I would do it, but I'm just doing it so we don't spend too much time drawing here. And the other thing that I would do to make it a little bit easier for everybody that comes down the road is I would do something like this. I would actually have a piece of blue tape across that wall. And about every 16 inches, I would put a vertical line. And so that would be the first section would be A1, A2, A3 across that blue tape on that wall. So, and I hope I'm explaining myself correctly. If for some reason I lose you, please let me know. And below each one of those sections, every 16 to 20 inches, I would take a moisture measurement as to exactly moisture content on that wall, or the reading, depending what type of meter I'm using, and the height that it went to, and I would document it around that blue tape. So on A1, I would put day 1, it would be the moisture content and the actual reading, and I would do the same thing on day 2. And what this does, it actually shows the sketch of the property. So if I had a whole property that was wet, I would probably, it wouldn't be these 3 lines, it would be the actual sketch of the whole property. And for each wall would have a front facing picture, which shows me exactly how it was wet as I found it and as I measured it. And you could write right here and take pictures as well. And on my sketchbook, I would actually write on the picture what the moisture content was at that time. So that's one of the ways that I would do a moisture mapping. You can simplify this. You don't have to go as in depth as I go sometimes. And sometimes I keep it very simple. One of the things that you can do is, depending on your application, as an assessor, you can actually use the blue tape to go ahead and outline your moisture map area. And I do this quite a bit, for example, on ceilings. When I have a patch of a ceiling that is wet, I will go ahead and outline it, and I will lay in, and sometimes I'll mark it right on the blue tape exactly what I saw. And what that does is, for anybody that comes after me, whether it's a remediator, it's an adjuster, it's anybody, they can really quickly see the areas that I found to be wet. So I'll actually moisture map it with my tape, document it with pictures. If I'm able to, I'll do what you see here, which is a graph or a sketch of exactly the area from 2 different angles. And the whole concept, everything that I do regarding this, and the reason I take a little bit extra time is, I always ask myself is, if I was in court in front of a judge and the judge had nothing to do with the restoration industry, how can I easily explain to him or show him exactly what was going on here? And that's always the basis that I take on my approach of either writing a report or doing a sketch or trying to explain something, because the reality is that we're not always going to be talking to people who completely understand restoration, who completely understand mold assessment, indoor air quality, any of these issues. And so it all ties together, from understanding how your equipment works, selecting that equipment, using it properly, being able to explain it, and then documenting the results into something like a moisture map. It all comes from basic thing is, we need to understand why we do the things that we do and how our equipment works. Very simple things.
Looking at what you're doing here, I mean, to me, it makes a lot of sense, and hopefully everybody that's watching understands this too, but it also looks like a very labor-intensive process. I know there's other devices out there. I mean, I've used thermal imaging and stuff like that work hand in hand with moisture meters. So how would you draw the differences or comparisons to using that additional device in conjunction to a moisture meter?
Okay, that's a great question. Well, one of those devices, I actually have a picture of it right here, which is this hydro sensor. And this is what this is. It's not a moisture meter, it's a moisture sensor. So right over here in the tip, you'll actually get two little spikes. And once you put it into a something that is wet, it's going to beep. So it's going to let you know, hey, this is wet. Obviously, once I find something wet, I'm going to confirm it with a moisture meter. But this is a really easy way to be able to do a moisture map, for example, on a large area that has carpet and all the carpet is wet. So you don't have to bend over. This is the original intention of this product, was to be able to do that, to be able to walk around and be able to then do your moisture map on carpet. But it has great other options. For example, when we find cabinets, and the toe kick is removed on that cabinet, how do we reach all the way in the back behind that cabinet to see if that drywall or whatever material is back there is dry? And my hand, I can tell you right for now, my hand won't fit. So this tool allows me to just go right under there, reach all the way to the back, and do moisture testing across the back wall and see if any of those areas appear to be wet. Also, they're great for HVAC closets and little spaces in between the air handler and the drywall. Normally, you have 3 to 4 inches, and once again, I can't reach, but many times I find the moisture with this tool allows me to reach high places as well, ceilings and anything like that, without really having to get up on a ladder. Or if it's a high ceiling, I don't have to get up on a really high ladder because I have a little bit of more reach due to this tool. So it's a wonderful tool that I think everybody should use. Saves my my back and it saves me a lot of time. I use it quite often. The other one that you mentioned is thermal imaging. So thermal imaging is a wonderful tool, probably one of the best tools that we have for efficiency in our industry and for breaking the ice with the customer. But once again, for you to be able to use it properly, you need to really understand how it works. So one of the first things I always say is get certified, understand what it does and what it doesn't do, and always question what it's showing you. So a thermal imaging camera, we all know, can give us false positives, and any dark area is going to be dark because it's cold, not necessarily because it's wet. It's definitely going to be colder than its surrounding areas, okay, but it does not mean that it's wet. But you can also get false negatives, and that's one of my biggest concerns all the time with infrared imaging. You can get false negatives because for you to be able to see anything on that camera, there needs to be temperature differentials within the material that you're observing through the lens, and that's not always the case. For that material to be able to show a differential, wherever it's wet, that liquid needs to be evaporating. That's actually how thermal cameras capture that something is colder because it's wet, is because when you have a surface and that surface is wet, I'm going to pretend I have a wall here. As those water molecules evaporate, they're taking energy with them into the air. That means they're leaving the surface of the material cooler because energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transferred. And that water molecule, as it leaves the surface and it goes floating into the air, means that all that energy is up here. You have less energy here. And less energy means less heat, less temperature. So that's what the infrared camera is capturing. But if that's not happening because environmental conditions, because you have some sort of material or paint that does not allow that wall to evaporate, it's not going to show you anything. And that whole entire wall might be soaked. It's happened to everybody. It's happened to me, where I've said, well, this is dry. And I said, well, let me go check, with my other meters anyway. And sure enough, and then you learn, I always have to check with moisture meters. I cannot trust the infrared camera by itself. I rarely trust any single piece of equipment by itself. I always want it back up to give me a confirmation saying, hey, yeah, what you're seeing is truly what you think it is.
Well, part of every certification course I've ever taken or seen for thermal imaging always goes back to document it with another device, usually a moisture meter. And that's your confirmation. You're not seeing moisture, you're seeing an anomaly or an exception to what's normal. And the other electronic device is what confirms what you're seeing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, having said that, if the area that you're scanning with your thermal imaging camera does show up on your thermal imaging camera, it is a great way to moisture map, right? Because now you can see the entire wall. You can document it with pictures. It's showing you the area that's wet. You can do you can do follow-up moisture meter readings that you can document, which I also, by the way, not only do I document it with my regular camera, I document it with my infrared camera, because I like to show that meter was exactly where the dark area was. So there's no question or doubt as to exactly where we took that measurement. And so it is a wonderful, wonderful tool. I don't leave home without it. Absolutely.
Some of the newer equipment now, thermal imaging, even the lesser expensive ones, do image over image photography, which is they're showing you an infrared image with the regular digital image over on top of it. So you get to see the outline or the structure of what you're looking at, plus the thermal patterns on the wall. So it really creates a very good description for anybody looking at as to what's going on in that environment, after you've obviously also documented it with moisture meter.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, nowadays, to me, it's the only way to go. Dual camera, so you're taking a regular picture and an infrared picture right next to it. So when your report comes out, that's exactly what you see. You see the regular picture, and right next to you see the infrared. It makes it a lot easier, once again, to explain to somebody that doesn't know anything about infrared cameras. So I'd rather spend a little bit extra on better resolution and be able to have that dual camera. And nowadays, like you said, even some of the economic cameras are coming up with or do have that function, and it's a function that to me it's absolute must.
So we've gone from the basic moisture meter to the advanced moisture meter to the hydro sensor to the thermal imaging cameras. For somebody new starting out in the business, you know, a piece of equipment to start with. You don't go out and spend $50,000 on a thermal imaging camera.
Right.
Where do you start? Especially when you want to start dealing with moisture in your assessment or your remediation projects.
That's a wonderful question. On an assessment project, you have so much more flexibility per se on equipment, because you're looking for different things that necessarily you would be on a drying project. You're still looking and want to make sure that stuff is wet or dry. You want to do a comparison. So you do have a wide range when it comes to non-penetrating and penetrating. So you can start with a less economical meter. The key, once again, is find out how it functions and read the reviews and watch the videos online for that manufacturer. And you should do that for a number of meters within your price range to find the one that is highly recommended and that actually does the job that you're looking to do. Some other ones, it's a different story. For example, if you see on your screen right now, this is a hygrometer. So you have non-penetrating meters, you have penetrating meters, you have moisture sensors. Now another way to measure moisture is moisture in the air, which is where we'd use a hygrometer. And on hygrometers, once again, an assessment, it could be, a little bit more flexible, because what you're looking for is a couple of readings during your assessment project, and a lot of hygrometers out there will do that. If you're in a drying project, for example, there's very few hygrometers that can stack up to the requirements of a drying project. This is, for example, one that would. This is a one that I like quite a bit. It says Phoenix, but I believe now the manufacturer is Vaisala. And what the differences are, for example, this hygrometer I can put in front of a dehumidifier, which has extreme temperature and moisture readings and low moisture readings, and pull it away and get very accurate readings right away in another location. Other hygrometers, less expensive hygrometers, you're going to have to wait a number of minutes to be able to get an accurate reading per location. So hygrometers tend to be one of those things that the better you get, the better it's going to be for you for efficiency, because you don't have to wait all that time for the sensor to be able to adjust. Better sensors also tend to last longer before they become uncalibrated. So those are things. The newer hygrometers that are high end, you can also change the sensors. You can buy just a new sensor and put it in. So depending on the piece of equipment that we're talking about is dependent more on my guidance. So as to penetrating and non-penetrating meters for assessment and an infrared camera, I might say, listen, here's some baseline products that I think were great. I highly recommend. For example, FLIR makes I think it's the MR40, which is a penetrating moisture meter. It's a pen. It looks like a pen. It has a little flashlight on the other side. And I think it's $60, $70, $80. It's really inexpensive. And I think it's a wonderful moisture meter for assessments. Wonderful moisture meter, especially because it is so light that I can stick it pretty much anywhere, on a wall, on a ceiling, and it will stick and keep my reading, which means that I can document the picture with pictures a lot easier. I don't have to have my hand up, especially if I'm on a ladder or anything like that. It becomes dangerous. I don't have to hold it sticking to the wall and taking the picture. I can just stick it to the ceiling or to the wall, take a step back, take a picture up close, take a picture from far away, and it does a wonderful job. With a hygrometer, I would say definitely do your homework, get a little higher end, make your life a lot easier. And on a thermal imaging camera, one of the economic ones now is the C4 or C5 from FLIR. Those do a wonderful job. They do have their limitations. One of the things that I don't like about it is that the battery is not external; it's an internal battery. So once that battery starts degrading, basically your infrared camera starts degrading, because keeping it charged does become a headache. You have to have it connected all the time, but that happens over time. That doesn't happen immediately. The higher end cameras, like for example, the E series, the E6, E8, I really like those cameras. They have, batteries you can swap in and out, so it's a lot easier to always have a piece of equipment that's functioning. You can have multiple batteries. They do have the drawback of a higher cost. You're probably looking $2,000-$3,000 for those cameras versus $500-$600 for a C5 at this time.
Very cool. Well, we have a few minutes left. I don't even know where to start to say, would you want to sum up what we've talked about other than come take the CMA CMR class, or one of the advanced classes. But, how would you sum up tonight, at least for the folks watching?
Actually, I have a pretty easy way to sum this up, okay, which is what we talk exactly in our classes, is when you make a decision to move forward into an application, to say assessment or drying, if that's what you do, know what your application is, know what you need, and then go study the equipment that's out there and choose your equipment based on that need, not on pricing. Okay, not on Bobby told me this is a really good piece of equipment. They have it on sale at John Don or Amsco or wherever it is. Just do your homework. Do your homework. Read the manuals. Understand what it is that you're doing. Understand how your equipment works, and most importantly, understand why you're doing it. What's the purpose of you using each piece of equipment, so then you can properly document that purpose and properly express that purpose through your documentation to somebody that has absolutely no clue what it is that our industry is about. That is if you take the whole entire idea, that is the basic idea of what we do. Take really complicated things and make it less complicated, make them simple, so somebody that doesn't know what we're talking about can learn it in a quick and efficient manner. And the way to do that is you need to understand every step of the way, and most importantly, understand how to properly use your equipment.
Well, thank you, Mo. Actually, I'll ask you to stop sharing your screen for a moment so people can see who you really are.
Absolutely. Go ahead and do that.
All right, there he is. Well, I want to thank you for your time. I think we're going to have to do this again and maybe pick another type of equipment, maybe air pumps or Matterport or some other equipment that I know that you use and you're familiar with, and do some more segments on this.
Absolutely. Sounds good.
So thank you for your time, and we look forward to possibly another segment in the near future.
Hey, thank you for having me. Have a wonderful night.
You too. I want to have a quick conversation with one of the people that went through several of our classes and become a friend of mine, Skip Jankowski, if I pronounce that correctly. If not, please correct me, because
we're good, Lance. We're
talked
good
about this in the past. So, Skip, if you would, just tell everybody quickly who you are and about your company.
Sure, Lance. Skip Jankowski, owner of Pure Maintenance, Santa Barbara, out here in California, and started this, we're probably coming up on 5 years, but I had 24 years of background in healthcare, predominantly therapeutics, medical diagnostics, medical implantables. And I wanted to get into this business because I looked at the industry and said, it needs to be enhanced. They're not looking at this from a organic microbial standpoint. And that's where I felt a lot of the capabilities could be enhanced, and we've been successfully performing these types of disinfecting protocols, decontamination, and also remediation for water damaged buildings. We actually do remove damaged components where appropriate.
Well, recently, and one of the places where I had been in a class with you was you had taken the NCRSI class, the Normie Certified class for remediators for sensitized individuals.
Yeah.
And, I saw your reaction to taking that class, and I know your background, we've spoken about it during the class and everything. You've had an established business model. Have you seen changes to your business model because of this class?
Yes. First of all, let me say something about Normie. There are a lot of certifying entities, agencies, bodies out there, but I from my lifetime of work, I couldn't be any prouder of working under and being certified by Normie.
Well, we appreciate that.
Yeah, it is elevating, influencing, top-notch, comprehensive. The body of its membership is extraordinarily knowledgeable. There's a thirst for constant learning, and there's a dedication to the principles and standards of care, to do things to the extent that you can, to the highest degree. And it's just a very proud aspect of my life. So answering your question directly, it supported a lot of what I felt was important years ago when I started this business, and then has added to it. And what I took from that class is being implemented today, because, look, you can't know everything, and every day knowledge comes our way, and we are incorporating some of the many aspects of what was presented in the normie remediation class for the sensitized individual.
Well, let's talk about your business. As a whole, you've been doing this for many, many years. Have you dealt with sensitized individuals in the past?
Good question. Yes. In fact, that's where the rubber met the road for us, because of how we set this up, because of how we presented ourselves, our storefront, so to speak, on our website, the types of information we put on there, a lot of research data, right? Science was really stoked to be in Florida and listen to Michael Pinto, a gentleman who is a noted authority on this, and his life's passion and work, talking about constantly the science. The science has evolved so much that the data today is irrefutable. And that was really, really confirmatory. And then, of course, learning more in that class will add to our resource page. But yes, the sensitized individual, very early on, we started coming in contact with folks that had traditional remediation and they were still sick. And we were able to, we received unsolicited testimonials from them, emails, text messages. I can't believe this. My whole family feels so much better. And it wasn't just that we were doing something different. We were doing something that was that really Normie only talks about. And so, and that was long before I learned of Normie. And then once I found out about Normie, I went, yes, this is an entity that gets this. And I can't state enough that what we talk about, and I say we because I am Normie, right? And so what we talk about is something that no one else talks about. And through my research here, the other well-known name brand franchise types or independents, they don't talk about the biocontamination, the toxicity of the fungal amplification or mold spore and its byproducts, whether it be allergen or toxicants, that get into the environment. And Normie talks about this. This is a advanced, leading edge, influencing body, because we now know that the data is irrefutable.
When we do our CMA CMR class, which is usually the beginner class for people getting into this industry, we hear from people that have even been in the business 10, 15 plus years, that they've learned how much they need to learn.
Yeah.
You went through the NCRIS class. You've obviously been dealing with, sensitized individuals for years. Did you pick up anything that you really didn't know about, or something new or different view of it from the class?
Oh, absolutely. It was one of these, how could I have missed that, right? Smack on the head, wake up, Skip. Gosh, you got to look at this. The big picture, right? That stood out to me, and that was at the forefront. We're going to be talking about a lot of things for the sensitized individual, but let's not overlook the occupants or building owners or homeowners, social, emotional, financial, legal. I mean, you can go through all of the various dynamics. And I was stunned that this was an aspect that we were starting this class over, right? And basing it on everything that we were going to learn about had everything to do with the totality. Let's look at this from 30,000 feet. And these are families that have gone through a lot, right? The financial, insurance denying this, the healthcare not paying for it. And so for us to have clarity on that person's personal situation, which is different for every client, and look at all the totality of everything they've had to deal with. Look, when you're dealing with the sensitized individual, they are in many cases, as has been the case with the folks that we've worked on with out here, they're kind of at the end of their rope. It's not just necessarily them. It affects multiple people. If it's a family, I can cite several examples where it was a mom and a child, or a dad and two kids. The degree to which they are depressed and their lives are so negatively impacted by this is extraordinary. It's not psychosomatic. It's very, very real. To be able to have empathy, in other words, the Normie member already has a very good bedside manner, right? It's not cut and dry, but to have empathy and sympathy for what they're going through acknowledges that we understand that journey that they are on. And the other thing is the team approach, right? We're dealing with the doctor, we're dealing with their insurance agent, we're dealing with them, we're dealing with the nurse practitioner, we're dealing with the labs. It's a team approach. It's not just one, I'm not going to solve that problem by myself. I'm in the rowboat pulling on my end of the oar, as is everybody else. And the objective is to get across that body of water in a straight line and conclusively and safely and deliver somebody to the other shore.
Because of your background, questions are going through my mind that I want to ask you. More specific to the class, as far as, well, let me ask this in a two-part question. One, I know we present a lot of resources during the class and things to help, the students go forward and develop, their business model with, what we're showing them. So one, were there resources that you saw that you weren't even aware of that, we put out there, made available through Normie? And two, who should really take this class? I mean, we have people that just want to be a remediator or an assessor or a water giant company, but who really should take this class?
All right, first aspect of that question, resources that were made available. The amount of data that was provided in the classroom was one thing, but then the ancillary supporting documentation in that large file that was provided to give us as much information as we could, whereby there's so much of it that you're not going to cover in a 3-day class. And our personal commitment to our profession is to go through all of that data. Again, Michael Pinto, a published author of hundreds of articles, and I've started the process of reading that. I'm constantly looking to gain as much knowledge as I can and, absorb it. Tremendous amounts of data, tremendous amount of studies, tremendous amount of case examples, right? And through that entire amount of data, you learn, you pick up things. There's things that that old colloquialism, you got to overturn every stone, right? And there's ample justification for, if we think we're doing it right, we're nowhere near where we need to be, right? And so lots of data. Now, who should take the class? My personal opinion is, because we're dealing with living organisms that are capable of respiration, and it's not just mold. It's the mold, it's the mycotoxins, it's the endotoxins, it's the interaction between the microbial environment in totality. That's bacteria, that's mold, right? It's water damage, it's moisture. Well, if you're in this business, I don't care who you are, if you're a water damage restoration company, if you're a traditional remediator, if you are an industrial hygienist, you need to take this class. If you're affiliated or associated in any way, shape, or form within this vertical marketplace, this is a class you should take. That's my.
With that being said, is there any other place out there that you've really found this kind of support? You know, that we're actually offering and presenting in the class? I mean, it sounds like you've been doing and looking for this for a long time.
Long time, long time. No, Normie is, look, I, in our own sidebar conversations, I have stated quite emphatically that I think Normie should own the penthouse suite within the IAQ category, because this is indoor air quality. There is no other certifying entity that talks about these. The sum of the parts is really what I'm getting at. There's a days to discuss mycotoxins. There's days to talk about endotoxins. There's days to talk about actinos. There's days to talk about all of this stuff. Normie's the only one who talks about it. Everything else, it's about how much water is it? Where's the fungal amplification on that wall? Let's get that barrier up, and the whole world within this indoor environment will be solved inside that plastic. And that's in my humble opinion, although very relevant, very important, at the same time, very antiquated, because the totality of the environment is adversely affected because we're dealing with things that are living organisms, right? And if you leave it, they're still viable. And there's no perfect environment, but you have to look at everything. In other words, I'll go back. Let me conclude this aspect of it with the following. When you go to the doctor and you say, well, my knee hurts, right? Okay. There's water damage in a kitchen, right? There's the bad knee. It's sore. It needs to be healed. Why do they put a blood pressure monitor on you? Right? Why are they talking about other things when you go to that doctor? Because they're looking at the bigger picture. They don't want to miss something when they have an opportunity to see and be with you at that moment in time. And it's the same thing here. We have an opportunity when we go into an environment, we know where the bad knee is, but we also don't want to miss something. And Normie is, look, I've gone through IICRC. I'm not bashing them. I'm not adversely, trying to disparage any other certification entity, but the comprehensive nature upon which Normie approaches these challenges is unrivaled.
Well, let me throw one final question out there for you. I've done a lot of interviews with people. I've talked with a lot of students in these classes, and one term keeps popping up about Normie, and it's referred to as being on the leading edge for specifically sensitized individuals.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Normie is and that's about, let's talk, your dedication to this, right? This is your life's mission. This isn't a job. Doug Hoffman, this isn't a job for Doug. This is, we know stuff, and we got to get the world out there to understand this. It's an avocation. And so Normie, National Organization of Remediators or Microbial Inspectors, it says it all right there, just in its designations, right? And you talk about influencing and industry influencing. The biggest challenge we're going to have are the people who don't want to readily acknowledge what we know. When people learn things, I generally feel people want to do the right thing, right? And the people who don't acknowledge what we talk about, it's either they don't have the time or the interest to learn about it, or they want to avoid a risk. But we know what we're talking about. And from an industry innovator, an industry influencer, and I guess the word that pops into my head, subject matter authority of all of the certifying entities, agencies, bodies. Normie, in my humble opinion, for what it's worth, is the subject matter authority on this.
Well, we appreciate that, Skip. And I know we talked earlier and you had a really busy day coming up. You're 3 hours behind me. So why don't we cut this short and try to schedule something for the future? And we can do a more in-depth discussion on this.
Yeah, love to. Anything I can do to offer, what little I know, and as I gain more knowledge, maybe I'll have something that will also contribute to a future conversation. But just, I'm pulling on my end of the oar until I'm no longer capable of pulling on my end of the oar. That's what this is all about.
We appreciate you spending the time, Skip. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Lance. Thank you. I'm humbled to have been asked to have a little chat with you this morning.
Take care.
Okay.
Everybody, we are back again in Chattanooga at the Experience Freight Show, and I have one of our Normie members with us, Barry Menken, and he's been around for quite some time, and he's always interesting to talk to, and he has some definite insights into this industry. So, Barry, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here. We try to get to these, a couple of times a year, and obviously other organizations as well, and just to stay connected to the industry so we can be on top of our game.
Well, one of the things, and I do appreciate that, I want to mention is that you guys were late this morning and missed my presentation. and I was told to point that out.
Yes. Well, my hope was that I would be able to get a copy of it later so that I could digest it properly and really get a deeper hold of it.
This is a snooze you lose event, so sorry about that. So what brings you here? This is a ride for you guys, isn't it?
A little bit of a ride, not too bad. We're actually out of Nashville, Tennessee. So, about 2.5 hours for us to come down. And basically, this event, I think, is really beneficial just because there's so many different players here that crosses different industries, but we're all trying to get things clean at the end of the day. So that whole joke in the industry is, what is clean? Well, there's several different people here trying to clean from different angles, from different, sects of that business or different industries. Yeah. And so to be connected to them, I think, and to understand their approaches and the products and processes. And it's really, I think, helpful for everybody to be able to play together, if you will.
And it's funny because you mentioned about getting things clean, and we've started using different terminology that you can't really get something clean because what is clean? But we can make it cleaner. We can show where you started. We can show at the end how much better it is, cleaner, healthier, safer. And that seems to be a theme traveling through this whole thing.
Absolutely. Yeah. And, today we can see things that we couldn't see before. We can see past 0.1 microns, right? So we have different things that we can say, you know what, we can do better. And, so much of the industry standards, I think, address the minimums. And, nobody should be bragging about getting a D-, like if you're just doing what code says. If you're in the building industry, it's like, well, it passes code. Well, that doesn't make a healthy house, and in our industry, it's like, let's not do the minimum. Let's find out how good we can be. And the technology now can help us do that.
Yeah, it's funny. We use more or less a joke when we talk about things with people doing testing and stuff. And to your point, a doctor that graduates med school last in his class, lowest possible score, he's still called doctor.
Right.
But being proud of that, yes, you're a doctor. Congratulations. I'm glad you did it. But then again, look at the people that really scored way up top. They're really engaged in the industry. They're there for the right reasons.
Yeah.
And that's what this kind of show is about.
Yeah, I would say when I come to these shows, the people that come here, especially not necessarily even the vendors, but the people that are coming, they're hungry. And if you care, you're going to show up. And those are the people that want to be excellent at what they do and learn from you guys, right? Yeah. So prime example. And to me, I've grown exponentially through Normie, and just being connected to all the different organizations the best way that I can, and help take the right things out of each one and try to find out what works for my business model. And it's been very helpful. So very thankful.
I'll give you a moment for a shameless plug. Who's the company?
So my company's name is Four Corners Environmental, the number 4. And I've got 3 companies. So basically, I have a home inspection business still. So what we try to do is our take on how we deal with the environmental side of the business. we come from a water end from the outside in. So I'm looking at the building science, not just from the inside out kind of thing. I want to look at the grading. I'm going to look at the gutters. I'm going to look at foundational issues. Then we get into HVAC issues. We dive into all of that, and we see holistically, how's this house operating? What's the moisture? How's that reacting? And how are all these systems working together? And then we're just measuring food and water at the end of the day. You know, mold needs the same things that we do to grow. We're made out of the same stuff, you know, so we're just trying to help people manage the food and the water well, especially in a humid climate like we have, where we have high relative humidity all the time.
So listening to you, how do I get you to raise your level of dedication to this industry? Because it sounds like you're in hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, I mean, I was a contractor for a long time. I've worked for different companies as I was younger, and I've worked with my hands my whole life, you know. So once I got into the inspection side after I sold that company, everything just kind of hurt. So I mean, I couldn't physically do it anymore. So, but I had all the knowledge base, and then I wanted to fill in the holes that I didn't know. And I've just been so hungry ever since then, because the more you know you can help, and the more viable you can be in your industry to have the answers for people that need healthy homes. And so Normie's been, again, a huge part of that process for me, and a practical approach for a lot of my clients. So,
well, and that's the whole idea. It's to keep it practical, to keep it doable, not make it so complicated and difficult and expensive that people can't afford to have the help that they need. So
exactly. And, you know, so many companies just come in and they just want to spout out how much they know and impress people, you know, by however many letters they have behind their name. And the letters are important. You have to know what you're talking about, but so much of this is how you communicate to your clients, not just the what, so that they can actually utilize the knowledge and start to apply those things to their home and have solutions.
So how many of these experience shows have you been at?
This is my third or fourth one, I think. So,
okay.
Yeah, this particular show.
Have you been to the Las Vegas?
Yeah, that's the one I was at last year. Or was it? Yeah, last year.
Yep. That is their bigger show of the year. This is kind of like their warm-up show they do in the spring.
Right.
And then in the fall, they do the big show in Vegas. So looking forward to that.
Me too. Yeah.
You know, it's usually a good time out there, and exciting, big, too much walking now.
Yeah, it's good for us because we usually eat a little bit too much while we're out here. So
that is true.
All the rich foods and everything. So, but the walking's good. So,
all right. Well, I appreciate you stopping by. I know you're here with a few other people. You're wandering and looking at everything. So
yeah, we're
enjoy. I appreciate you coming by.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for stopping. Well, tonight we have a special guest with us, Robert Pettyjohn. Now I met Robert, I don't know, several months back. I believe it was in Treasure Island at a class that we had going, and very, very interesting gentleman. And you'll see as we start talking tonight, just the experience that he brings with him to the table here. But I can't do him justice. I was actually reading through some of his, I guess, designations and certifications, and there's so many of them. I gave up trying to figure out what some of them even were. So I'm going to let him tell you a little bit about himself. But Robert, I just want to bring you into the room and say, just kind of let everybody know who you are and a little bit about your background, and we'll go from there.
First of all, it's a real honor to be sitting with you on this phone call tonight. You have impressed me from the very first time we met. And of course, the whole Normie organization is so impressive, and I'm very thankful to be here. And it's another step in this whole progress that you and I go through in our life, how we meet people and they influence us one way or the other. And I'm very, very thankful that my friend Scott Mitziff, with whom I serve on the board at the IICRC, introduced me to you guys and told me about Mr. Hoffman and about Mr. Adams and the tremendous relationships that y'all have got going on down there. And I'm glad I opened the computer and looked at and talked with y'all. This fits very nicely in my personal and professional development. And I'm very thankful for that. Yes, sir.
Well, thank you. So who are you? What's your company? What do you do in this industry?
Well, the way I can best answer that by how I started out. And I came up here to Wake Forest, North Carolina, in order to get a PhD in world religions. And everything was going just fine, except for the fact I was stone cold broke. And we had to get something to do. So I said, Lord, what are we going to do? And he led me to a fellow named Chubb Seyfried in Concord, North Carolina. And Chubb says, Robert, if you want to do this business, and by the way, I had, in order to make ends meet, I had entered an ad in a newspaper that said clean carpets make $800 to $1,000 a week. But it was one of these bait and switch organizations where they send the flyers out in the mail. We'll clean your carpet 6 rooms for $31.95. But when you get to the job, you have to add on and add on and add on because there's no way you can do it for that away. But I saw that there was people that had a lot of carpet and a lot of it needed to be cleaned. So I asked my friend Chubb Seyfried, who is also in the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association, a regional trade association. And Chubb said, Robert, if you're going to do this business, you got to do this and this and this and this and this. And thankfully I did that and that and that and that and that. And an amazing thing happened to me just this week. And that is that a gentleman from New Jersey asked me to be a part of a Zoom call for the National Organization for Remediators and Mold Inspectors. And I could not believe that this happened. So what an honor to be here and to see how things have progressed from one stage to the other. And now I'm in a Zoom call with you. Who would ever have believed this 31 years ago? I'm so honored to be here.
You are most welcome, and thank you for that. We appreciate you being here and talking with us, and just bring the wealth of knowledge that you have, for our members to hear the things that you've done. I know you talked about the carpet cleaning industry, and I know you specialize, I believe, in like Oriental rugs and stuff like that. But I think there's also something out there about you with the infection control also. So it's like, this is a big gambit that you cover of, things for the cleaning industry and restoration side.
Well, you know everything about me, don't you? What?
Well, there you go. Okay, thanks a lot. No.
Oh, you're too cool, buddy. I like you. You ask very good questions. Yes, sir. Thankfully, my mom and daddy instilled me with a huge curiosity. My professor in graduate school said, learning is disciplined curiosity. And that means that once the spark goes off, you still got to get up and grab the encyclopedia or whatever, wherever you get your information from, and then learn it and digest it. And I've been very, very fortunate that I've been placed in front of the right people at the right time My very first IICRC class was with Lee Pemberton, the great Lee Pemberton from McKeesport, Pennsylvania. And to have it started off that way is incredible. And that has led one step to the next, to where now I have been asked to serve on the board of directors of the IICRC for the last 4 years. I'm a secretary of the executive committee, and what an honor that is. But along the way, as you know, other stuff happens. And we usually start in carpet cleaning, and that curiosity leads to upholstery cleaning, and of course, water damage restoration. And of course, people now say, can you wash this rug? Oh, yes. And I'm sitting in a home office out here in Wake Forest, and I can look out in the backyard where we used to wash Oriental rugs in my daughter's swimming pool, a little bitty plastic swimming pool. So even back then, it was a big deal. And we used to hang the rugs on the side of the fence out there. And one day it came up a cloud. We had 21 rugs we had to dry in our house. So little bitty things like that add up. And now we're one of the most recognized, and I think the finest, most ethical, environmentally responsible, and ergonomic rug cleaning plant anywhere in the nation per cubic foot, without question. Yes, sir. So I'm very thankful.
Well, that is impressive. I mean, yes, this industry, unfortunately, especially in unregulated states on the mold side, you know, there's a lot of problems with people being out there. Like you started off saying, you know, a bait and switch type of an ad that you took, and I'm sure that runs rampant through a lot of the cleaning industry also, like it does in the mold industry. And, you know, to hear you talk about the way that you try to keep this industry on the up and the way that your company operates, that's what we're looking to do. We really want people like you involved in this industry and pushing it forward, keeping it, I'll use the word clean, you know?
Yeah, I had no idea that we were going to bring this up, but I was just on the phone call with my friend Penny Trailau from out in Australia. Just a little while ago, we were on a little Zoom call because we both serve on the IICRC S400 and the S410 cleaning and infection control committees. We're helping to write that standard. And she says that there are people all around there who want to fog something into your house and then walk out as though they've done something very special. But no, that's not the guys at Normie. And that's one of the things that attracted me to you guys, is that this is not the National Organization for Shortcut Schmaltzes. This is for remediation, dadgummit, and inspecting the way it ought to be done, for mold particularly, because there's a lot of people out there getting sick because it's not been done right.
So if I said that you have a passion for this industry, I think it's kind of an understatement to hear you talking now.
Okay. Let me tell you something. And one of the reasons that this has evolved over the years, of course, my mom and daddy taught me to do something the right way. That's a big deal. But here of late, within the last 2 or 3 years, we've been involved with some of these military families in helping to remediate the homes that they're in, not on base, of course, because it's hard to get on base and really do remediation the right way. A lot of these people who run the housing on these bases really aren't interested in doing it the right way right now. That's going to be changing. It is changing very, very quickly. But being into their homes where they've had to move off base and helping them clean and decontaminate their stuff that was involved in this mess in these houses. And thankfully, one day I was up in Kalamazoo, Michigan, meeting and speaking with my dear friend, Dr. Michael Pinto. And he put me on the phone with a lady named Shelley, who was involved in this military mess about 10 or 12 years ago, the very first lady to prove in a federal court causation between mold and brain injury. She is the one who proved in a Dahlberg standard that this thing really happens. And she turned me on to another lady who was going through some problems there at Camp Lejeune. Her name was Lindsay. And I went down to see Lindsay and immediately saw the horrific circumstances her kids and her family had been placed in because of this mold business and really became a passion of mine because, goodness, these are folks who are defending our country. And her husband even told me he felt better in old nasty Iraq than he did in his own house. That's a deadgum shame. And we're working to correct that mess. You ask very insightful questions, by the way, and I appreciate that, Lance. You're amazing, son.
I see it's kind of getting your dander up there a little bit, but it's questions that have to be asked. And we've done a lot of work on military bases also. We've done training on military bases. And we have our environmental task force, which is a nonprofit. We've actually donated equipment to people that live in really bad housing situations on those bases. So we've been involved with this for a while. So I understand what you're saying, but you said something very interesting there, and it's a little off track from where we were going, but you mentioned about causation of brain injuries. I was doing some research between last week and actually this weekend, and found there's some legislation and rules out there from the ADA, American Disabilities Act, that actually covers breathing and environmental conditions causing substantial breathing issues, which would qualify as a disability under the ADA. So, and again, I'm not an attorney and I'm just reading it for face value, but it's interesting that all of these things are starting to come together as people are looking for multiple disciplines, if you want to call it, and everybody's starting to find the same thing, that there's a lot of correlation between molds and bacteria and illnesses and in the environment that people used to ignore.
Lance, you're right on, man, and thank you for your interest. My professor said that learning is discipline, curiosity, and you have that within you too. You go find the dadgum answer, and that's very impressive. But I've cried with these girls, man, at their home and watched their children undergoing these night terrors. When a lady gets mold going on in her brain, it causes some swelling in her brain, and that affects the pituitary gland, that affects things that ladies go through on a regular basis. And for many ladies, it's caused them to where they can't have children. And that is a dadgum shame that that's going on. But
yeah,
thanks to organizations like NORMI and the IICRC and the S520 and the standards that we produce, things are, there is good news ahead if people are willing to accept it.
Absolutely. Well, in an effort to keep your blood pressure down a little bit, I'm going to change gears here a little, and let's go into another topic a little bit. Give you a little bit of a break there.
Oh, you're too cool, buddy.
I know you said you were introduced to NORMI like through Scott out in, I guess he's out in Washington.
He's in Yakima, Washington.
Yeah,
yes.
I know Scott. I've talked with him many times. A really nice guy. But as far as our courses, because I know you've really started to look in and you've taken a lot of training from all over the place. What do you think is one of the most important things that we do as far as teaching a course? What kind of courses, do you find of interest, especially with your background?
Well, the most important thing, the most amazing thing about NORMI is not your courses and all that stuff. It's the people that are there. I mean, goodness gracious, of course, you, Lance, and Mr. Hoffman and Mr. Adams and Mr. Zualaga, these people are really huge. Justin and David and Roger and the ladies that answers the phone call out there in
Arkansas.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Those people are the people that are surrounding, that are with you guys at NORMI, are what's really, really impressive. Then you start to take a course and you say, well, dang, it's no wonder that you guys are so impressive, your coursework, because I'm sorry,
that's okay.
That's a phone call from somebody at NORMI, as a matter of fact. I'm so sorry. Good.
That's announcing our training for tonight.
You can tell I'm old-fashioned with that ringtone, can't you? Okay, good. All right. But you mentioned the courses, and to me, the most important course you guys teach down there, I'm sorry, but this is my opinion, is this mold remediation for sensitized individuals. Why is that? because if you can do it for the sensitized people, you can do it for anybody. So if you can gear your program up in such a way that you're cleaning now for the most sensitized individual out there, then you're going to pass every clearance test. You're going to pass every important evaluation that goes on in somebody else's home. Plus, you don't know whether somebody is carrying that dreaded HLA gene in their body. We don't even know that. So if we take a chance and we miss something that we should have gotten, well, shame on us. That means you've not done it properly and you've not done it according to normie standards and regulations. And that's what's impressive about you guys. So to have somebody like Dr. Pinto, Michael Pinto, come down and lead that course is just unbelievable. That's pivotal course.
It is a good course. It's a very good course. I've seen him teach it, and
I know it's not cheap. I know that. This is one of the most expensive courses y'all have got. But if you can do this, you can do anything.
Well, you got the two rock stars teaching it. You got Michael and Doug both teaching that course.
Unbelievable. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wow. What a thrill.
Well, let's talk about certifications. Like I started when I was introducing you at the beginning about, the different things that you have, and education wise, there's a ton of stuff that you do and that you're trained in. And I don't know if you want to ramble off a few of those, just kind of some of your background enhancements. I know you said you were first starting for a PhD in religious studies, but you've like morphed into a whole nother direction.
Well, when you, as you would that men should do to you, do you even so unto them, for this is the law and the prophets. That was written in another standard that we are familiar with. Jesus said that in the Sermon on the Mount. But when you look 2,000 or 3,000 years earlier than that, what Moses was involved with in Leviticus chapter 14 about the mold remediation, it's been in there since almost the beginning of time and recorded religious history anyway. So this is a huge deal. And thankfully, I've got a proper background for this mold business in our cleaning. Of course, we're certified triple master cleaner at the ISRC, but that's a big deal. I'm also a certified rug specialist. We're the only certified rug specialist in the state of North Carolina. We wash the governor's rugs and all that stuff. No, they're not his rugs, dadgummit. They're the citizens. They belong to the citizens of North Carolina. So I'm taking care of your rugs out there. Don't worry about that. We're also certified water law specialists, one of about 125, 150 in the country of that. If you're going to do a flood on water, you better know what you're doing. So getting involved with the Restoration Industry Association, Pete Consigli and these guys who taught this class the way it ought to be done. I mean, that was tantamount to a college level thesis we had to present to get our certified water law specialist. That was just really very, very huge. And the same way it is to become a certified master rug cleaner and certified rug specialist, CRS. That was a huge, huge thing to do. And now to be involved with Normie is just another. It is said, birds of a feather flock together. And it's nice to be involved in a group like Normie that takes things to the highest level possible, and I'm very, very thankful for that. Yes, sir.
I like to I bring it down to a very, very simple level when I talk with people and we start talking about how things work and everything like that. And to me, the basic philosophy is, and I've said this before on many trainings that I've been to, we try to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. It's that simple. You don't have to go any further than that. I mean, you can't set a higher bar, and it's something that's practical and understandable to almost everybody out there.
And thankfully, the courses that you and I have been through weed out the folks who are not living by that standard.
Yeah.
And any schmaltz, any bedwetter can go out and take a course. We know that. But they're not going to stick with it to the end to where the results that they're looking for is a cleaner rug, a healthier environment, a more responsible way to treat. We're not just fogging something in somebody's dadgum house. No, we're really getting it clean the way it ought to be clean and documenting it and proving it with our field tests and third-party confirmation of verification of what we're doing. Yes, sir.
Well, there you go. Back to the do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, and the results speak for themselves. They really do. I'm going to put you on the spot now. Sorry
Fire
about
away.
that. All right. And I know you've kind of alluded to it, but if you were going to sum up what really you like about Normie, and you know, if you were going to tell somebody about us, where do you think you would go with that?
Well, as I mentioned a while ago, the people are number one. You've got to trust somebody. You don't trust a book unless it's a Bible or something. But you don't. And even the Bible says that its purpose is to reflect what Jesus did on earth. So the same way it is with Normie. You guys, man, are from the ladies that answered the phone call all the way to Mr. Hoffman. That's what's so impressive. Not only that, but you base your course material on standards that have already been in place. And it's no secret that whenever you teach a course, you show up there on your screen the IICRC S520 standard for professional motor mediation, for example. You don't try to appear to people that it's y'all's idea. You're the first one to come up with it. No. You know that you're a part, as the poet said, I'm a part of all that I have met, yet all experiences and arts where through gleams that untraveled world whose margin or whose horizon fades forever and forever as I move. I'll think of who did that in just a second. It's a 17th century poet. But you realize that you're a part of a long chain. You're handling, the baton has already been passed and is handing off to other people like you and me. And we cannot drop it because so many people's lives, so many people's well-being, and even our companies depend on it. And for crying out, our reputation. And the thing that has been my greatest asset in life is been that I know how to pick my in-laws properly. A lot of people get stuck with bad mothers and fathers-in-law, but my daddy and my father-in-law was the finest real estate agent in Northwest South Carolina. And my mother-in-law ran a credit bureau up there in Easley, South Carolina. And Dad never, ever said, is this the best you can do, Robert? You've got a master's degree. Is this the best you can do? No. He would come in and he would say, whatever you're doing, let's just be the best at it. And from my mother and father-in-law, it's been that way. And to be a part of an organization like that is like Normie, that is consistent with my values is really, really huge to me, because I don't have to wonder about some schmuck trying to tell me something that's not right, or some bedwetter lead me into down some road that's not going to lead to anything. No, that's why I like Normie.
Okay. Again, we have to work on your blood pressure. You're getting all passionate about this, which is great. I really,
as Cheech and Chong says, this is a big dope deal. And my neighbor across the street was their lawyer, so he was busy for a long time. So
there you have it.
And, yes, sir. But these are big deals, and we've got for crying out loud, people's lives and their future children depend on what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, you know,
I was just at a lady's house, a dear friend of mine outside of St. Louis the other day. We have an Instascope machine, and of course we've been trained by you guys how to assess a building indoor air quality, and being able to go in there and know that when we leave and after we prescribe what needs to happen, that they're going to be living in a nice, clean, healthy home, and That is really important to me.
Yes, it is.
What?
It's just,
You see, I gave a talk to a bunch of real estate agents the other day. About 200 were on call. My dear friend up here, Brian Pate, allowed me to address. He teaches all the real estate people in North Carolina, and I got on there and I told them that clean air, a clean and healthy environment is the new view. They used to be able to stick you out when you're buying a house. They take you to the window and look out there. Just imagine your kids playing. Just imagine the garden growing and all that. No. The important thing now is just imagine you living in your sanctuary where you can go home and take the mean old nasty dirty things that you've come in contact with in your life during the course of that day and come to your sanctuary and heal and get better. My friend Jeff Jones in Oklahoma City says that when we get stronger, not while we're lifting weights, but while we're asleep at night and our body's rebuilding itself. Well, that's why, as you guys say in your class, that we breathe 3,000 gallons of air every day. I mean,
20,000 breaths is the average.
God, exactly right. So we're focused a lot on urine. So how many times do you urinate during a day? 9 or 10, maybe? And so how much water do you drink? I don't know. But you breathe in and out 20 to 23,000 times a day. Far more important. Yes, sir. So
Doug has an expression he uses for that. He says, you either have a good filter or you are one. It makes sense. Robert, I've really been enjoying this, and I'm sure that our members are too. I would love to have you back as a follow-up. Maybe get a little bit more into the infection control side and everything in another interview. If that would be okay with you.
Oh my goodness, yes, I got a lot of cool things to say about that. The coolest is the primacy of cleaning. We go in there with spraying this stuff and want to decontaminate everything in the world. But no, if you clean it properly first, you are way ahead of the game. And isn't that what our mamas and daddies taught us to do a long, long time ago?
Yeah.
And isn't it what, I'm going to show you this thing here. Isn't it what Doug tells in this book right here?
Yeah.
You keep it clean and dry. This is one of the most pivotal books, I think. I know it's kind of fuzzy. I don't know.
That's okay.
It's this mold-free construction 2.0 to the title of it. Everybody in the nation ought to own that copy, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
And they ought to be connected to you somehow, by George, to get your New Jersey influence. Because if you do what a guy from New Jersey says, you're okay.
I had a call from somebody in New Jersey today too, speaking to me. So it was kind of interesting. He thought I was from down south originally. I said, really? With my lack of accent? Yeah. Okay. So,
but listen, Lance, y'all got the best tomatoes and the best corn on the cob anywhere in the country up yonder in New Jersey.
Yes, we do.
Man,
it's the Garden State. That's what they call it.
That's true. It's not all Patterson and Passaic.
No, of course, it was also 9 degrees out yesterday morning, but we'll go beyond that. But hey, Robert, I really appreciate you spending the time here with us. And I definitely want to get you back so we can talk more about the infectious disease control side. And
there's so much more to talk about. Yes, sir. And what an honor to spend some time with you. You ask good questions, by the way. You're like a doctor or something. I thought I was going through a physical or something. You're really good.
Well, wait till next time.
Oops. Okay.
Robert Pettyjohn, thank you very much for being here with us.
Okay, dear friend, it's an honor. Thank you, my friend.
August 2005. It'll be a memory etched into the minds of those of us who lived through and survived Hurricane Katrina and Rita. As devastating as the 150 miles per hour winds were, no one could imagine the inconceivable costs in terms of loss of human life and property that the failure of the levees caused when it flooded nearly 1/3 of the city of New Orleans. With over 275,000 homes lost on the Gulf Coast as a result of the hurricane, 10 times as many as any other natural disaster in U.S. history, the city of New Orleans continues to deal with the results of homes flooded to the rooftop, unparalleled mold infestation, and potential health issues for the residents who remained to salvage what they could. Information and misinformation has been mixed together, and vulnerable property owners have been faced with the daunting task of trying to sort out the truth. And so the lessons are clear. Prepare when you can for whatever flooding might occur, not only for the potential, but for the aftermath. And whether a natural disaster or the result of someone's mistake, anyone and everyone can suffer the devastating effects of flooding. My name's Doug Hoffman, and I'm the Executive Director of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. The information you're about to hear is designed to provide steps, guidance, and assistance for reacting to flood conditions in your structure. In most situations, a common reaction to a water flood event is to simply react and plan afterwards. Tunnel vision or over-focusing on the emergency can, at times, distract or omit safety concerns, and poor planning can leave you to fend for yourself after the storm is over. Caution and common sense should always be employed before any action takes place, and I hope this presentation will help you focus on the real issues both before the potential flood and consider the solutions available to you in the aftermath. Without a plan, the results of a water flood event will be worse than you've imagined, so there are several things I'm going to ask you to consider during these first few minutes we have together. The integrity of the structural systems may have been compromised depending on the nature and degree of the event. In all cases, if you are unsure of how to proceed or to create a safe environment to work in, contact a professional to assist you. A major concern in flooding situations are the utility services. Wet or submerged electrical devices, outlets, and wires can energize the area you're working in. The risk of electrical shock, burns, or even death must be eliminated before proceeding. This may require the power company to deactivate your service. And of course, natural gas and propane sources should also be protected, secured, or deactivated. This would include pilot lights, heat sources, and gas storage tanks. Depending on the severity of the water event, structural integrity should be considered in regards to the foundations. Foundation support could be weakened or damaged, allowing structural collapse. And with the utility and structural concerns addressed, the next major concern is the source of the water. Common sources of a water loss are as follows: a broken or leaking pipe from a drinkable water source, sewage or septic lines, groundwater, or a combination of those sources. And of course, you have to be concerned about the sewage and septic lines when you consider some of not only the sources, but the problems that could result after a flood. A general rule of thumb would be to consider any water that you would not drink as being contaminated. This would include water coming in contact with chemicals, human and animal waste, debris, and other unknowns. Protecting yourself is one of the important first steps post some water event. Exposing your skin, your eyes, your lungs, your nose, even your throat to contaminated water can create a wide range of health issues that may not appear for days after the exposure. I want to talk about personal protection equipment because that should be used while you're in the contaminated environment. Personal protection equipment can include a wide range of items, including boots, clothing, gloves, goggles, and even a mask. We recommend, under normal conditions, a N95 or dust mask that you can find pretty much anywhere. In some situations, the contamination levels are so high that you might even require a respirator. But each situation would require different types or combination of these types of protection. With safety and health concerns addressed, corrective action can then be taken. One of the most important things to consider with respect to corrective action is time. Time is your enemy. Once materials get wet or contaminated, damage and additional contamination growth is exponential. A clean water loss, if not corrected, can promote mold growth in as little as 24 to 48 hours. And contaminations due to sewage or unknown water sources will simply exacerbate the problem. Drying materials and surfaces in the least amount of time should be of the utmost urgency, and oftentimes power is not available, and so having a generator available will be a great source of power for some of the tools that you'll need to dry out the areas that have been flooded. Unfortunately, this may require removal and discarding of flooring materials, wallboard, and furniture. Many material and items can be salvaged depending on the contamination source, the time of exposure, the cost, treatment available, and resources. But a flood affecting a widespread area could reduce the available resources for that area. Not only do you not have electrical service, but you may not have access to floor fans or heaters or dehumidifiers or even an ozone machine that might help eliminate some of the potential contamination that you'll be dealing with after a flood. The following suggestions may not be appropriate in all situations. However, in all situations, safety must be the primary concern. Prior to or during a developing flood condition, remove any movable items, at least as many as you can, to higher ground and secure those locations if possible. Of course, the order in which those items should be removed is a personal decision, but things to consider are the cost of that item, the sentimental value, proximity to the flood, maybe the ability for it to be moved, and the practicality of it. Removing items such as furniture and floor coverings prior to getting saturated will make the cleanup process, of course, much easier. Structural and decorative materials such as wallboard and carpeting are a major problem once they get wet. Most of these materials absorb moisture and can expand the damage beyond the water level. Wallboard and other materials such as pressboard or OSB-oriented strand board allow water to travel in an upward direction well above the water line. An example would be wallboard in as little as 1 inch of water can wick or draw moisture upward several feet. This also creates a problem inside the wall cavity which cannot be reached or cleaned. The rule of thumb is to remove the wallboard a foot to a foot and a half above the highest identified wet area of the wall. This will allow access for drying and cleaning building materials in the wall cavities. Up to this point, we've described different conditions, causes, and precautions. In the next section, we want to describe pre-planning and corrective measures. The preparation checklist. As mentioned earlier, safety is the most important issue to consider. You know, taking the important stuff with you is, of course, a great way to prepare for what may be coming. But what can you do to plan for the aftermath of the flooding? That must be considered too. Electrical and gas services must be secured before entering a flooded area. You know, as a side note, an improperly connected generator at a neighbor's home could energize service at your home even if the utility company has cut power in the area. This type of situation could cause an unknown and unexpected risk. With the utilities secured, Standing and running water should also be avoided. The health effects from unknown contaminants against your skin is a concern, in addition to the power of moving water. Did you know that just 6 inches of rushing water is capable of moving a parked vehicle? Losing your footing or being struck by debris, these are risks you need to consider. Assuming that the water is receding or the water source leak has been stopped, the next phase of the process can be started. Drying is one of the most important things you can do to reduce your loss. Contacting a remediation or drying company should be your first option. Pre-planning and contacting a restoration company before an imminent flood may place you on a response list if a wide area has been affected. Other options could include contacting the local fire department to have your basement or lower levels pumped out, renting pump equipment and generators prior to the flood while they're still available, and arranging for alternate lodging in the event your building becomes uninhabitable. Remember, the larger the area that's affected by the flood, the less resources will be available to you or your contractor. Here are a few internet resources for finding qualified contractors and some definitions we think you should know to protect yourself. NormiePro.com is a great resource for you to find certified mold assessors, inspectors, remediators, and other indoor air quality specialists, and you can find those certified contractors by your zip code. ServiceMagic.com is another great resource for construction contractors throughout the United States, and you can find them by the type of work they do and by your zip code. And then, of course, EnvironmentalExpert.com. To avoid being taken advantage of by a contractor during a flood emergency, understanding the following construction terms will be helpful. Licensed. In many parts of the country, having a license to do certain types of work is not necessarily a measure of that contractor's competency. Sometimes it simply means that they have government approval to work for a fee. Certified. Certification is often offered by certifying agencies, a specific organization that recognizes the skills, training, and the ability of the contractor who is certified. Being certified does not necessarily imply that the person certified is actually licensed to do the work. Insured. A contractor stating that they are insured is a pretty general term and could simply mean that they have auto insurance. Special types of insurance are required for specific types of work. For example, general liability insurance is not appropriate as coverage for mold remediation work. Qualified. A qualified contractor has been trained to perform certain types of work. However, they may not have the required insurances or licenses, or may not even be certified to do that work. The bottom line is that you need to understand the type of work that needs to be done, the capabilities of the contractor that you intend to hire, and then for your protection, have a written quote and description of the work to be performed. Make sure that the contractor that does the work is licensed by the municipality in which he's working, that he has the proper type of insurance, and request a certificate of insurance evidencing that specific type of insurance for the work he intends to do. And make sure that he's trained, either qualified or certified, to do the work for which you're hiring him. Keep in mind, using a contractor that's not appropriate for the work being performed may preclude you from any insurance claim, and you may give up your legal protection. If you cannot obtain a contractor, your only option may be to do the work yourself. With the decision to do the work on your own, we must stress that safety must be the main focus of your efforts to clean up after a flood. So let's talk about doing it yourself. While working in a safe environment, using the proper protective tools and equipment, water removal becomes the main priority. Pumps for pooling water and wet-dry vacs provide a good start to remove the majority of water. Rugs and carpeting and padding, if saturated or contaminated by an unknown water source, should be removed to allow drying of the subflooring. Sheetrock or wallboard materials and insulation that have been submerged should be removed 12 to 18 inches above the highest wet area. As a hint, removing 4 feet of wallboard is easier to replace with a 4 foot by 8 foot sheet of material. It's easier to do that than to try to cut and fit in smaller pieces. Once the bulk of wet materials have been removed, air movement and turning on your air conditioner if the power is available should be provided. And this would include running the HVAC, heat or forced air systems, using dehumidifiers and fans to increase air movement, and applying sanitizers like ozone machines to help prevent mold and bacteria growth. Sanitizers are extremely important when dealing with sewage and water from unknown sources. Heat drying systems can also be used by trained professionals to dry the environment. However, improper use could result in fire or permanent damage to materials by drying them too quickly. Remember that the drying process may take several days to more than a week, depending on the extent of the exposure. Secondary or collateral damage may start to occur in that time. Mold and other microbial growth may start to appear on surfaces exposed to moisture or elevated humidity levels. And if you have a situation where you start to have large areas of microbial growth, the drying process in most cases was not done adequately or fast enough. There is available at enviroscreening.com, for instance, do-it-yourself testing kits to find out if the mold that's been growing in your environment is the type of mold that might need to be removed or dealt with differently than common molds. In this case, it's recommended that you seek the assistance of a professional mold inspector, a qualified sampling technician, or a remediator. Health concerns become additionally critical as the environment conditions deteriorate. In regards to mold licensing laws, there are currently only 4 states that have mold licensing laws in place. Texas and Louisiana, of course, have their mold licensing laws in place. Florida has their licensing law in place, but it doesn't go into effect until 2010. And then just this year, the state of Maryland put in place their mold licensing law. The important thing is that you check the qualification of the indoor air quality specialist or the mold inspector or the mold remediator or assessor in your state to make sure that they are licensed, certified, and insured before they begin any work. Let's talk about some common misconceptions and myths pertaining to flood and mold and indoor air quality. Oh, bleach kills mold. How many times have you heard that? Well, bleach is an effective sanitizer, but in many cases it will not sanitize or remove mold at its root. It will bleach out the color, of course, so that it goes clear, giving the appearance that the problem's been removed, but it cannot, in many cases, get down into the microflora and destroy the mold at its root. Oh, just get rid of the water. Everything will be fine. Well, that's not always enough to protect your property. Most of the affected materials do have the ability to retain moisture, and elevated moisture levels are the main cause of much of the residual damage from flooding. Well, lots of air fresheners, that'll help. Well, that's not true. In actuality, most air fresheners only attempt to mask the odors. The odors are an indication that moisture, contamination, or growth still exist. And the chemicals in those fresheners can also be a source of indoor air quality contamination. Well, your insurance company is going to take care of the problem. Don't worry about it. Well, of course, insurance companies are not always quick to respond because of the heavy workloads, the emergency claims that bog things down and delay payments. Many homeowner insurance policies have exclusions that limit or exempt the insurance company from paying a claim. An example would be a claim to an insurance company for water damage from, say, groundwater intrusion. In most cases, the claim could not be covered unless you had flood insurance and the area that you're in was declared a disaster area by some government agency. A similar situation may occur with mold damage, and the water damage in the home may be covered by the insurance company, but the mold damage as the result of the water would not be covered. Here are several resources that may provide you with some additional assistance. Of course, the FEMA and the EPA government websites are good resources for more information about how to contact those agencies in an emergency. And also at the normie.org website, we've located a lot of resources for you, articles in regards to antimicrobials, information about mold screening kits, and other things that we feel will be helpful to you. We highly recommend that you seek professional assistance when dealing with a flood, mold, or indoor air quality issue. And please remember that the information that we have been providing to you is really for your information and not intended to replace professional training and assistance. I want to personally thank you for taking the time to listen to this overview. I am hoping that you will benefit from the resources we've made available to you, but also from the training that we offer industry professionals to help you through the process of getting things back to normal. It's my hope that you will never be faced with the issues we've discussed, but if you are, you will now be better prepared. Thank you.
I want to welcome today's guest, Dan Reese, who is and I'll use the terminology that he prefers, a wildfire strategist and aviation advisor. So I'm going to say, Dan, say hello to everybody, and I'm going to follow it up with, could you explain what that is? Because it's a big set of terms, and I really want to understand it.
Sure, got it. Well, thank you for having me here today, Lance. So in my career, I finished out mostly in tactical air operations for wildfire events. And after I left, I started a consulting firm, International Wildfire Consulting Group. And that was shortly after I finished running Global Supertanker Services, which ran the 747 Global Supertanker, which was an air tanker aerial firefighter with a 747. So I help people who call me engage with questions regarding wildfire. Oftentimes it's technology, or it's chemicals, or it's process. It might be, something along the lines of NASA presentations for people who want to engage with NASA, or new equipment like, say, a fire nozzle. People who want to understand what it takes to engage in the wildfire community is pretty much what I do.
Well, it's interesting. I actually, before we went live here, did a quick research on you with LinkedIn and a few other sources. And just what you're mentioning, it's kind of interesting, where I saw an article that you were involved with for water conservation and firefighting, just by changing the shape of the nozzle. In the stream of the water flow, it cuts it like in a third. So, correct. I mean, that's kind of interesting stuff. I'll tell you what, though, some really sharp images and photos of those big planes dropping the fire retardant, on the site. So it's pretty impressive. Anybody watching this, you may want to take a look and find him on LinkedIn. Pretty interesting stuff out there. But before we started today, we were talking a little bit about the difference between the central part of the U.S. and the East Coast and California, which is where you're from. Now, California's been dealing with wildfires forever.
Correct.
The new phenomenon that's affected us on the East Coast, and I'm in New Jersey, is smoke from Canada, hundreds and hundreds of miles away, causing this choking of the air quality, not just outside, but inside of our homes. So what do you see, what we're facing now compared to what you normally deal with in California?
Well, it's clear and beautiful and a really moderate temperature here, this summer with the weather patterns, which is really nice. I think that El Nino probably has something to do with that. As I watch the news sources and the science research with the polar vortex, collapsing somewhat and changing the airflow and the cooler weather, it's really nice here in California. And we've not had the fires, this year that we've had in the last several years, and the air's been clear. So it's been really nice. A little agonizing to see what's happening on the East Coast and the Eastern Seaboard and in Canada, where we don't typically see that. And ironically, we see a lot of fire on the West Coast and it's highly publicized, but in the Southeast of the United States, there's a huge number of fires there that occur typically annually. Although I don't think in scope and size of what we see here with the integration of the population and what we call the wildland urban interface, but the smoke conditions definitely will get people's attention. And when we start seeing entire towns, being razed like Paradise and Greenville and the towns up in Oregon and now Canada, it definitely starts to get people's attention.
Well, I've seen a big change in, I don't want to say weather patterns, but just because of the way we've been for the last, I'd say 3-4 weeks here in the Northeast, we haven't had rain. I mean, everything's extremely dry. Now, normally for us, June, we usually run that week or 2 or 3 of, we'll run those 85, 90 plus degree temperatures, and they start calling it the heat wave and everything else. We haven't had that, which I'm not complaining about. But the point I'm trying to get to is when these fires produced this smoke that came down on the New York, New Jersey area, we actually got a glimpse of almost the start of what a nuclear winter would look like. And yes, it sounds very dramatic to say that, but we were barely getting to 70 degrees when the normal temperatures are 80, 85 for us here in New Jersey this time of the year. And we were told by the Weather Channel and all the other officials that are talking about it, that there is so much smoke in the air, it's blocking the sun from its normal thermal heating during the day. I mean, I have solar panels on my house, and I see my production was down, at ground level. It was horrible. So this is what you deal with out in California. We're only getting a glimpse of it now. And truthfully, we've been spoiled, out of sight, out of mind. We hear about the fires in California and, okay, on with our business. I mean, this brings it home to us. And I think it's an opportunity for you to explain to us what we should be expecting and, what happens, because this may not be just a short-term thing. It may continue.
No, unfortunately, I would say that for the people on the East Coast, you're in it for the long haul until such time that the weather patterns change and these fires are naturally mitigated. We can make a difference. When I say we, and the fire service can make a difference when these fires are smaller, when they are in their incipient stages, when we get on and we can handle aggressive initial attack, and we've got the weather, in our favor to be able to make that attack successful. Unfortunately, what most people don't realize is once these fires become of that magnitude and size to where they're calling them mega fires, we can black the sky out with aluminum, meaning air tankers and aircraft, and that's all limited. And the bigger they get in scope, the more resources they demand. And we have a finite number of resources internationally and nationally, whether it's in Canada or the United States. No one agency can be fully prepared for this type of event, right? We have agreements that are between local agencies, we have state agreements, we have federal agreements, we have international agreements, where we have standardization that takes place for everybody to engage. But, you know, when we lack the capacity to adequately attack these fires when we can, that will cost us, and trying to build capacity during the event is just impossible. And once these events get up and running, they become very, very expensive. So the catch really when they get this big is that we need the capacity to keep fires small when they first start. And when they get this big and they draw this many resources, we have in the fire service what we call drawdown, meaning we've drawn the resources so thin that now our ability to rapidly and successfully initial attack fires becomes compromised because we just don't have the resources there to do it. So for, you know, my small part of life here on Earth and the fires that I've, you know, had to deal with in these quote nuclear winters, and my first experience with that really was in 1987. And the scientists actually came out in the Happy Camp in the Klamath area of Northern California to study what a nuclear winter would be like, where we had these major fires going in August, and we have what are called inversions. So anybody that's been camping and seen a campfire burn, the smoke will rise and then it'll kind of flatten out and form a haze. And that's what you're seeing here, only on a massive scale. And it does get cold. Unfortunately, those fires burn, they continue to burn under those inversions. And then when the inversion gets hot enough, we have what we call an inversion break, where all of a sudden the air will escape up through the inversion and the fire takes off madly for several hours under the inversion. But once they get to that point, it makes it very difficult for aviation resources to be successful to even get in to help the people on the ground, because it's just so smoky. We can't safely operate those aircraft in those spaces. So unfortunately, I think right now it's going to be enduring, right? The population that's being impacted there on the East Coast and the central United States and Canada are at a point, unfortunately, where they're going to have to endure until Mother Nature changes her mind.
What you're talking about resource-wise, is this what's caused some of the problems in Canada, not being able to get a handle on these fires?
Well, I think it's important to put a couple of things in perspective. Fires traditionally need to burn. I mean, that's one way that Mother Nature, takes care of dead and dying material, beetle kill. There's a lot of reasons for fire to burn that's good. Managing fire during peak burning conditions is almost virtually impossible. It only takes a few degrees of relative humidity, meaning the moisture in the air, or a change in wind to really affect what a fire does. So when we talk about resources and capacity, it becomes part of a matter of perspective. It's kind of like insurance, right? Do we want to spend money to build capacity so that when these events happen, we can really go after them? Or do we bet on the come that it's not going to happen? And unfortunately, when we listen to climatologists and scientists around the world and we experience what we're experiencing, where we see years and years and years of dry weather, where we see reservoirs drying up, where we see millions of trees dying, that just all adds to the fuel, no pun intended, for these fires to really take hold and go. And there's two ways fires are put out. A, Mother Nature lets them die out naturally, or B, there are firefighters on the ground that actually go dig those fires out and around to make them go away. So capacity, I think in Canada right now, you're seeing probably firefighters from around the world responding. I know that aviation resources and hundreds of firefighters from the United States are battling those blazes. And I'm sure that there are people from Australia and probably many other countries engaging to help, Canada. And it's not just a regional North American problem right now. We're having this problem. We don't see it, in Siberia, in Asia, in Europe, where you see fires, burning in Germany, where they don't typically burn. And when that doesn't happen, people don't think that they need to get prepared because they don't think it's going to impact them. And unfortunately, for those on the eastern seaboard here in the United States, that they don't really realize the impact that they are contributing to, say, tax-wise, right? We have realized and unrealized costs of fire suppression in this country in the tune of tens of billions of dollars a year, which really affects the GDP of the United States. So wildfire is a big problem, whether you're experiencing that smoke or not. We're all going to pay for it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And to bring it down to a level where people watching this will have something in common with, recently we had the heavy smoke conditions. And that's what I'm going to call the smoke conditions. And they were telling people, stay inside, avoid going outside. Now, we know from the indoor air quality side of our industry that the inside air is normally up to 10 times more polluted than the outside air. So we're already now telling people to stay in an environment that we know is more polluted than the normal outside air for them breathing. We have sensitized individuals. There's a whole class of people that suffer because of that. But also because of the building codes, commercial buildings, public apartment complexes need to bring in fresh air on their heating and air conditioning. So now the systems that are ventilating the inside of their buildings are bringing in this air from outside, which is all smoke, VOC laden with chemistries. And that's a whole nother side that nobody's prepared for, because you still have to breathe. You can't hold your breath for 5-6 days. That doesn't happen. And we use an example in some of our teachings about the importance of breathing. And we say some people are able to go 20, 30, 40 days without eating, 3, 5, 7 days without water, 4 to 6 minutes without air.
Correct.
So it's not like you can avoid breathing. So you have to do things that are going to help. And that comes back to your point before about preparing ahead of time. We don't spend the money on the resources. I've been involved with the government world for many, many years from my background, and money was not usually spent on preparedness. It was always throw money at it when there was a problem. And to your point, if you don't stop these things when they're very small, they become unmanageable.
Correct. Capacity it's a big deal, right? Being prepared both nationally and internationally is extremely important. My background really, I put myself through school fighting fire, and putting myself through school, I became a critical care nurse. And so I worked as a critical care nurse for several years prior to me becoming a firefighter. So it's concerning to me. I have 2 children, one 16 and one 19. And we were impacted, for instance, by the Camp Fire, which burned the town of Paradise down. And in that fire, I think there were upwards of 20,000 structures that were burned to the ground and 80 some odd lives lost. And that fire burned into my town. That's where it stopped. But my children were exposed to something that I chose to expose myself to as a professional firefighter. And that's unnerving, because it's not just the smoke that you burn, that one breathes in the minute. It's the side effects many years down the road that impact, firefighters. And firefighters are notoriously prone to all different kinds of cancers, and they're called assumptive conditions that the government pays for when we get it, and oftentimes our lives are cut short. So that's what goes through my mind. And personally, when we were inundated with that kind of smoke, I did limit my children going out, because the air, like it or not, was worse outside. I did ensure that they were wearing N95 masks, similar to what people did, and I'm sure have in their possession as a result of COVID. Anything to be able to catch that particulate, changing out the filters, regularly in my home, Those were all things that were, top on my mind just from my medical background and being conscientious of my firefighters when I was in the station as it related to, diesel exhaust fumes in the bays when we were pulling engines out or pulling engines in, right? That wasn't a place to idle because we just didn't want to be breathing that. Same for the public.
There's an educational component that is missing in many industries. And in our industry, again, out of sight, out of mind, because you don't see the microscopic particulate and organisms and everything else that you inhale, people don't think about it. But when you're dealing with the fires, again, when it's in California, here on the East Coast, we don't think about it. We don't see it. It's not affecting us on a daily basis. But the submicron particles that are in these smoke plumes that are going out, they go straight into your lungs and they pass right into your blood system and all the chemistries that are associated with them.
And there's thousands.
What's that?
There's thousands of these, even just from a burning pine tree.
Well, and I've heard people even talk about, well, it's a campfire or it's a fire pit. We do this all the time. Well, that's true. But the factory up the street that burned with ethyl methyl nasty stuff in it, that's now aerosolized in the flames, that's the stuff that's involved in what you're breathing because of the homes that burn, the factories that burn, and all the things that are inside of it. Just the glues that are in the furniture, that you're sitting on, is all poisonous to inhale. And again, to me, it's an educational piece that people don't understand about emergency medical services, about law enforcement, about firefighting, that I look at this as an opportunity to provide awareness. Something as simple as a firefighter coming out of a burning building, the last thing you would want to do is cool him down by hosing off his turnout gear while he's wearing it.
Or give him a hug.
Or give him a hug. That
Right,
jacket
yeah.
could be 300, 400, 500 degrees. As soon as you hose it down with water, you've created instant steam and you've scalded that individual.
Well, the technology has changed drastically, from the time when I was a young firefighter. Nomex was just coming out, and that's the protective clothing that wildland firefighters wear. And my first several years of fighting fire, I did not wear Nomex. And then when I was in the structure world, in the municipal world, I had one set of turnouts, and those turnouts were by my bed, by my bunk. When the bell rang, I would jump into them and go to a call and come back and peel them down, put them right next to my bunk and go to bed. That's just not the case anymore with what science has shown us and the medical world. Now, firefighters typically have two sets of turnouts, and they rotate them through structure fires, and they go right to the extraction machine, and they have to go out and be professionally extracted if you're following an FPA every now and then. I used to go do school programs with the kids, and I'd have my turnouts and let them get in it. Turnouts are the gear, that we wear, and let them touch and feel and see. And now that's even been outlawed where, nothing that's been in a fire like that can go into a school. It's new turnouts that have never been exposed to smoke. A lot of changes environmentally in our profession, which, I think it's important for the public to understand the reasons for that. And it's important for the public to protect themselves as well, such as the things we just talked about, changing filters, not going outside, having your kids wear a mask. I mean, if I have two masks and I'm going out with, two kids, well, the kids are going to wear the mask, not me. I'm going to endure that change. But, it's a matter of perspective and doing what you can to research on your own. Read about the effects of smoke and what science is showing. Read about the cost of fires and what's causing it. And it's a very complex, wildfire is very complex simply because there are those fires that need to burn, and there are those fires that probably should be put out.
From your experience in California, your years firefighting, and from dealing with the smoke out in the California area, what would you say to the people in the middle part of the country and the East Coast that have experienced this? And the wind could shift tomorrow, and the fires that are still burning could cause this to come down on us again. What would you recommend them doing as far as indoor and outdoor air quality and what things to be aware of odor wise and things like that?
Well, wildfire smoke has, in my experience, two different kind of smells. There's a smell when a fire is going through a residential community, for instance, when we have many homes burning and it smells like a structure fire, or if anyone's thrown, plastic garbage and things into a campfire, you kind of have that acrid smell, and that's the nasty stuff that you don't want to see burning, and you definitely don't want your children burning. As firefighters, sometimes we can't get out of those situations where my firefighters could put on a self-contained breathing apparatus. We call them SCBAs. Until that smoke was clear, that's what they did, and their turnouts were washed. So for those in the public, it really is limiting your exposure outside when you're listening to the environmental air pollution control advisories. Those people that are susceptible to lung issues and problems, I would speak to your doctor. I would see what kind of HEPA filtration systems that could be put into your homes, to help filter that smoke in your homes. And once again, my children, I put them into masks, no different than when they were in COVID, when they were walking around out there, when they had to be out. Otherwise, I kept them indoors.
Yeah, just to a point that you just made about wearing masks, the N95 masks, N100 masks, whatever you're able to get, they work great for particulates, but they don't do anything for the VOCs, the volatile organic compounds, which is the gases and the chemistry in the air.
Right.
That you need scuba gear, like you're talking about, self-contained breathing apparatus.
Mm-hmm.
And the public isn't going to wear that.
No.
So staying inside, it's really your best bet, at this point, and try to avoid these situations if possible.
Agreed.
All right. Well, I really appreciate your time. This is all about a public education and awareness that we're trying to push out there. There's many other segments that we will be playing following this. And I really wanted to set the stage, which is, I feel we've done that, as to the problem that's out there. It's not going away. It wasn't the 3 or 4 days that we had here, and the problem's never going to come back. It's things that we need to be aware of.
Correct.
And I really appreciate your time and help with that.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me today, Lance. Appreciate it.
Be safe, and good luck with your new adventures out there. And I look forward to seeing some more of those interesting images and videos of all these firefighting planes and stuff you got out there on your site.
Yeah, there's some amazing pilots and people. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Mold Matters podcast. I'm your host, Jeremy Evans, alongside my co-host, Mike Adams.
Jeremy, how are you?
Great. How are you doing?
I'm good, but you did the countdown and you never say 2, but you said 2 this time.
Oh, really?
You usually go 5, 4, 3.
And then I go silent.
And then you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on in your world right now, but.
No, my bad.
Oh,
how are you doing?
No, I'm good. I'm
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just got back from vacation. Took the family to Disneyland with 6 grandkids, all under 7 years old.
Oh, wow. How was that?
Actually, no, all under 8. One's 8. It was a lot of work, Jer.
It wasn't a vacation then?
No, it was fun. It was fun.
It's fun, but
a
it's
lot
tiring.
of work. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm good.
All right. So you're rejuvenated.
Yes.
I haven't had any vacation, but I feel rejuvenated because we're having a special guest today.
We have a great guest.
A good friend of ours that we've become friends over the last year or so, Doug Hoffman. For those of you that are in the mold remediation or mold certification, or just in the mold industry in general, I've probably heard of Doug. He's been around the industry a while and kind of made a good name for himself, especially in the last several years as a quality instructor on how to mitigate mold, how to build your home such that it's going to be less inclined to grow mold. He's got a book on that we might talk about here a little bit later. And so I'll give a little bit. Doug, you're already online, but we're going to give you a little introduction here. Doug is the founder and executive director of Normie. So, we've talked about Normie a time or two on here, I think, but there are a couple of organizations that do training and certification for mold remediators, and Normie is one of the top premier organizations out there. It stands for National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors.
Is it mold inspectors or microbial inspectors?
It's microbial inspectors.
Oh yeah,
Ah.
that was a change, right?
Good catch, Mike.
It was a change, yeah, about
Yeah.
a year and a half ago.
I forgot about
Good
it. Well,
catch.
Just when people think I'm not paying attention in the world. Yeah.
yeah,
I surprise them. Yeah.
that is a. We won't go into it, but that's an important distinction, right? Right, Doug?
Yes,
It is. It is.
So, his life passion has been helping people understand how to live healthier indoors and empowering them with the ability to have clean air. I remember you saying one time in your book, I think, that you spent part of your career building homes that made them moldy, and then now you're doing the rest of your career to reverse the effects of some of those early mistakes that you saw in the industry.
Yeah,
So-
that's exactly right. Yeah.
But anyways, Doug, we've been glad to get to know you, and we're glad you've come on the podcast. We found great synergy with Doug, and we kind of have that shared vision of trying to help people live happier, healthier lives by helping the microbial, load in their homes and things like that. So welcome, Doug.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it, guys. Mike and Jeremy, great to be with you today and excited to share some information. I think one of the things that I love doing is teaching and training. And I think I've always believed that the person that's the best trainer is the one who can take complex subjects and make them easy to understand. And that's what we try to do in our training programs. And I appreciate your recognizing that. And hopefully today we're going to take a subject that's sometimes a little complex and make it simple so that we all understand how it can affect our health.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, yeah. Well, I guess if you had to encapsulate the topic of what we're going to talk about under one umbrella, what would you say? Because I've read through.
Well, it's definitely under the indoor air quality discussion. And we're talking about how our houses become contaminated. We don't often think about air infiltration and moisture intrusion problems, but that's one of the most common ways that houses get contaminated indoors. And then because we don't deal with it correctly, we build little toxic soups that we live in. So yeah. I think if that helps kind of focus on what we're going to be talking about, that's the idea.
Yeah, I like it. And let's jump right in there. We've talked about this on the podcast before, but the construction, because that's kind of your background, construction background. Let's talk about some of the changes that you've seen in that construction industry that have either contributed to or possibly helped with, microbial growth indoors. But what have you seen?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I'm going to go back really old because I'm an old guy. But I can go back into the 70s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. And I remember when I was growing up, I grew up in Florida and I grew up in the construction industry. My dad was a plumbing contractor, as you know. And so I grew up in the construction industry, started working over the summers. This was back before they actually had child labor laws. So when I was 13, 14, 15 years old, my dad told me, he said, I'm going to teach you the plumbing trade, son, and you may never use it, but you'll never go hungry. And he was exactly right. So I learned the construction trade. And back then we were building block houses, essentially, concrete masonry unit houses. And believe it or not, they didn't even have any insulation on the inside walls. They would put up furring strips and then drywall right over the top of it. So I remember in the 60s and 70s when they started insulating houses, so they were moving toward tightening them up. And as they began to tighten them up, and that's one of the big changes that's happened, they've gone from that now to houses like the one that I built for myself. As you know, that's a monolithic foam home, incredibly tight house. That difference has made a huge difference, not only in the way we live indoors, but the way we react to our indoor environments, because now we've really tightened them up. And that's why I addressed this subject so comprehensively, I guess, in my book, in Mold-Free Construction, because that's probably one of the biggest change. The other big change, of course, is the products that we're using. And it used to be we were using wood and concrete, and now we're using plastic. Almost everything is plastic and PVC and petroleum products and off-gassing stuff. And, completely different kind of view of homes today than it was certainly when I was growing up.
So with that tightening up word, we tighten up our homes. I've thought about that wording. I think it's kind of funny, but yeah, we do. We like you said, the insulation is part of that tightening up, right?
That's
Is what
right.
you're saying. And then
That's right. Weather
and
stripping.
then weather stripping, the whole wrap that we do around the homes. That came about, the Tyvek wrapping that they do. When did that start?
That started in the late 80s, early 90s. So this was all as a result of the Jimmy Carter days when we started. There was an oil embargo and everybody was concerned. I remember about getting gas and it being rationed,
Yeah,
You could get
we waited
gas,
for hours for gas. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
Get gas every other day, based on your license plate or whatever it was.
Yeah.
My point is that the Carter days is when they really started tightening things up. Weather stripping was hard to buy. I'll tell you a funny story, Jeremy. I don't know if you know what a jalousie window is, but when I was growing up, my house had jalousie windows. And what that was essentially strips of glass that are 4 inches wide, and they just kind of sit against each other. It's like they're layered, almost like a cabana shutter.
Oh,
And
yeah.
so
Yeah. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, so you open it up or you close it, and there's this huge gap between each layer of glass.
Yeah.
Well, I remember at our house in the late 70s going through and putting weather stripping between every single one of those panes of glass.
Yeah.
Wow.
All the way around the house.
We did a
Well,
a church house in Kauai that had those windows around the entire church house.
Yeah,
Hawaii,
exactly. Yeah, which
So
was
they're
great
still
for
around.
ventilation, but
Yeah, but yeah. Well, and isn't that how it goes? As you see innovation, even still, I mean, they're innovating in the construction industry, in the plumbing, in all the industries, there's innovation.
That's
And you
right.
always have to wait to see.
Well, the pendulum always swings too far.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah,
They want to fix a problem and it goes a little bit too far this time fixing that.
yeah.
yeah. But you don't see it for the, you don't see it immediately. It might be a few 5-10 years down the line before you start to see the effects of maybe that decision.
I think that's right. And it's I put it in the category of giving the absolute benefit of the doubt that the motivations are right for the changes that we make. It's the unintended consequences. It's the things we don't know are going to happen when we make this choice. And I think that's what happened then, because there was this conflicting interests, basically, between energy savings and how is it affecting our indoor air quality. And there wasn't ever a consideration about both.
Yeah, so let's launch into that. Tell us about the unintended consequences. Yeah, because our homes are definitely much more energy efficient. I can attest to that. I live in an older home right now that was built in the 60s, and it feels drafty. Right now in the winter, we're in the 30s, getting down into the 30s Fahrenheit, and you can feel the draftiness in certain parts of the home.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not quite as tight as the newer homes, but yeah, what are those unintended consequences? Let's talk about those.
So I'll tell you one thing that's interesting, Jeremy, you may or not know, but there are some cities now, San Antonio is one of them, that requires that you do a blower door test when you build the house. After you finish the house, before they'll give you a certificate of occupancy to prove that you've constructed a very tight home. So it's becoming part of legislation across the country to build these really, really tight homes. And so there's good to it, and as long as it's balanced, as long as you understand exactly what you're doing, I think there's some real benefits to having a house that's really tightened up, where you don't have a lot of the air infiltration issues that are going to contaminate our indoor environments.
Yeah. So,
well, I was going to throw in this is off the subject just a little bit, but along the same time that we started wrapping the houses tighter, like, late 70s, early 80s, we also, maybe it was in the 70s, that huge switch to sheetrock or drywall as opposed to lap and plaster walls.
Yeah.
And then also particle wood or particle board or, pressed wood came along.
Yeah.
And I often think that stuff just led to all kinds of mold problems. You put a drop of water on a piece of lumber, a good piece of lumber, that water just sits on it, right? You put a drop of water on sheet or on pressed wood or particle board, it immediately soaks in.
Yeah.
And so we've done some dumb things as well
with the building materials.
with the building materials and the changes with what we've done. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would you agree with that, Doug?
Oh, absolutely. I think you're exactly right. I think we don't, obviously, you're not going to build a house out of stainless steel. But the bottom line is if you don't consider what kind of products that you're using and where you're using those products, absolutely, you're going to create some problems with them absorbing moisture where otherwise other products absolutely wouldn't. So, yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. And so, with air infiltration, that's kind of where we're going, air and moisture filtration, but with the tightening of the homes and minimizing the air infiltration from outside to the inside, because this is actually something I want to hear your thoughts on this. I want to hear the negative consequences of it, but because you do often hear, and I actually, in many cases out here in Utah where it's dry air, I've kind of, there are many cases when I think, yeah, we do need that fresh air to come in, and it kind of helps. Fresh moving air, can often be a good remedy for some issues. So talk us through a little bit, because it sounds like you're saying air infiltration, generally we want to mitigate from coming inside. Talk about the consequences of that and what we need to do about it.
Sure. Well, the air infiltration issues that we're talking about, I think, are a little bit different in the South than they are in the North. The different in dry climates versus high humidity climates where we are. But I guess what's common with all of that is that, yes, fresh air is a really important addition to our having, I think, good air quality. You've got to dilute the contaminants. I know that's one of the things the EPA says the answer to indoor air quality pollution is dilution. And there's a lot of truth to that. I mean, if you take a glass of oil and you put it in the ocean, it's not going to have much of an effect. But you put a glass of oil in your sink, now you got a problem. So the idea of just the volume of air that you could bring in from the outside makes a big difference in terms of diluting the contaminants. But from an air infiltration issue, I think what we don't think about, Jeremy, are the things that you don't see that's coming in with that air on the airstream itself. And even if you're in the north and you're dealing with dry air, so you don't have a relative humidity problem, which we have in the south, when you're bringing air in from the outside, you're bringing in high relative humidity, much higher than you want indoors, 70, 80% in some cases. But besides that, what about the stuff that you can't see? The pollen, the mold spores, the microbes that are floating on whatever it is that's outside that's floating around in the air, those nanoparticles that you can't see. You see them in a shaft of light in the morning, when you're looking at your bedroom window. Well, all of that stuff is in the air outside as well. And so now what's happening is that, like a little magic carpet ride, it's riding on that stuff, and the microbes are riding with that stuff as it comes in through those cracks and crevices in the windows and the doors. And so that's what I think actually needs to be mitigated. And there are a couple of ways to do it. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have so tight a house that you have no air infiltration. That wouldn't be a smart idea. But the idea and the way we approach it, and I certainly did with my house when I built that, is to have a place where I am bringing fresh air in through a fresh air makeup. And now I'm controlling the air that comes into my house. So I'm still bringing air in from the outside. But in my case, and the way we train on this, and my thoughts are, I'm going to bring it in, but I'm such an indoor air quality geek that I'm going to make sure that it's cooled or heated and filtered and purified before it ever comes into the environment. And you can't do that if you're just allowing the cracks and crevices to bring that fresh air in.
I see.
Years ago, I was a maintenance manager for a pretty good sized company. And we had a big fancy computer controlled HVAC system for our plant. I think our plant was maybe 80,000 square feet or something. It was a big plant, but I could control, I think they call them the economizers. I could control the economizers and decide how much fresh air I wanted versus how much do you want to try to save on your electricity bill, Right. And I was always like, look, man, we all just seem way more productive if we get lots of fresh air in here. So it wasn't my money. So I didn't worry about the electricity bill. I just turned that thing up and got as much fresh air in that building as I could. And it paid off.
especially a plant where you've got chemicals and
Right,
kinds
yeah.
of stuff like that. In there.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it
Jeremy,
does
if I
kind of
could
sound.
share-
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just going to share a concept with you. I'm talking about just kind of making it easier to understand. When your house is under negative pressure, if it's a vacuum and you're sucking air in through the cracks and crevices from the outside, one of the ways that you could mitigate that is by opening a window, right? Because all the air is then going to go through the path of least resistance. It's going to go through that window before it ever goes through a crack or crevice.
Yeah.
So that's the concept of fresh air makeup. If you can control fresh air coming into the HVAC system, like Mike just talked about, you're bringing air in from the outside, but you're controlling it. And because it's the path of least resistance, then it's going to lower the chance of it coming through those cracks and crevices.
Yeah.
You know, Jeff and I were just down in California helping a lady out, remediating her home. She hadn't been able to live in this home for a couple of years. And we treated it, and she said it's better, but it's still not quite right. And I didn't think it was. I left the day we treated it. I left, and I thought, well, I don't think we got it, Jeff. I told Jeff, I don't think we've got it. Went back the next day, started to really look around because it was rainy the first day and kind of later on in the afternoon. So we really started looking around, and we had treated the crawl space, but I hadn't really looked at the crawl space that close. But what I did the second day is she had two hatches that went into the crawl space from the inside of the house. One was in the master bedroom and one was by the front room. I took both of those covers off and just put clear plastic over the covers and taped them tight. That plastic blew up like a balloon. I mean, so it told me all of her crawl space air is ending up in that house. It was incredible.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Yeah, that the pressure, negative or positive air pressure on a home. So you talked about, obviously, if it's negative, that means it's kind of
it's a vacuum.
Your inside is the vacuum, right? It's pulling in from the outside.
Your door's going to slam shut when you open it.
Yeah. Now, is there an ideal pressure you want on your home, and what is that?
There is. The ideal pressure would, and some of this depends on where you live in the country, but ideal is either balanced, where it's zero, or it's a little bit positive. And if you're going to a hospital, almost all of their surgical centers in that hospital is under positive pressure. And the reason is because they want to blow the microbes out, believe it or not suck them in.
Right.
So
just all about
pressure,
the waiting room.
That's right. Yes. That's right. Where we're sitting waiting on our sick patients. I think a little bit under positive pressure is a good idea. That's not always easy to accomplish, and it's got to be done right from the beginning. But balanced is what my goal has always been, and that's what I did in my house, was to make sure that it was absolutely zero balanced. And so then if it does go under negative pressure, when you turn on a bathroom fan, or you turn on the range hood, or you turn on the dryer, anything that's going to suck air out of the house, now is pulling fresh air in through that fresh air makeup. So that's what I think, from my humble opinion, is what we really want, is just a balance of not negative or positive.
So Doug, is it safe to give this advice to people who they don't want to spend a lot of money, but they want to know, is my house positive or negative pressure? If you turn off all of your appliances in your home, your HVAC, everything off, and just open your front door with everything else closed, that probably should not want to open farther, or probably should not want to close. Would that be accurate, you think?
I think that is accurate. Unfortunately, though, Mike, I think a lot of the times a negative pressure or positive pressure is as a result of the HVAC system. And it actually running. And so if it's sized improperly, then it can put the house under negative pressure or under positive pressure, where if it were turned off, you might end up with just a balance, zero.
Right.
So sometimes it's the biggest contributor, especially if it's sized improperly, the biggest contributor to creating that pressure differential.
So it's the size of the HVAC unit that that contributes to the positive or negative pressure? Is it also the amount of returns versus supply registers? Does that play into
Absolutely.
it? So it's kind of
Absolutely
a
does.
equation of those things combined. I could
Yes,
see how that could
yes.
get kind of complex. I don't know how to, I wouldn't be the one you'd call to say, help me fix my pressure per se.
Come balance my house, Jared.
Come balance
please, if
my
you
house.
could. Yeah.
But I can imagine it being complicated. Like I need to figure out if you got the right size first. Yes. And then, okay, maybe you only have one return and I don't know.
And where is the return located? And
Yeah.
It is a complicated process, but fortunately, there's a lot of science behind it. And
Mhm.
unfortunately, a lot of HVAC guys don't know that this exists. But you probably remember in my book, what I did for my house was I hired a mechanical engineer, and it only cost me a couple of $100, but he ran what's called a manual J and a manual D. The manual J calculates the load calculation on exactly what size air conditioning system you need based on that house, that specific house sitting on that specific lot. That's the manual J. And then the manual D designs the ductwork. So when you do that, now you're kind of in the commercial arena. They always do that for commercial environments.
Yeah.
They just don't typically do it for residential environments, but that's how you solve the problem that you're talking about. Retrofitting is not easy. If you have a house that's under positive pressure or under negative pressure, it can be done. It's just not easy. It's not nearly as easy as to do it from the start, which is another one of those unintended consequences. I saved a few $100 because I didn't hire a mechanical engineer. Now I got to deal with the consequences for the rest of my life,
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. So let's
Hey,
move.
let me ask one more thing that keeps sticking out in my mind. On this house I talked about in California, it was a fairly modest, just a Rambler house, one level, but they had just a ginormous air conditioning unit on the outside.
Yeah.
Is that as big an issue as an undersized or oversized furnace itself, or how does that play in? Is it the furnace you're looking at, or is it the air conditioner, or both?
Yeah, it's actually the air conditioning, the sizing of the air conditioning system itself, I think is probably one of the most neglected areas addressing indoor air quality. And the way I think about it is this way. If it's oversized, an air conditioning system is primarily designed to dehumidify it, to take moisture out of the air. That's what it's primarily designed to do. If it's oversized, then it's going to short cycle and it's not going to run long enough to get the moisture out of the air. So you got a moisture problem. On the other side, if it's too small, it's going to run and run and run and run and run and never get the moisture out of the air. So you've got the same result, which is what you and I deal with all the time, mold. You've got the same problem on either side. If it's undersized or oversized, you're going to have a moisture problem.
Yeah. So in that crawl space example that Mike gave, because that's technically not, a living space usually. And so, that's almost a whole nother deal, right? Because the HVAC system, if it's not plumbed, down into the HVA or down into the crawl space, you've got the living space that, say you get that under a neutral or positive pressure, that crawl space could have its own dynamic in and of itself, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's an artificial environment. Yeah, it's an artificial environment, Jeremy, almost like your attic, It's your attics are typically much hotter than it is outside, right? It's like your crawl space is much wetter than it is outside. So it's an artificial environment that's creating problems. And now if that's not sealed off and isolated from the conditioned space, from the living space, then you're going to have all kinds of issues inside.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, is there any way, because, we've talked about this in the podcast, how often that moldy crawl space, causes issues inside the living space, right above it. I mean, it's just impossible to keep the mold and contaminants from coming up. Stack effect, or maybe it's pressure issues. I'm not sure what it always is, but is there any way to mitigate that, from pushing up into the house? And what do you suggest there?
Yeah. Well, absolutely. I think so here's a concept. I know you'll really like this. You'll grab onto this, but we always tell our guys when we're training them that, especially on the assessment side, if they're doing mold assessment, they need to go to a subdivision somewhere where they're building houses and look at those houses and the crawl spaces under construction and see how many holes there are in the floor. Holes for plumbing, holes for electrical, holes for the tub, you know?
Yeah.
And if you don't seal those up, what's going to happen? All that stuff in the crawl space is going to come up into the environment.
Yeah.
So yes, it's not an easy task retrofitting, but what we think in terms is you really only have two choices with a crawl space. You either isolate it from the conditioned space, which means sealing off that floor and subfloor in some way so that that crawl space is truly outside air and not contaminating the inside, or you incorporate the crawl space with the living space and make it conditioned space so that now you've sealed it from the outside and it becomes part of the air that you breathe. And that's the concept of a conditioned crawl space where, you know, you've got the floor sealed, you've got the perimeter wall sealed, and now what you're doing is you're essentially air conditioning the crawl space.
Right.
Yeah. And you know, the other thing I thought about was the vents in the crawl space. I think that's incredibly important. This house did not have vents that I'm talking about. We had them cut vents and then go back and treat the house one more time. And she's back in the house now. But that crawl space had no vents.
Well, and that's something we talked about too, because you know, here in Utah where we're dry, it really in most cases is a great idea just to get ventilation in that crawl space because it's dry air.
Right. Yeah.
But we talked to some of our guys in the South and they're like,
well, that makes it worse. Yeah.
That makes it worse. You're just inviting all this humid air into the house.
Yeah.
So I know some of that's regional, like you're saying, and probably
That's right.
situation specific to.
So what do you recommend down in your area, Doug, down in Louisiana? Do you recommend
for crawl
vents?
space vents or?
Yeah, we highly recommend that it be completely a part of conditioned space, a part of the living environment, that you isolate it from the outside. I think the problem is, like you said, in the South, you're dealing with 80+% relative humidity outside. You can't get enough vents to get that air exchange underneath the crawl space. Even if it's on pilings, it's really hard to get the air moving underneath that crawl space and getting rid of the moisture. So what we always recommend is if you're going to have vents, which some people are not going to go the conditioned route, if you're going to have vents, then you need to figure out a way to isolate that floor, you know, somehow seal it underneath so that you're not bringing those contaminants indoors.
Yeah, I see. And sorry to go back to the sealing up the cracks and stuff in the subfloor and flooring between the crawl space and the living space, but is that not standard protocol for a construction a contractor, or is that something you need to request if you're building a home? Or
well, I'm sure that's probably a regional thing as well. I'm sure there are probably some municipalities where they require that, like I said in San Antonio, where they're requiring blower door testing. That would be part of things that they would require as their local code. But that's one of the reasons why I wrote Mold-Free Construction, Jeremy, because I think a lot of things are different in different parts of the country. Some places they will allow things where they wouldn't allow things in another part of the country. Short story, I built a house for a friend in Atlanta. I was actually living in Florida at the time, had a Florida license, had all my licenses in place. It was actually Rome, Georgia. It wasn't Atlanta. I went to Rome, Georgia, was going to build this 3,000 square foot house for this guy. I went up there in a suit and tie, took all of my licenses and all my credentials, sat down with the guy that was going to approve the drawings. And he said, "You ever built before?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Oh, okay, well, you can build this one." I said, "Don't you want to see my licenses?" And he said, "No, son, if you don't build a good house, you'll never build another one here." And so
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, different parts of the country do different things in regards to minimum standards.
Well, in different parts of the world also. I was just on a phone conversation with one of our licensees in Australia. And he said it's unbelievable in Australia what they get away with, you know.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to just talk about a couple more things, Doug, while we have you. I know your time's precious, but kind of, we're talking about air infiltration. We haven't talked about water infiltration too much, but the air coming into our homes can bring in contaminants. If you do it right and filter it, that fresh air makeup can be a good thing. Mike talked about, commercial settings. It's pretty common practice, am I not mistaken, in commercial facilities to have some kind of fresh air makeup coming in?
Yeah, it's required by code.
Yeah.
It's required.
Maybe let's talk about that for a second. Why is that? And then why is it different in residential, or why is there that difference there?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'll tell you what, it's like a question of the ages. It used to be back in, again, going back to the 70s and 80s, one of the big changes that they made in regards to these energy concerns was that they lowered the amount of fresh air that was required to be brought into a building. Prior to the 70s, they actually had a standard for commercial buildings, how much had to be made. And there were suggestions at that point that maybe they should actually do that with residences. And then because of the energy crisis and on the commercial buildings, they lowered the amount of air that was required to bring into the outside. Then the discussion from an international building code standpoint was, well, do we even really need to address it on residences? And so it never really got addressed. And it's a little frustrating to me because even though now it's required on commercial, it's not required on residential. On commercial, the manual J, the manual D I was talking about, that's required, but it's not required on residential.
Interesting.
So I don't know all the politics. I hate to use that word, but I don't know all of what went into those kinds of decisions, but it's certainly not the way I think that houses should be built, because you can, again, mitigate a lot of problems by doing some pretty simple things.
Yeah. So you'd be a proponent of getting that more in the residential setting where you can get more fresh air in there, as long as you can filter it, right? Filter
Absolutely.
it. Make sure it's good.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I think, of course, my view of this whole thing from my book and the standpoint of the construction side of the industry, my whole view of this is looking at the house holistically. It's a living, breathing organism, and you can do one thing and screw something else up. So what you need to do is you need to think in terms of, how does this whole thing work together as a system? And I think that's the really important steps that need to be taken when somebody is either building or retrofitting.
So let me I know this next question could be a whole nother podcast. In fact, we're planning a podcast.
I know where you're going with this already.
Okay.
Yeah. You're going ERV, HRV?
Yeah. ERV, HRV. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm a believer in certain situations. Again, I think it's kind of you have to look at the holistic view of that particular environment and find out whether or not that actually works. If you're retrofitting, they absolutely, I think, have a place. If you're wanting to go to a positive pressure environment, or you want to go to neutral pressure, those kinds of things really work. I think that, again, it's almost, I don't want to say case by case, but it's almost, that's kind of the way I view it. So in the HVAC industry, they call those appurtenances. They're things that you add on to the air conditioning system, just like a dehumidifier. I'm not a big believer in adding dehumidifiers to the HVAC system. I think if the house is designed properly and you have a manual J and a manual D run on the house and it's sized properly, you should never need a dehumidifier. A dehumidifier is kind of a Band-Aid, and I kind of feel that way about ERVs. It's like, I can see a place for them, but it would be under certain conditions.
And we don't have anything but just a little bit of anecdotal experience with these. My personal opinion is I think you need to be careful with these things, because I think you can build up a mold load within the core of that thing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, we have a house we're dealing with right now, and it's very moldy, or it feels moldy. We're picking up mold on tests, and there's no sign of it in there. And then we kind of dissected the ERV the other day, and it just felt
awful.
Awful in there.
Yeah.
And
once
so
we opened it, in fact, I started getting physical symptoms. Like it was not good.
And so again, we we're kind of on the beginning end of the journey. We've researched it quite a bit on the internet, but we haven't, all we have, like we said, is just a couple experiences with some customers. And so we're trying to figure out, but I like what you said. I mean, if you figure out the right, system and size for the house, maybe that's the better way to go than trying to get.
And every case is its own deal.
Yeah.
You can't.
Tell you a quick story about an interesting HVAC system that I saw. I'd never seen this before. I went out to an oil rig, BP oil rig, and it's about 6,000 square feet. And one air conditioning system cools the entire rig, 320 rooms, individual rooms. And at the end of every run, every single duct run to that room, at the grill going into the room was a VAV to control the volume of air going into that room and the temperature. So every single room had its own thermostat. Now they had a computer running this thing that took up a whole room. But the point is that when somebody went into their room to sleep and they wanted it 65 degrees, they could have it 65 degrees and the person next to them have it at 72 degrees. So that particular appurtenance, that piece of equipment, you can imagine throughout that entire rig, every single one of those was unbelievably contaminated with mold problems because they all have a coil. They all have fins to direct the air. And it was just a massive cleanup job. And so you're exactly right. I think that's the kind of thing you're looking at. Now, in that environment, they didn't have a choice. They had to do that because of the way the thing was constructed and what they wanted to accomplish in terms of keeping the rooms separated. But my goodness, what a major problem, mold issue.
Yeah. So kind of our last question then, Doug, let's maybe talk. I know you're in the, you're the founder and CEO of Normie. You also have gotten into the air filtration industry, because obviously that fits really well with what you do with air quality. So maybe let's kind of conclude with talking about what can you do to mitigate your air quality infiltration issues. You could, I don't know if you want to mention air filtration or any other ideas you have for people that we haven't mentioned.
Yeah, I would. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm going to put the chicken before the egg here. Actually, I got into the indoor air quality air purification equipment business prior to Normie. I got involved in that actually in 1996. And that's when I wrote my book, in the late 90s. And so I was actually selling and designing air purification and air filtration equipment before the turn of the century, as they say. And then Normie was created in 2004. And so it obviously only made sense as we were doing training on mold remediation for our guys. They would say, well, what kind of air purifiers should we use? And what kind of air filters should we use? Well, why is that important? And it was a really easy connection between Normie, which was the training and certifying agency, and Best Living Systems, which was our products company. And of course, full disclosure, I own both. But we do a lot of really cool stuff with air purification. We've got some really unique trademarked, patented technologies that nobody else in the country has. And what's cool about that, Jeremy, and I think what's really important to this discussion is that we were talking about mitigating air infiltration and moisture intrusion problems. They can't be 100% mitigated. I mean, I have air purification technologies in my house, obviously, and air filters, good filters. So every time you open the door and walk in from the outside to the inside, we're like Pigpen. We're bringing stuff in behind us. And so you're no matter what you do in terms of effectively dealing with air infiltration and moisture intrusion problems, you've still got the everyday contaminants that we're dealing with, the flecking off of our skin and odors that we get from cooking and all those sorts of things. So we're big believers in air purification and air filtration technologies, high-tech stuff, and that's what Best Living Systems is all about. And I appreciate your giving me an opportunity to talk about that because it's some pretty cool stuff. We just won a honorable mention innovative award from ASHRAE on some of our air purification technology. So it's a big deal. And of course, our members have opportunities to make those available to their clients where it seems to fit.
Yeah. Yeah. We've began using some of your Best Living Systems products, and I'm a big fan. I think it's a great addition to what we do in our work, especially with,
you know, one concept that we've always tried to share with our customers is after we're done, we want to make this home very inhospitable to mold. And that's kind of the idea there. Just arm your home.
Yeah.
That mold does not like to hang around in there.
Yeah.
Well, Mike, that's why we get along so well, man.
I know it. We're kindred spirits. We talked about that. Yeah.
I know. I've been saying for years, when we tell our remediators and our assessors to go out and do mold projects, it's not just about fixing the problem. It's about fixing the problem and then making sure you're creating an environment in which that problem is not going to come back.
Yeah.
And you know, that's way beyond just a hit and run kind of approach that a lot of these guys take.
We had a guy come to one of our conferences, and he was speaking about how to get repeat customers, and we were like, no, we don't want repeat customers. We didn't do our job if we have a repeat customer, you know.
That's right. That's exactly right. We do it right. We don't have to have them come back to us.
Yeah, exactly. So we could do a whole nother podcast on some of the cool technologies.
Let's do in a while.
Yeah, maybe if you want to come back again, Doug, we could do on the PCO technology, because we've mentioned it here and there, and I think it's kind of an exciting thing. And I guess I will say this is a caution I always have to make, because I do run into a lot of people who think that they have a legitimate mold issue in the home. And they mistakenly believe if I put this device in my home, that's going to fix my mold issue. You know, it's a couple step process. You got to really mitigate the mold or do a really comprehensive sanitization protocol like we do.
Mm-hmm.
And then that second step of putting in some air filtration devices or some of this PCO, photocatalytic oxidation technology.
Yeah.
And some of the ionizers that you guys have come up with and probes and things. I think it's a very, anyways, it's just a great way to, like you guys have said, to make the home inhospitable. If you'll come back, we'll have you tell us all about it. But for now, Doug, every guest we have on the show, as a token of gratitude, we let you kind of advertise for yourself. Maybe mention some websites, or if anyone listening wants to know more about Normie or Best Living Systems, how do they get in contact?
Well, thank you very much, guys. Love working with you, and look forward to many years of fixing people's unhealthy homes, which is kind of exciting to do. So Normie, our simple website is www.normie.org. Normie.org, very simple. We've got a great staff of people that can answer your questions. If you email us or call us directly, that's pretty easy to do. Best Living Systems' new website is blsproducts.com, blsproducts.com. And we just put in place, in fact, introduced last week, a new affiliate program for guys who want to build a team of people to sell some of these products and represent that company, some of the neat stuff that we're doing there. But that's where it is, and we're just happy to help. Thank you for the opportunity to kind of blow our horn. We think we've got something that's unique and something that is definitely needed. We always say that we're all about helping people have cleaner, safer, and healthier environments. And I think when you look at these multifaceted problems and you've got a multi-strategic solution, you're on the right track. And that's what we're trying to do.
And let me just say in conclusion, because parts of the mold remediation and sanitization industry have a reputation as being quite closed-minded. I wouldn't say all of it, but it's been very refreshing getting to know you, Doug, because you do have kind of this expansive vision and you're pushing innovation, I think, which is very much needed. There are so many gaps and holes in some of the current protocols out there that we're, and I wouldn't even say we have all the answers completely yet ourselves. We're all figuring it out, but
Yeah,
it's been
that's
good to
right.
get to know someone like you where
Been
you're
great. Yeah.
where you're open-minded, you're pushing the innovation, trying to figure out, better ways each day to improve the mold remediation protocols out there. So hats off to you, and yeah, to many more years as we try and navigate this world and figure out how to make homes healthier. So thanks for your time.
Thanks, Jeremy. I think we got a big market out there. I always tell people the only people who need what we have to offer are people who breathe. And so I think
That is true.
I think we're going to have a big market for a very,
Yeah.
very long time.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Doug.
Thanks for joining and
Thank
for
you.
your expertise. I learned some
Appreciate
good
it.
stuff today.
Yeah.
I do need to learn more about HVACs, and that's something I should put on my to-do list. So thanks for your time,
Thank you,
Doug.
guys.
Okay.
We'll be in touch.
We'll
Till
catch up
next
down the
time.
road. All right. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
Welcome to IAQ Basics 101, Managing the Air We Breathe. My name's Doug Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director of Normie, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. IAQ Basics 101 is a class offered through besttrainingschool.com. This copyrighted presentation will discuss the problems of indoor air pollution as well as solutions to those problems. There are multiple ways to deal with indoor air pollution, and I suppose this picture addresses one of those. The EPA and other government agencies suggest removing the source of the pollution, but as we will see, that's not always possible and is not necessarily a viable option, especially since we ourselves are the source of much of the pollution indoors. Dilution with fresh air makeup is also suggested as an option, but that's not always possible, and in many cases it allows us to bring even more pollution from the outside into our living space. This class is designed to talk about the seriousness of the problem, the sources of the problem, and the real holistic solution to managing indoor air quality. Whether in a residential, commercial, industrial, or institutional environment, the solutions are the same and effective to reduce microbials, particulates, and other contaminants that pollute our indoor breathing space. Several years ago, Normie.org started a national survey asking homeowners in particular to rank their indoor air quality from 1 to 10, 1 being poor, 10 being excellent. And so the question, how would you rate the indoor air quality in your home? Now, with several thousand responses, the evidence is clear that most people, in excess of 90%, rank their indoor air quality at a 7 or below. That many people recognize that they have a problem, but not quite sure what that problem is or who to call to resolve it. This short course should help put those concerns to rest by suggesting the sources of the problem and the solutions that are effective in improving indoor air quality in virtually every single case. We are not unaware of the problems in our homes and offices. Many people react to the contaminants that exist in our indoor environments, and there is even an entire segment of the medical industry that now recognizes and treats the symptoms of environmental illness. The AAEM, American Association of Environmental Medicine, has been a leader among doctors in training and helping them resolve the problems that people experience as a result of indoor air pollution.
No longer are those affected shuffled off to a psychiatrist or disregarded as a hypochondriac, because more and more evidence is coming to light every year on the devastating effects of long-term, low-level pollutants on our health and general well-being. Allergy, lethargy, overall unproductivity are now being associated with many of these contaminants, and property owners, managers, and doctors are interested in finding solutions. This class allows you to take a giant leap toward a holistic approach to dealing with indoor air pollution. But first, you must understand what comprises or makes up the contaminants that we breathe every day indoors. You could classify every single component that affects indoor air quality into one of these 7 components. And if you know what the problem is, the solution is easier to understand. As I've said many times, prognosis without diagnosis is malpractice, and so it is with indoor air pollution. If you don't understand the problem, then you don't have a solution. If you do understand the problem, and you understand that it's multifaceted, then you will understand that the solution must then be multi-strategic. There is no one-size-fits-all, or just put this machine in your house and all will be well approach to solving these issues. It's about dealing with all of them in a synergistic way. So let's talk about each of these as we see them in our environments and as they pollute those environments. Particles. That's a dust mite. 32,000 of them on an ounce of dust. And there are a lot of people who are allergic to dust mites because dust mites love to eat organic material, dead skin. And when they eat that dead skin, they do what other animals do, and that becomes aerosolated. And that dust mite feces has enzymes in it that makes people allergic to it. And so dust mites obviously are a problem, and what they do after they eat becomes a problem. But there are other things in the environment floating around as well: pollen and mold spores, particulates that need to be taken out of the air that we breathe. There have been multiple studies about submicron particles and how they actually get past our natural filtering systems, the nose hairs, the hairs in our lungs, and actually can even be brought into our bloodstream. And so dealing with particles, of course, is an extremely important way of dealing with indoor air quality. Unfortunately, in the indoor air quality business for the last few years, so much emphasis and focus has been put on particles that some of the other problems that are in the environment have been ignored. And so a lot of effort has been made to make really good and efficient filters, but that's only one solution to one specific problem. Odors. In our environment, we have odors, all kinds of odors. Sometimes those odors are symptomatic of gases. Sometimes they're symptomatic of other things like cooking odors or secondhand smoke. But odors are a tremendous allergen, and it's an indoor air quality issue that needs to be addressed. Gases. Of course, I tell people in our indoor air quality classes that we have enough chemicals under our kitchen sink to kill a couple of elephants. But the truth is that we have all kinds of things in our environments that are off-gassing different types of chemicals. If you think about walking into a room that's just been painted, that room smells. There's your odors. But those odors are actually coming from gases from the paints and the VOCs. Those gases will continue for years and years, sometimes up to 10 years, after the smell of the new paint has gone away. Formaldehyde, glues, OSB, carpeting, all of these things put off gases. Some of them we smell, some of them we don't smell. Usually at this point when I'm talking about indoor air quality, I talk about these three as they're really evidenced by secondhand smoke. A single cigarette produces over 4,000 chemical gases, 43 of which are carcinogenic. And in most cases, when they try to take cigarette smoke out of an environment, like in a bar or a restaurant, they use a filter, and so they're successful at taking the particles out, but it still smells like an ashtray. And that's because they haven't removed the gases and the odors that remain. So if you were going to have a multi-strategic solution to secondhand smoke, you'd have to have something that would deal with not only the particulates, but also deal with the gases and with the odors. And then, of course, we have biopollutants, and we think about mold because it's something that's very obvious, and there's been a lot of press about it, but there's all kinds of biopollutants in our environments. E. coli, salmonella, methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, MRSA, all kinds of things going on in our environments that actually become aeroslated. Now, that's not because the bacteria has wings and can fly around, but it does in fact travel on the dead skin cells and other things that are floating around in our environment. When I talked about particulates, one of the things that I didn't really mention but is one of the biggest pollutions in our environment is our cells. We actually put off dead skin cells. And if you look at a shaft of light in the morning and you see all of those things floating around, 80% of that, according to scientists, 80% of that is dead skin. Well, that dead skin becomes a little magic carpet ride for bacteria and for viruses and other types of biopollutants. And so biopollutants are a major issue not only on surfaces but also when they become aerosolated. That's the fourth component of indoor air quality that needs to be addressed. Temperature and humidity. Obviously, as the temperature gets high and the humidity gets high, much greater chance of mold growing. Even when the temperature gets low and the humidity gets low, there's a good possibility that bacteria will grow. And so one of the things that we do in our trainings is we talk about trying to keep the relative humidity between 40 and 60% so that there's a less possibility that contaminants will actually grow in that environment. But these two components obviously need to be addressed. In the air conditioning industry, they talk about combining these two, and they deal with what's called psychrometrics and how the two actually work in environments to keep air cleaner and how they can make the air conditioning systems more efficient. Temperature and humidity. And then the seventh component is comfort, and that's how air moves in the environment. You know, when you're in an environment that's got stagnant air, where it's hot at your head and it's cold at your feet, it's extremely uncomfortable. By getting the air moving, by using ceiling fans, leaving the air conditioning system on, so that it's actually moving the air, not only are you keeping a more comfortable environment, you're taking away the false positives that a thermostat might give you, false readings that you might have about the heat or the coolness of that particular environment. And if you're using proactive air purification technologies or passive technologies, as we're going to talk about in just a few moments, moving the air is vital to keeping good air quality. By moving the air, you're trapping the particulates, you're taking the proactive air purification to the surfaces, cleaning the bacteria, killing the mold, you're dealing with odors and VOCs. All of that has to do with air movement. So these 7 components, and again, we're talking about particulates, odors, gases, temperature, humidity, and comfort. All of these have to be addressed if you're going to have a multi-strategic solution to this multifaceted problem. Particles, biopollutants, odors, temperature, humidity, gases, and comfort. You need to address all of them. So the first conclusion that should be drawn after understanding the many facets of the problem is that solution is not just about filters. Filters play a very big part in resolving many issues, but they certainly don't address many of the pollutants like odors and gases, and they are restricted by the difficulty of trying to get some of these pollutants to the filter. We'll talk about the value of good filters and the shortcomings of bad ones shortly, but even before that discussion, it's clear that it's not
the whole answer to IAQ management. It's not about source removal. If we are producing much of the dead skin that's in any environment, removing us is not the answer. Yes, we can give our cat to Aunt Sally and tell our wife to smoke outdoors, but there are so many things in our environments that simply cannot be removed. After all, who wants to live in a stainless steel house? So many of our construction materials are great feeding ground for mold and bacteria, and how do we fix that problem? And it's not about dilution. Certainly adding fresh air into the home or office is a good way to dilute some of the contaminants, but as I suggested earlier, in some parts of the country, the last thing I want to do is bring so-called fresh air into the environment. At least I wouldn't want to bring it in without it having been cooled, filtered, and purified. Again, certainly a part of the solution, but not the entire solution. Our solution, the Normie approved solution, is a multi-strategic approach with these 3 prongs: air filtration and purification, surface protection, and lifestyle changes. When I wrote my book, Mold-Free Construction, and that's available at moldfreeconstruction.com, I suggested a sanitization protocol, and it incorporates this 3-pronged approach. Take a look here at a recent table that I found that suggested the top 10 solutions to indoor air quality issues. It's interesting because the 3-pronged approach is included right here. You've got utilize air purification, utilize air filtration, dehumidify or humidify, reduce carpeting, revise your cleaning schedule, use hypoallergenic bedding, use green cleaning supplies, reduce volatile organic compounds, respond quickly to leaks or moisture, manage plants, and clean your pets. It's interesting that this 3-pronged approach is included. Lifestyle changes that include decluttering, scheduled maintenance, and so forth is incorporated in the revised cleaning schedule. Respond quickly to leaks and use hypoallergenic bedding. Using green cleaning supplies that are low in VOCs deals with surface protection, and I have many more listed in my sanitization protocol. So we want to now close in on air filtration and purification technologies, which is probably the most technical of all the solutions. There are so many air purification technologies and so much marketing hype that it's often difficult to understand exactly what works and what doesn't. So let's simplify the approach. Every piece of air purification equipment in the market today is either active or passive in its approach to resolving indoor air pollution problems. By passive, we mean that, like a mousetrap, it's bringing the pollution to the solution. A filter is a good example of a passive technology because the filter sits there waiting for the air to be brought to the filter. The other option to take care of that pesky mouse would be to buy a cat. That cat is on seek and destroy mode, and she's going out there to take the solution to the pollution. That's a proactive approach to solving the problem. So in that context, let's talk about the different technologies in the marketplace and talk about each, how they work, and the advantages or disadvantages of each. What you'll quickly see is that a synergistic approach utilizing multiple technologies in a combination of passive and active is by far the best and most effective way to deal with all of the potential contaminants in the indoor environment. To take this a step further in evaluating technologies on the market today, all of them, that is all of the equipment on the market today, utilizes one of 5 technologies: either filtration, ionization, ozonation, ultraviolet, or ultraviolet with target plate. The very best equipment utilizes several of these, as you'll see in a few moments, but we must first understand the value and limitation of each before we have a clear understanding of the efficiency and effectiveness when these are combined. Filters would include all of the different media that we see in the market. They might be fiberglass, foam rubber, carbon or carbon impregnated, polyester, but each serves a different purpose based on its density and configuration. HEPA, high efficiency particulate arrestor, filters, probably the highest quality filter on the market today, incorporated a pleated configuration and is usually appropriate only in commercial environments where the air handlers can handle the tight density of the filter media. For the average consumer, anything above a MERV 7 or 8 rating, according to ASHRAE. Now, ASHRAE is the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers, could negatively impact the efficiency of the air conditioning system and even, in many cases, damage blower motors and other moving parts of the system. MERV, which is the Minimum Efficiency Reporting Value, a standard set by ASHRAE to determine the effectiveness and efficiency of a specific media. Ionization sends an electrical charge into the environment using several different types of components to charge particles and make them flock together or aggregate so they can be carried to the filter. In many cases, submicron particles are so light that they are never brought to the filter, and these are, by most studies, the most harmful to our health. Bypassing the natural filters of our nose and lungs, these particles can wreak havoc on our health. Ozonation is produced by a couple of different methods. Ozone can be very effective in reducing microbial pollutants in the air and on surfaces, but it must be closely monitored and is problematic for a small percentage of the population. Ozone production is regulated by some states, and in particular, the state of California bans air purification technologies that incorporate ozone production in their machines. Fortunately, there are now other technologies that are just as effective without the harmful side effects. Ultraviolet has been widely used in the air conditioning industry, but unfortunately it seems as though many technicians really don't understand how it works, or doesn't, and so many have lost faith in the effectiveness as an air purification technique. With the advent of target plates, the photocatalytic oxidation technology is one of the newest technologies addressing airflow and has proven to be extremely effective in keeping air and surfaces clean of many contaminants. Let's talk about each of these in a little more detail and discuss whether they are active or passive in their approach to air purification. This is a good example of a traditional pleated filter. There are some limitations that inhibit the effectiveness of filters, and much of that has to do with the type of filter that's used and the maintenance, or lack of it, that's required. We've talked about the variety of filter media that can be used, but all filters are limited by the air handler itself in terms of the amount of air that actually gets to the filter. Air exchanges are a way of describing the effectiveness of the filter, but it ignores the reality that much of the air in any environment never actually gets to the filter. Just like the swirling leaf in a swimming pool that never gets to the pool filter, the air in any environment has pockets of air that never move. At least that air never gets exchanged and therefore is never really filtered. Maintenance is probably one of the biggest issues with filters because people often will leave their filters in for a very long time. So long that the media is so full that it actually sucks the cardboard frame of the filter away from the edges of the return, causing blow-by. And again, the air is not filtered. If filters are not changed regularly, they can become a media for mold and bacterial growth, a syndrome that we in the industry call bionesting. The solution is a good MERV 7 or 8 filter, frameless, impregnated with a good antimicrobial. And if you view Best Living Systems module at the end of this module, also attached to this lesson, you'll see the value and efficiency of the perfect fit filter for most 1-inch applications. With all this understood, the filter is still passive, waiting for the contaminants to get to it. We highly recommend a good filter, but it should be only one of the parts of the solution. and it should be one that doesn't cause the very problems that you're trying to solve. Ions are invisible particles, either molecules or atoms, which bear an electric charge. Atoms, for instance, consist of an atomic nucleus that contains neutral neutrons and positively charged protons, as well as orbiting electrons that are negatively charged. And when an atom is in neutral condition, the number of protons and electrons, which are negative, protons positive, electrons negative, is equal. When the number of protons and electrons is not the same, the particle becomes an ion that is either positively or negatively charged. Negative ions can be artificially generated by electrical devices such as ionizers, which use an external power source to generate large quantities of negative ions. Virtually all particles in the air have a positive charge, while negative ions have a negative charge, in which case negative ions and particles magnetically attract to one another. When there's a high enough concentration of negative ions in the air, they will attract to floating particles in large numbers. This causes the particle to become too heavy to remain airborne, and as a result, the particle will fall out of the air and will then be collected by normal cleaning activities such as vacuuming or dusting or even in the filter. The ionization process has been used for years on the construction sites and other locations where particulates need to be removed from our breathing space. Negative needlepoint and pulsating ionization simply charge those particles that are then attracted to one another and either dropped out of our breathing range or taken to a filter. The newest ionization technology is the dielectric barrier ionizer. This component actually creates what some call a bipolar ion or clustered ion, where both positive and negative ions are combined in the same charge. This sounds counterintuitive, but testing has shown that this actually happens, and that the clustered ion, though safe for humans, is lethal to microorganisms like bacteria, viruses, and mold or fungus. This is a completely natural process, utilizes low voltage, so it's an energy-saving process, and effective on a variety of IAQ contaminants. When combined with other components, this technology produces a powerful oxidation process, and Best Living Systems trademarked it as multi-cluster ionization, MCI. It's just a better way to address many of the contaminants in the indoor environment because it produces very low levels of ozone, nearly immeasurable and safe. Best part of all, this technology is proactive. It sends the solution downstream to the pollution and will therefore help keep air and surfaces clean, even quite a distance from the equipment. There has been much concern about ozone, and I just have to say that much of it is inaccurate. Though there is no need now with the newer technologies to incorporate ozone in the air purification technologies, the production of ozone is as natural as lightning and actually causes the clean, crisp smell that we get after a thunderstorm or at the beach or in the mountains. Called nature's cleaning product, ozone can be a very powerful oxidizer and when used correctly can be very effective. Though highly efficient for smoke cleanup and fire restoration projects, more IAQ professionals steer customers away from the use of ozone, even at low levels, due to the sensitivity of young children, the elderly, and immunosuppressed people. I'm thankful that there are technologies that have advanced beyond our need for a discussion about the value or limitation of this specifically proactive technology. This brings us to ultraviolet lamps, the darling of the HVAC industry. It's long been known that UV light at the germicidal wavelength, 254 nanometer, is extremely effective against microbials. The food processing industry, the post office, and other applications have been fully convinced of its effectiveness and utilized it for really tough organisms like E. coli, anthrax, to name a few. Unfortunately, in the air conditioning system, the limitations of the technology enable it to be very effective in cleaning the surfaces on the inside of the air handler, but not very effective in sending any of that cleansing power downstream into the airflow. Why? Well, the UV technology has two major limitations: time and proximity. How long is the microorganism exposed to the light, and how close is it to the light? In most cases, air conditioning contractors have found that due to the high rate of speed with the air racing past the UV light, that the bugs hardly get a sunburn. Ultraviolet light is great for the surfaces inside the system, but not very effective in the air stream. It really is a passive technology, waiting for the bugs to come close to it so it can zap them, change their DNA, or neutralize them. Over the past few years, scientists and engineers have learned the power of a combination of UV, the germicidal wavelength UV, and a target plate. This UV becomes a catalyst for producing a much more powerful oxidizer than actually does get into the airstream, clean the air and surfaces downstream from the air handler. When combining these two, the UV and the target plate can then be coated with multiple coatings of different metals, its shape altered to expose more of the surface to the UV, and in turn produce a powerful clustered ion similar to the dielectric barrier ionizer we discussed earlier. This proactive technology is becoming the choice for all air purification technologies, and when combined with other components, as we'll discuss in a moment, air purification technology has now taken a turn toward becoming the foundation for creating clean, healthy environments indoors. No longer is this technology an option, but a must for anyone who's interested in addressing all the pollutants now found in indoor environments. This concludes our training on IAQ technologies. IAQ Basics 101. Remember that the combination of many components into a single product is the very best way to address all of the contaminants in any environment. You've got a multifaceted problem, you need a multi-strategic solution. If you have a greater interest in the products that have been developed around the clustered ion, multi-cluster ionization trademark, we have provided a module on your page entitled BLS Products to help you better understand the options you may have for your own use or may want to offer to your clients. The trademarked MCI multi-cluster ionization technology are incorporated in all of these products, from HVAC probes to standalones. They're affordable, effective, and efficacious for air and surfaces in virtually any environment. Safe for humans, but lethal to microbes. Thank you for taking the time to get better educated on the basics of IAQ. We offer more advanced trainings in the IAQ field, which includes specific trainings on mold, formaldehyde, as well as more trainings in the indoor air quality field itself. And we look forward to providing more information in the classes ahead.
Hey there, my name's Doug Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director of NORMI, National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors, and I'm so excited to be able to share with you information about our new certification, the Certified Remediator for Sensitized Individual. And this class is actually led by one of our new senior trainers, Michael Pinto, who's been in the sensitized individual field for many, many years. And I'm just going to turn it over to him and let him talk to you a little bit about why this class is so important for anybody that's in the industry. So, Michael, it's all yours.
Thank you, Doug. I appreciate that very much. Just want everybody to know that the reality is that you're dealing with sensitized individuals, whether you know it or not. Anybody who's in the mold assessing and or remediation field, some of the people that you're coming across indicate that they've been made sick by mold, or as you do your occupant interviews to understand what's going on in the home, you may find out that they're talking about symptoms. Now, we are not doctors, but what we are professionals that are trying to help resolve some of these issues. So what this particular class does is three things very specifically. It helps turn you into a better remediator. There's absolutely no doubt about that. You can be a good remediator, you can be an average remediator, but this will help you be a better remediator, and that's just good across the board. The real issue, though, is that for sensitized individuals, it's a necessity. You can't miss the details. The second thing that the class does is expand upon some of the things that just get missed in a general sense in regards to following the IICRC S520, the mold standard. Most people know about conditions 1, 2, and 3, normal fungal ecology, and visible fungal growth as condition 3. What gets missed is that whole condition 2, deposition of airborne spores. And that brings us to the third thing as well, is how much money are you leaving on the table when you're doing a partial remediation and focusing on removing the source material, but you're not even investigating or offering to do some of the whole house cleaning or the cleaning that is necessary to take the condition 2 parts of the office or the home and bring that all back to a normal fungal ecology rather than just the area that you contained to remove the mold in the basement or the mold under the sink or the mold in the bathroom. So all of these things come into play in the NC RSI course, but the biggest thing is it makes you a better remediator across the board. And I'm excited to be one of the instructors, not the only instructor, but one of the instructors, and just share some of these tips and tricks over the course of the 2-day class. So we hope to see you there, and you can check the Normie schedule and the best training system schedule for when the next course is. Looking forward to seeing you either online or in person.
Thank you, Michael, and I'll look forward to seeing you at the next class.
Absolutely, Doug. Bless you.
I'd like to welcome my guest today, Keith Gongitano, who is the founder and CEO of the manufacturing of a product called Airwall. And I'm going to bring Keith in here in a second, but you'll see in the background one of the air walls, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. So, Keith, how about a quick hello?
Hey there. How you doing, Lance? I'm glad to be here.
And we're glad to have you. So I'm going to get right into this, and I got a few questions right off the bat, because when I see your email come to me, it says Zeppelin guys. And I'm kind of curious as to, we've always called you or associated you with the Airwall product, but the name of the company is Zeppelin. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's Zeppelin. You know, it's when we first founded the company, you got to find a name, and since it's inflatable, Zeppelin just kind of seemed like a cool name, and we went with it, and we designed a logo for it, but then the product needed a name, mainly because if it's going to have a line item on Xactimate and other things, it needs a name, and so it became Airwall, and then over time it became Airwalls by Zeppelin, which is containment from A to Z. So it's just kind of one of these things. But if you look us up, you'll find us both on Airwalls and Zeppelin.
Okay. Well, so where did this concept come from? Because in the remediation and healthcare and restoration type of industries, this is something completely new.
It is new. It evolved is what it did. It started with me helping a friend with his restoration company back in the summer of 2017, and I was in a crawl space. It was a miserable experience. I spent 3 hours trying to build a chamber so that we could get the subfloor dry, and among other things, I got bit by a spider and bruised and battered, and managed to only build marginal containment, a chamber. It was terrible. And so I invented the crawl space tool. It was just kind of one of those fully formed ideas in my head. I just knew how it had to work. Convinced a friend who's now a part of the company and pretty much has been since the beginning, because without him, a lot of this stuff wouldn't exist, just because he's the one that knew how to build it. His name is Cole, and I convinced him to build our first prototype for crawl spaces. And one thing led to another. You know, we started thinking, what about a doorway? I wonder if we could use this very tool in the doorway. And so I repurposed it, and it was very ugly. And we thought, well, the concept works. It's just not going to work, you know, in the sense that it's really gross and ugly looking. So we designed something for that. And then we moved on to windows. And then we realized at some point that because we met a fine gentleman by the name of Mark Cornelius, he's among other things, he's a member of the board on the IICRC. He's a trainer for years. He's been in the industry for almost 40 years. And he loved our product and just asked me a very simple question that he was looking at the doorway unit, our X, and he said, so how do you get out? And I looked at him with a very kind of lost look, and he goes, how do you get out? Where's your doffing chamber? You know, when you're doing a mold job, you got to have a doffing chamber. And it just never occurred to me. And so that's, you know, kind of what started my wheels spinning. And we went round and round and round. And the other question was always about power failure as well. What do you do about a power failure? Because the crawl space unit and the Airwall X, which is built for doorways, and the window units as well, they're all constant air kind of appliances. They require air from your air movers or your HEPA filters and things like that. And if the power goes out, well, then they deflate and they stop functioning. And so we went around for a long time before we settled on what we ended up with. And you'll actually see that behind me. You can actually see that's the full system. That's two Airwall Nexus on either side of me, and behind me is the front of the.
Let me interrupt you real quick,
yeah.
Because we'll talk about all the different types of configurations and products and stuff that you've come up with, because I know your mind just works continuously on this stuff. But I mean, the simple question is, how do these work? I mean,
air.
Air. Okay.
Yeah, they inflate. You know, and you're right. I tend to get, you know, I love my stuff and I think about it all the time, so I go fast. The two that I talked about first, they require constant air. You connect them to your air movers, your negative air machine, and you do what we call pre-cycle the air. You capture the air coming out of the machine directly, and then you take that air and do what you want with it, whether it's to exhaust it from the structure and create negative pressure, or to create a manifold where you're actually directing the air to a subfloor or maybe the perimeter of the building.
But these are different. This is different. That's behind you now, right?
Yeah. So this is the latest. This is very different. In fact, what you'll notice again to either side of me is the Nexus, and the Nexus consists of 5 separate inflatable air bladders. And if you look at the bottom, you'll see those little round. Those are valves. And so you inflate each of these chambers separately. The idea being that if there is a power failure, first of all, these are inflated and they don't require any more air. But if there was any kind of damage done to one of those bladders, although we did a lot to design them so that they're very durable, but if something did happen, that even the loss of an entire or even 2 chambers would still maintain your containment. So that's the design we came up with, and yeah, they're very different, but they both work on air and they both work on pressure. The whole reason that they function as negative air containment and as a chamber is because they're pushing against the surfaces of the building, up and down and then sideways, so that they seal up.
Okay, so now I did cut you short before. I just want to get back to, you were starting to talk about the different types of products.
Yeah.
I just wanted our viewers to understand at least how these things work.
Yeah.
What else have you designed? I mean, this is it looks like you got a chamber behind you and a whole wall, but I know there's problems with, you know, different heights, different types of ceilings and floors. How does that all work, or do you have special products for that?
So we wanted simplicity was the key. We didn't want a bazillion parts and things that could get lost, broken, misplaced, or just adding complexity. What you see behind me essentially is 4 things. It's a Nexus on one side, a Nexus on the other, the dust curtain that joins them, and the doffing chamber that zips to the dust curtain, in a nutshell. So it's really, really simple. If this room that we're looking at were 8 feet tall, or 9 feet tall, this is an 8-foot configuration. If they were 9 or 10 feet, you would simply add a 12-inch extension to the very top of that wall. And because the air bladders inside are actually 10 feet long, then you're not doing anything else. Those air bladders simply roll out the next 12 inches and then stop. They stop because there's a piece on the top that makes them stop. And then if you had to go to 10, you do the same thing, add another 12 inches, and then those bladders go up the next. So, so it's very simple. That conversion can be done in just a couple of minutes. Very simple.
Interesting. So how about like width, or if you're dealing with different heights, you know, like it's a slanted ceiling or something like that?
Sure. So for width, not a problem. These walls that you see to my sides are 5 feet nominally. Again, 8, 9, or 10 feet. They can be adjusted. Well, let's talk about width first. So you can put as many together as you want. You can zip these things together. They join to each other. It's all modular. Everything goes together and connects. So you can put 4 or 5 of these together, or 2. If you happen to be in a space that, again, these would be 10 feet joined. If you were in an 8-foot space, you could do a couple different things. You could just simply change the shape of the wall into a curve. You know, think Hoover Dam. You know, you could do something like that. You could also run them straight across the room, and then when you get to the wall, you simply underinflate whichever bladder would be at the bend, right? And then bend the wall. That's it. And now what's touching the building may be 1 or 2 bladders as opposed to just the edge, but that's the way you shorten it. So you've got a bunch of different options on how you can do that. As far as an uneven ceiling, I'm gonna point here. Let's see. How do I do that? These right here, these little black dots, those allow you to actually put straps that also attach to the very top of the wall. And you can actually change the pitch of the wall if you need to. You can actually slope it to a certain extent. And you can also adjust it, not just to 8, 9, or 10 feet, but if you were, let's say, in a drop ceiling, a T-bar, they're not standard, right? They land sometimes at 8 feet 3 inches, or just under 9 feet, whatever ceiling height. They're never really standard because they're not set by 2x4s. They're set by a contractor who puts wire, hangs them, and that's where they land. So you can actually adjust these things really, really kind of a micro adjustment, anywhere between 7 at the bottom all the way up to just over 10 feet. So yeah.
Will fit just about anywhere, it sounds like.
It will. The only thing I don't think we're ever going to really do, and that kind of brings up another one of our thought processes here. We're probably never going to do like the vaulted ceiling scenario. So in a vaulted ceiling, you're probably going to have to either commit to plastic fully, which, you know, it is our goal here to try to get as much plastic out of this industry and construction as we can. Or you're going to do a hybrid. And to be clear, we really did always design this product to be, when it's necessary, hybridized, merged with the plastic that everybody's using now, because there are going to be certain environments where a vaulted ceiling or some weird cutout is going to prevent these walls from, you know, creating the appropriate seal. So you may use 90% air wall, and then that last little bit you may connect, you know, to plastic. And because these walls work well with tape, they don't come off, which is great, because you can't say that about tape and walls, right? When walls have, you know, water literally dripping down them, or years of cooking grease or whatever, they don't stick, right? That's why a lot of failure happens with traditional containment. But these walls are designed to work with tape and not leave residue. So you can tape plastic to it for as long as the job takes, and then peel it off, and you won't have to worry about it leaving stuff behind. And certainly, whenever possible, you want our walls to be, or the air walls to be, touching the surfaces of the building, because that's going to create the superior seal without the problems of you know, damage like peeling paint or whatever else that comes with using tape.
Well, I know that with some of the Normie training that we do, we've actually incorporated some of the air wall technology into some of the types of hands-on training that we do, especially like when we go to the experience trade shows, where people are able to touch and work through all the new different technologies and products. And they fit into structures that we basically build on site. So we're able to adjust them, you know, in real time to fit into these structures. And it works out very well for us, because we're able to put those up with plastic, show the differences, and, you know, how you can make changes and everything else. So it does work. And it's adjustable, like you were talking about, to whatever structure we build at the time.
Right, right. And it brings me joy to hear that, Lance. Because, I had this awakening. It was kind of late in coming. I've been doing this for 5 years, but I had this awakening about 5 days ago where I realized when I made my first shipment to Australia that these things exist without me, in different time zones and on different continents, and people are interacting with them, and what I spent years thinking about and designing has to work, and I can't be there to help them. I can't.
So you sent your children off to school for the first time, basically.
That's what it sounds like, right? Absolutely. Yeah. That's what it felt like.
Put them on the bus to Australia.
Exactly.
So let's go a little bit further into this. As far as like vertical markets and stuff, I mean, I could see it in the remediation industry, restoration, asbestos. How about like medical or all of the above?
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually one of the most exciting things about what's behind me here is that when this came, all of a sudden, exactly what you're talking about just changed totally. So medical, if you have someone who has who's a burn victim or is receiving cancer treatments or is in some other way significantly immunocompromised, positive pressure environments are how you deal with that. And a hospital environment can create that, but that's very expensive. This can do that very, very easily, very simply, and doesn't require any permanent modifications to a building. On the flip side, we're all very familiar with negative air pressure because of the pandemic that we're all emerging from now, and the need for negative airspace, which is the exact opposite of what I just described. Instead of pumping clean, fresh air into an environment with people who have no immune system, you're instead drawing air in so that the bad boogies can't get out. So that's medical. But even more so, there's really, really strict enforcement when you're in a hospital environment because of, generally who's in a hospital. People are sick when they're in a hospital. So if any kind of building modifications have to take place in a hospital, they have to do things to prevent dust and everything else from getting to people who might be unwell. And so it's not even just the direct medical application, but medical facilities, and because maintenance has to happen and modifications must occur, this can actually be a very a significant improvement to what they're doing now, which is putting up plastic. It takes sometimes hours or even a day to set up the containment to move a machine from one room to another, simply because of the restrictions on a hospital and what can and can't be done without containment. So that's a big deal. And then, just I've been told mining. In fact, the folks in Australia, because mining is a big part of Australia's economy, mining is one. High tech, both chip manufacturing and also in like server farms, things like that, where very sensitive equipment is very, can't be exposed to dust. So that's another big opportunity. All the construction trades could benefit from it. Basically, and then there's also, of course, the potential need for first responders and militaries, around the world. What if there's some kind of an outbreak, some kind of maybe a terrorist attack, a biological terrorist attack, and first responders and military have to show up and contain it best they can. This stuff, I mean, this what you see behind me fits into basically 3 duffel bags, so that's the kind of thing that a military could really benefit from. So, yeah.
Well, while you were talking, I jotted down 3 quick questions, and you were just starting to touch on one. So let me ask it to you. But instead of 3 questions, I'll just do it as 1 question now. What I wrote down here was portable, durable, and cleanable. Yeah. Especially you started talking about mining and then, bacteria outbreaks and viruses and stuff like that. So as far as it being portable, I mean, they're pretty big. I mean, easy to move, and, cleanable. And how durable are they? All 3. You got 3 questions there.
Okay, so let's start with portable. We already started on that. Basically, it's a gym bag. One of these walls fits in a gym bag. Of course, each one comes with said gym bag. And it's very, very easy to lift. I mean, the Nexus, fully loaded Nexus, is 25 pounds. That's it, right? So it's well below the lifting weight of any of the trades. I mean, most equipment is that or a lot more. So very, very portable, small, compact, lightweight, easy to use. It looks huge right now, but it fits into an itty bitty space, right? So that's really good. As far as cleanable goes, we were very intentional on that. And in fact, along the way, we had it pointed out. In fact, a well-known person in the restoration industry, Rachel Adams, had pointed out in 21 that she thought it needed to be a little more cleanable. And so I said, okay, let's do that. So we just simply reversed the fabric that we're using so that what you see on the outside is actually a urethane. So it's much, much smoother and much easier to clean. The stuff before was also very cleanable, but it had texture. And so there was a concern that maybe some of the fibers and things like that might stick. But so we designed it to be smooth, easy to clean. They're all machine washable. They're all designed to be totally machine washable. If you really, let's say, are in a Cat 3 environment and you really want to make sure that it's clean, you can do that. All the biocides, no problem. Antimicrobials, no issues there whatsoever. You can spray away and it'll be just fine. So yeah, so cleanable. And then durable. And I say durable for the end because durable, I mean, all this stuff is important, super important, but durable, because we're claiming to be better than plastic, we better deliver, right? Because this stuff isn't cheap, right? You know, it takes 3 to 5 uses to pay off the investment in an air wall, which is really fast because they last for years. But, you know, if I'm going to say I'm better and I cost more, then I better be better. And so durability was huge. We made sure that the outer shell, you know, in the case of this one here, anything that's getting constant air, you could stab it with a knife and it wouldn't matter. I mean, we designed them with big open holes. So they're pumping out air all the time and they still work. Not so with this, right? If this gets a leak, you know, there could be an issue. So the outer shell is very, very durable. It's resistant to snags and punctures and things like that and cuts and all the rest. And then the inner bladders, we actually spent a lot of time finding the ideal material for those bladders. They had to be lightweight. They had to be inherently fire resistant because these are going into a built environment. They cannot burn. They had to be as puncture and tear and cut resistant as possible while maintaining lightweight and portability, right? I mean, you know, there's all those things are in direct conflict with each other, right? Lightweight usually means flimsy. So we were actually very blessed, I believe, in the discovery of this particular material that we've used, and it makes this product extremely resilient. And again, because we recognize that nothing is perfect. I mean, if you open fire on this thing, it would go down, you know, I mean, no question about it. There are things it cannot handle, but it's meant to be durable. If something does happen to it, as I mentioned before, if you lose a bladder, first of all, we've had it happen. You know, we've, you know, in the early days, we had some bladders with some defects, with small leaks. And even when they have a small leak, they don't fully fail. And you can actually air them up and continue the job if you need to. We also designed them to be repairable in the field. I'm going to do this finger thing again. You see that line right there? That's an access zipper. And if you open up that zipper and remove the valve just below it, you can actually remove that air bladder, either repair it in the field, because we do provide patches just for that, or you can replace it with a new bladder. Depending on how many times you've done it, it might take you 2 minutes, it might take you 5. The point is, it can be done. It can restore your containment to full rigidity. And I say I make that point because restore containment, it never lost it. Even though it's lost an air bladder, it still maintains containment, which was key. Because again, if I'm going to claim to be better than plastic, you know, one of the biggest problems with plastic is that it falls down, right? You get up in the morning and, you know, or worse, your owners get up in the morning, the people living in that house, and they see this plastic crumpled on the floor, a big hole, and they're thinking to themselves, okay, all that bad stuff they told me that they're keeping behind that plastic, where is that now, right? So if my stuff doesn't do a lot better than that and not fail, then I failed. So this was a big part of our design.
I remember the first time that we used one of your air walls in our training. And again, believe it was at one of the experience shows. You were there and gave us a training on replacing one of the bladders.
Mm-hmm.
And during the demonstration we were doing with the class for the hands-on, we actually opened the valve up and let it deflate, and it still held containment within
nice.
the area.
You didn't tell me that.
No, it was my job is to break things. So, that's what we do. We try to find out things that are going to happen. Someone's going to accidentally open a valve or something. It stayed in place. It did its job. So, when you mentioned before about replacing plastic, or poly, I see the value in that. I'm just curious. I'm not holding you to it. Have you done any kind of cost analysis as to how much poly you can actually replace by one of these over the longevity of the type of system? Because I know poly is expensive.
It is expensive. The closest we've gotten to that is by calculating how much tape, how much plastic, the labor that's involved with not only the initial setup, but also the tear down, the waste removal, and then the repairs that inevitably happen with most plastic containments. And we figured that it was a 3 to 5 usage to offset the initial investment in the air wall. That's as close as we've gotten. The numbers you're asking for are, I want them so bad myself. And I don't want to pull it out of thin air. I want it to be a real number. And
okay.
It's a difficult number to quantify. I've struggled with that because that's a number I would love to take a picture, like just give you a visual of a mountain of plastic, and say, this is how much plastic you would use in a year instead of, this, right? That type of thing. So short answer is I don't know what that looks like. I do know that I've seen a lot of containments go up. I actually am AMRT certified. So I've been to a lot of AMRT classes. So I've seen a lot of containments just set up just for pure instructional purposes. And when we take all that plastic and we throw it in the dumpster outside the building, it takes up a quarter of the dumpster or more.
Yeah.
So I've seen it, and that's just one class, so the amount of plastic and tape and everything else, I wish I had a solid number for you. And someday that the plastic industry that we hope to disrupt may come up with just that number for us, because we're going to upset them at some point. And I'm okay with that.
Well, I'll make it easier then. Longevity on the product. How long do you predict or have data on showing these things lasting in use?
Okay, so that's a question that I can only answer by extrapolating. And I do that because I'm looking at the materials we've used, not because of the product having existed long enough to go through a life cycle. We just haven't been around long enough for that to have happened. But that said, I'm going to bring up Cole again, our builder, our in-house engineer. He is, this is his space. So when he sees a problem, he solves it with fabric. My history is more carpentry, so I solve my problems with wood and nails. And it's funny that we have this different perspective on things. But the point is that at one point he took some of our material and covered an outdoor sprinkler valve control or something like that on the side of his house, and that was about 5 years ago. It's outside, it's been exposed, it started life black. It's now a funky kind of a rust color because it's just been bleached by the sun. However, color gone, 5 years of direct exposure, the fabric is completely sound. So that's what this outer shell is made of. So that's the first thing. The other thing is the air bladders themselves. The manufacturer that we buy the raw materials from won't even take something off the shelf for sale unless it's been there for more than 10 years. Because at that point, it's begun to do, they have a name for it. It gets a little bit chalky on the surface. And they have a name for it. And I can't recall how they refer to it. But it's got a 10-year shelf life before the manufacturer decides that it's probably not a fresh enough product to sell. I can't get more specific because we haven't been around long enough to say, but the materials that we use the highest quality zippers, the highest quality, everything we can find. We spend the most we can because I know that the users are going to be hard on it. The environments that they exist in are brutal. And my goal is to not build in obsolescence. One of my proudest moments would be if someday I've actually filled the industry and I have nothing left to sell because all my stuff doesn't break anymore. You know, and I just don't, and I'm going to put myself out of business. That would make me happy, you know.
It's kind of like the battery industry. You know, they're made to break or run out of energy at a certain point, so you buy more. You're doing the opposite of that.
I'm doing the opposite. Yeah.
But
yep.
you know
Yeah,
what? I recently had a water loss in my house, so I personally was involved with some of the stuff here. But I understand there's something really interesting about yours. I've never been able to experience this, but I had 2 air scrubbers running at my house for, I think it was 16 days that they were working. Those things are loud.
Yes.
From what I understand, and I remember talking to you about this, these things have a sound blocking quality to them.
That's one of the coolest things. And I really wish I could say that was my plan, because it works so well.
Well, I wish I would have had them for my 16 days, but.
Oh, you totally do. You totally do. Yeah, I for as well as it works, and I can't claim it at all, it's annoying. But the fact that it does is phenomenal. It's crazy. We discovered it. It's actually funny, a little story there. We discovered it in 2021 when we met you and Doug and all your team at the experience in Vegas in September. We met you guys at that show, and that's where we realized what these things could do. And I'll tell you how we did it. So far as we know, and no one's ever contradicted us, we were the first ones to ever run negative air pressure on a convention floor, right? We actually built a chamber out of our stuff and ran negative air on the convention, which was very cool. People were very like, nah, you know, so it was one of those moments, right? And we did that by just, I won't describe the structure because it's too much. But anyway, we built this chamber. People could walk into it and experience being inside of our decon chamber. And it was constructed of these Nexus walls. And when you went inside, I don't know if you've ever had your hearing tested, but when you go into that room and they close the door, you go, whoa, it's quiet in here, right? And a convention floor is never quiet. So to walk into this chamber and suddenly you have this intimate conversation space. You know, in fact, I remember walking in with Michelle Blevins from CNR, and we walked inside, and she was asking me questions as the reporter, interviewer person that she is. We had this little conversation in there, and it was fantastic because we didn't have to yell. We could hear each other perfectly. It was great, but I really realized it when clients or potential customers would walk in, and they would be in that space. And I'm gonna be honest here. I would try to eavesdrop. You know, I'd like to, see what they might be saying, see if they're good, bad. I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't hear a word. I couldn't even hear mumbling. It was nothing. So it started us on a path of exploring what could we do with that. And it turns out that a single barrier is good for 15 decibels. And if you know anything about sound and decibel ratings, it's not a linear measurement. 15 decibels is phenomenal. We actually did two barriers. In fact, the video is on our website, which is www.zeppelinguys.com. But that video, we did 2 barriers, and it was 25 decibels. And just for a point of reference, it was 50 to 75. 50 decibels is considered quiet. 75 is considered very loud. If you look at any scale, and you can look them up on the internet. So it's absolutely shocking how much it does. And I think it's going to change the way restoration is done, because people shut down the machines when they're trying to sleep. They do. They don't understand what they're doing. They don't understand that by taking an 8-hour shift off of those machines, that they're stretching that period that they're suffering by a third or more, right? I mean, so it's bad news, but if they're not sleeping, they're not sleeping. And I think every restoration contractor out there has experienced it more than once, where they come in and the machines are either still not running, or they've just been turned back on. And they know that because the dehues aren't even operating temperature. They know they just flipped them back on, right? So we think that that's going to be a huge benefit. And then let's take office spaces or worship spaces. I mean, no built environment is immune from a water loss. And so you may have a church that needs to run a service and dry the building at the same time. And if you have something that can block that sound and allow the service to continue at the same time the drying is happening, then you've done something, and in an office that needs to be able to operate and still deal with the water loss. That's a huge deal.
Well, like I said, I had that, 16 days at my house. I would have definitely been an advantage there, but the company wasn't using those. They weren't familiar with it. And that's another story. So I'm looking at the image behind you, and I'm looking at valves across the bottom, zippers you talked about, hooks, things like that. How much training is involved in using these things?
Very little. You could probably attest better to that because you've actually monkeyed around with them and you didn't build them. So, this is that thing. I let my child go and someone else had to figure it out. I had one guy tell me that they're deceptively simple. And what he meant by that was, I show these videos and there's no trickery in my videos. I don't rehearse these moves. I just do what these things do. So I'm not trying to make it look easier than it is. I'm just performing a function and setting them up, but it looks super easy. And he said it looks so easy that people are likely to not think they need any instruction or to even open the instruction manuals, as many men are wont to do, even when it's difficult IKEA furniture, like I can do it, right? So training, I think there is some need for training, but not so much because it's hard, but because we've designed so much into it that you can't possibly know what these things are capable of unless I take a moment to explain it to you. What are the D-rings for? Well, one guy told me that's perfect for training my electrical cords. I keep my cords up off the ground. I can run them around the perimeter and they're off the ground. That's a big deal. I don't have to tape them down. I don't have to deal with all that stuff. Not a trip hazard. Great. That's what he thought they were. I had another guy say I can hang a light from it. Oh, you sure can. All these different uses. In fact, and in reality, they weren't designed for that. They were designed so that I could shrink that wall if I needed to, or I could fine tune the height if I'm in a drop ceiling. That's what they're for. But there's all kinds of things they can be used for. But if I didn't tell you you could do that, you wouldn't know. If I didn't tell you that zipper is there, not just so you can load the bladder the first time and then forget about it, but so that it's placed where it is and configured the way it is so that you could do a field change, right? And change that bladder, a field repair, right? It's zippers, it's snaps, it's hooks. There's not a lot else going on there. But if I don't teach you these things, you'll be missing a lot of features. You might be able to get the basic function out of it, but you'll lose a lot of the really cool stuff that it's capable of doing.
So with that being said, with the configuration behind you, what is that? 2 5-foot sections or 3? What is that exactly that's there?
Yeah, that's exactly. This room is about just under 15 feet across. So you're seeing 2 5-foot nexus, and then the dust curtain is also about 5 feet. And then the doffing chamber that you see behind me, it looks bigger because it's in the foreground. That actually has a square footage of just about 12 square feet. 14 square feet, because of the state that you live in has this most stringent requirements. They require 12 square feet, enough for 2 men to stand, or 2 people to stand inside and be able to don and doff properly. So that's a 14 square foot space.
So you being trained and very comfortable with this equipment, how long would it take you to set up a configuration like that to block off a 15-foot opening with a decon chamber?
What you see behind me takes about 20 minutes, roughly.
One person?
Yeah, one person. Yep, one person. You need a little ladder a little step ladder to connect the dust curtain. But yeah, no, one person can set that up. If you're brand new to it, it'll take you 30. But yeah, 25. I've done it so many times, I'm down to about 20 minutes.
And that's no damage to any of the walls, ceilings, floors. It's just held in place. And it doesn't move under positive or negative pressure, you said, right?
That's right. Yeah, no, the surfaces, in fact, what you're seeing behind us has actually changed somewhat, very small stuff. Basically what we have now is that we have all the edges are black. And it kind of clearly defines the edges, but it also, it's filled with this very soft, your couch pillows, that's called polyfill or Dacron. We fill those things up with that. So it's very, very soft. So when it touches the building, it's like putting a pillow against the wall, which means that it can adapt to irregularities in the surface, which is important, but also not put anything rigid or hard on the wall or the ceiling, so that we are preventing any damage. In fact, you'll notice in this room, there's crown molding, right? You see that up in the corners. Well, the edge seals, which are on the edge of these walls, they're the black things that you can barely see there. Those are actually longer than they need to be, so you can actually pull out a little bit out of the top and protect, things like crown molding and things like that. And then you asked about the negative pressure and can it hold. I just want to tell you one little story short. We did a comparison. We were invited to a flood house. Jeff Cuthbertson in Chattanooga, Tennessee, invited us to his flood house, very generously opened it up to us and said, whatever people or equipment you need, let us know. It was fantastic. We were there for about 4 days. You and Doug actually got on the call with us while we were there and were advising us on some of our containment techniques, so we could show how to build containment for people with high sensitivity to mold. Because what we did was we built a 2x4 compression to 2x4 containment, right? As well as a steel stud version as well. But this 2x4 version, we put it under negative pressure just to make sure it was working. And of course it was. And then we had this fun idea. If anybody's familiar with the movie Myth or the show Mythbusters, where they just ramp things up until things just break. We like to break things too, Lance, not just you. So we all had the idea, let's break it. Let's see how much negative pressure it takes to break it. And keep in mind, what we built was the gold standard of containment. I mean, I don't know how many times a year someone builds compression timber containment. It isn't often. It's going to be in schools and hospitals mainly, and everything else is going to be zip pulls if you're lucky. So this was good containment. And it failed at negative 41 Pascal. That's when it failed. And when I mean failed, I'm talking, we had 9-foot 2x4s about to fall on us. So it was coming down, and it was coming down fast. So it was a big failure. We put mine up and we said, well, we got to do the same thing. And so we ran up the negative pressure, and it basically maxed out our 500 CFM NAM. Couldn't do it. So we had to call up another piece of equipment from the warehouse, got another 500 CFM unit up there, and turned it on. And only then did we get failure. And the failure was only that the doffing chamber that you see behind me started to get sucked into the chamber. The walls themselves weren't falling. It was just that the doffing chamber was too light, and it and its internal frame were being sucked inside. The number was 57. So from 41, using the absolute gold standard of containment, to 57. So when everybody kind of tries to figure out how it's possible without tape and without the things they're used to, how is it possible to create such high quality containment? Well, it works. It works the same reason your car can drive on the road. Air pressure and friction, it's just a lot of it.
So if our listeners want to get in touch with you for more information, how do they do it?
Lots of ways. You can call me, 408-247-9255 or area code 408 Airwall. You can get us on the website, which is www.zeppelinguys.com. That's ZEPPELINGUYS.com. And you can email me directly, Keith@zeppelinguys.com. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn. I will make it easy.
Okay. Well, I thank you for taking the time to be here with us today. I mean, I think it's a cool product. We've used it. We're going to be using it at the upcoming Experience show. Again, we actually use that as part of our a booth that we have there as part of the display system. So it's kind of interesting the things that you can do with this, thinking outside the box,
Right.
So really, really good stuff. Again, thank you for being here, and I look forward to seeing you at the next trade show.
Thanks, Lance. It's been great. I really appreciate your time.
Take care.
Thanks. You too.
or morning, I guess. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm sure that Mo told you when we created Normie in 2004, one of the interesting things was what we created it primarily for the Louisiana licensing law. And the Louisiana licensing law was the first law to go into effect for mold remediators in the country. So it was the first licensing law, and then what happened in 2005? Katrina. And so we were right there able to help, I think, a lot of people with some of the issues that were of a concern to us. I'm not sure if he talked about the difference between the IICRC and us, but they come from the business more from we're not competitors, by the way. As you know, if you're an IICRC person, you get continuing education credits off of this class. So we work together. We just look at the industry differently. They come from the water restoration side of the business. We come from the building side of the business. And one of the reasons why we do that is not just my background with my licensing, but the main reason we do that is because we try to look at the house and the problem that they're experiencing in terms of a mold issue as a holistic kind of problem, not just fix this problem and everything is great, but think in terms of how we can actually improve their indoor air quality.